What is going on? What is up? How are we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good Tuesday evening. We are back at it, Best Bet Live, coming to you with our $200 Ambassador Bounty event. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park, Mike Kruger, joining us. Gunners ready, I should say, as well for this, as we are now getting things going with our feature table. Registration is completely closed now. 229 total entries in this event. 80 players do remain right now at the moment. But Mike, how are you doing today, man?
Pretty good. Excited to be here.
Yeah.
I know this was a big event last time we had the Rungood series roll through. Looks like it was a pretty big showing again here today. Not too shabby for a Tuesday afternoon.
Absolutely.
Over 200 players.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the number was that we had last year for it. And we did kind of change the format this time around a little bit. So all the levels before registration closed were 20-minute levels. We are now at 30-minute levels now with registration being closed. Last year when we had this go on, we actually weren't able to finish it. We got to the final 3 players, I believe. Got to 3:30 in the morning, and the players elected to come back the next day to try to finish. So kind of the reason why we kind of changed the format around a little bit to try to make it more convenient time-wise for everybody. But it should be a lot of fun. We'll have payout information soon as well, just finalizing all the numbers and everything, and then we'll be able to relay all the payouts as far as what first place is going to be taken and stuff. So it's going to be a lot of fun, though. Definitely been a very fun event so far. I think there's only 3 bounties left right now, too.
So it sounded like a lot of them got in the chips fast and furious to start out this event from stories I was hearing.
Yeah.
Before making my way back here.
Yeah, Ben Scroggins, who was one of our bounties in this thing, too, was telling me a hand he got into where he tried to play the dirty diaper. He ended up rivering trips, but he lost to a boat. And that's how his bounty was claimed. So let's check around. Looks like 8s are still in the lead against Cats Pocket 5s.
So not a great board for either players. We're just both kind of happy to get the showdown. Although Cat now throwing out a small bet here, maybe trying to get slightly better hand to fold like Dean has. For that price, he's going to look it up. So Dean getting shipped that pot with his pocket 8s.
No full house this time, huh?
Yeah, still a lot of players left. We will see quite a few eliminations as the day does, progress, especially with these shorter stacks that's still in play.
And as of now, players are not in the money yet. This is a featured table, but still a lot of outer tables going on. The country said about 80-something players remaining out of the 220 or so entries.
Yeah, so
not quite near the bubble either. So people are still going to try to make some moves at this stage. I don't think they'll be tightening up too much yet. It's too early to do so.
So including our feature table, that means there's 9 or 10 other tables that's still going out on the floor right now.
And we will be bringing this all the way down through the final table tonight. So
we will.
We're in for the long haul.
Yep, once we get to 9 players remaining, we will be at our final table 9-handed. And Brenda basically all in with her remaining stack here with ace-6 suited.
Yeah, suited ace on the short stack. Easy to get it in. Not to mention I believe the big blind is our player away from the table, who actually is one of the bounties. He's got a decent chip stack in this morning's event, so he's kind of hopping back and forth. It's a good spot for her to try to steal his big blind.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is Ray, of course, who is one of the bounties, but as Mike just said, he's also participating in our Big O tournament that's going on, and he's apparently doing really well in that one.
Yeah, no, he's been multi-tabling. I think the Big O is probably a little bit deeper, close to the money, so he doesn't want to miss any hands over there.
Right.
Always thought about trying to multi-table myself live. Obviously, it's not the easiest thing to pull off.
Right. The Ray is doing it right now.
So we did see Dean initially limp in from under the gun. So far, nobody wants to try to isolate or put in a raise. Austin's going to overlimp from the button. Let Zane see a free flop with his 9-4 offsuit. I'm sure he's happy to just check that one.
Ace, ace, deuce flop. Pretty ugly flop for everybody.
Yep, checks on through, an 8 on the turn. Another card that doesn't help anyone. Zane's going to bluff at it, though. Doesn't think either of his opponents have an ace. Easy spot for him to stab. That's going to get it done. So good steal away for Zane there. Obviously chipped him up from around 10 bigs to 15.
But yeah, guys, as mentioned before, yeah, this is our Rungood Poker Series. We started up this past Thursday with event number 1. Tripled the guarantee for the prize pool. Of course, Pablo was the one that won that first event.
Pablo, I believe, is one of the bounties that still remains out there in the field. It's on the outer tables, so got a chance of seeing him back here on the live stream at some point.
Could be. And we are just a couple days from the start of the main event. $1,200 buy-in, $300K guarantee main event. Should be pretty fun for that. 3 day ones. And then, of course, everyone that does make day 2 will be on the money.
Day 1 being Thursday, Friday, Saturday, all with noon starts. So a lot of options if you want to try to jump in there.
Yeah,
a good one.
And $1,200 buy-in for a 300K guarantee tournament's a pretty enticing number as far as buy-in goes.
And if it's anything like we saw in event 1, that could easily creep over $500,000 in the prize pool. Not a bad weekend.
Nah, not at all.
Buy your kids some nice Easter gifts.
Yeah, exactly. Easter is right around the corner, just a few weekends away. All right, ace queen for Kat.
Raise 4,000.
She does announce 4,000 being the raise.
Yeah, no reason to go too big. There's a lot of short stacks still at this table. So far, Austin the only caller. It's to Brenda in the big blind with an ace. She's just going to shove it.
Yeah.
She was one of those short stacks sitting on 3 bigs.
And Kat, yeah, rejams, gets Austin out of there, so her heads up.
So Brenda dominated here. Let's see if she can spike a 6 and stay alive. Or if Kat's ace queen will hold up.
We good?
We go off to a run out.
Oh, wow, 6 in the window, all
And
clubs.
Yeah, beautiful for Brenda.
Yeah. And the 6 will hold, so Brenda does get a nice little double up, get some life back.
Yeah, plus Austin did call the initial open, so a good couple of extra big blinds in there dead as well.
96, so I got 10. No.
Suddenly Brenda's got a lot of life.
Yeah, that was a huge hand for her there. Let me shout out a couple of people watching. Of course, Steve and Bowling Dude on the YouTube chat. Good to see you guys. Jamie, Tori, Regina, and Joe in the Facebook chat. What's up, guys? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. Kathy, what's up in the YouTube chat as well? Yes, this is the same cat that played in the women's event yesterday.
Raise 4,000 to 1, fold 2, 3.
And Austin really in here mixing it up, raising it up. 6 tray suited. Table's been a little passive and straight up so far, so maybe he's trying to take advantage of that. Steal some blinds, chip up himself.
Heads up.
Fresh off that double up, we're going to see Brenda call with the king queen. Flop of 7-4 deuce. Not what Brenda was looking for, but she's going to bluff at it anyway. Austin does have a gut shot straight draw. Same time, Brenda, very strong line, plus short stack, so even if he were to hit it straight, he's not going to get paid too much, so he's just going to let it go. especially if he thinks Brenda has an overpair. He's drawing only to a 5. So, good stop and go play from Brenda there. Gets a steal one away. Once again, do appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with us so far. I see a couple of people out there rooting for some of their favorites on this table. Got a couple of Kat and Brenda fans. See a Let's Go Dean. Joseph Nay. Joseph fresh to the chat, so he didn't get the shout out from country not too long ago. But good to see everybody tuning in. Obviously, it's a little bit early start in this tournament. And about 80 players remaining. This is the featured table in the event. We're going to go live straight through to the final table. A lot of play. Fun to see the middling section of a tournament like this. Now, usually we see the final tables, but always nice to see how people get there. Oh, looks like Dean has a big fan in the chat. Says, "Come on, hubby, go Dean," from Cher. Well, hopefully he does you proud. So far, hasn't done anything wrong, so that's a good start. Action folds all the way around to Greg. He's going to let it go from the button. It's over to John in the small blind. Jack 10. Let's see if he wants to raise it up or just flat call. Does go with the raise. Does go small to 4,000. To that price, Cat is going to call. Off they went to a King 8 tray, 2 diamond flop. John just going to check it over, see if Cat wants to bet with her pair of 8s. So it does go out. A little less than half pot, 4,000, and John going to double check just to make sure he doesn't have a diamond. Sure enough, he lets it go. Cat's going to scoop in a couple of chips there. Aaron looking for the payouts over on YouTube. Actually, Country just stepped out to go get them for everybody, as we had to wait for the registration to end to collect all the info. Obviously, we ran off to the back to try to get this table set up, bring the live stream up. So, should be coming soon. Going to be a little while till we reach the money. It's usually about top 10% payout, so looking around 30 players or so. Getting a payout in this event with about 80 remaining right now. So Brenda from late position just limping in here. King 6 suited. John with ace 8. Happy to overcall from the button. Cat with 7-6 offsuit. She's going to complete out of the small blind. Now Austin's option. He's going to raise it up holding an ace. He reads all these limps as weak. Pumped it up to 7K, trying to steal the dead 6 or 7 in the middle. And it's just going to come down to whether John wanted to defend, which he does not. And then after Cat lets it go, Austin gets to scoop this pot. Drags in all the free money there. After everybody limped in, he just stole it away. So we've seen Austin being the most aggressive one so far. Let's see if he wants to just keep on trying to run everybody over and take control of this table. Jenna asking about the empty seat. Yeah, they're in the 2 seat. I actually have a player named Ray away from the game. He's got a chip stack in the other event that started this morning. He previously registered for this event as he is one of the bounties in play. So we're going to see him probably join us at some point in the near future as he's hopping back and forth between events. Trying to run a chip stack up in both. But for now, it's been fun because people have been stealing his blinds. Nobody tried this time around until it gets over to Cat. He's pretty clearly going to raise from the button here with a weak ace, ace tray suit, offsuit. Austin, as he says it there, pretty much aware the Cat was going to raise any 2 cards, trying to steal the big. Defends and puts in the call. Flop came down 9-7-5, 2 hearts on board. Austin's got a gut shot, checks it over to Cat, who's going to put out a C bet of 5K. And he's just going to let it go. So another one for Cat there. She's been winning a couple pots here so far. Honestly, maybe a little bit more comfortable on the live stream table since she just was on it not too long ago yesterday. I think for some of these players, it might be their first time playing on the live stream table.
It's 81. It's less than I thought.
Even though so far they all look pretty comfy, set in. So action starts on Dean. King 10 offsuit under the gun. Dean is just going to let it go. Now Brenda waking up with ace 9 suited, going to put in the raise. She did make it 5,000. Over to Cat with queen 10 suited. Given the fact that Brenda's a little bit on the shorter side, Cat could go either way. Decides on the call. Everybody else is going to get out of there. So Brendan Cat heads up to a flop. Does come down 10 high, but with 2 diamonds on board, 10, 8, 5. Going to be hard for these two not to get it all in here.
8,000.
As we see Brenda c-bet with her nut flush draw. Cat puts in the call. Now board pairing 5 on the turn. Brenda's going to check it over. Brenda has less than a pot-sized bet behind.
8,000.
Cat trying to milk it, assuming she has the best hand. Betting 8,000. Brenda calls, looking for that diamond. She does not find the diamond when it pairs the board with another 8. And action's just going to go check, check here. Cat going to get a lot of the chips that she shipped over to Brenda not too long ago back her way. Setting up a nice sized pot. Brenda kind of fortunate not to get eliminated there. Could have easily just gotten it all in on the flop. Instead going to live to see another day, even though she's a little bit on the short side.
Any other feeder drinks?
GP says he's happy to see a featured table before the final table. Yeah, it's not something we get to do too often, but it is a lot of fun seeing the middle stages of a tournament. Obviously, people want to chip up, make the money. It's fun to see how people navigate this area of the tournament because it's not seen as much. I know it's one of those stages that I tend to struggle with when I'm playing, so always fun to see how different people handle it. Maybe pick up a trick or two. John opened it up to 6K, a 3x open. This table's been pretty much steady at 2 to 2.5x, so rather large. We're going to see Cat call to King Queen. Now it gets over to Zane, pretty easy. Fist pump jam with Ace King. Started this hand with about 12, 13 bigs, did Zane, so you're ecstatic to look down at that hand and ship it in. John hasn't gone anywhere yet. He's really thinking it over. We saw him grab his chips, maybe starting to put in the call, but now thinking about it before he acts. John with a pretty similar chip stack to Zane. This would leave him crippled if he loses. And that does put in the call. Cat gets out of the way, so John going to be looking for a 10 or some hearts. And we go up to a run out. See if Ace King can hold up for Zane. He'll get a huge double. Oh, that's a flop.
Wow.
All hearts for John.
Yeah, that one's
Zane dead.
Dead on arrival with that flop.
Big, big double for John.
Ew. All hearts.
So actually, I was going to see Zane get eliminated here. Near a little over a double up for John there with all the dead chips in play, it looks like.
All hearts on the flop.
So massive pocket chipped his way. That's our first elimination here on the featured table, and it was a gross one.
Yeah, that was definitely a gross one.
I maybe threw up a little bit in my mouth.
Yeah. By the way, payouts are in already. I would flash them, but it would show Zane as taking the 8th place money, which is not true because we're not at final table yet. So payouts are as follows. 8,347 is going up top for first place. The 9th place payouts is going to be 835. But again, if you type in !payouts for the YouTube channel, you will see the payouts, and then on Facebook. It is a pinned comment, so you can see them all there. I believe the payout number is the first 20, I want to say.
Fold 1, 2, 4.
No, actually, getting closer and closer. Yeah, 29, actually. So, yeah, 25th through 29, the min cash is 276. So, yeah, 25th through 29th, that is the min cash. But, yeah, these players are going to be playing for $8,347 up top for first place.
So that's, again, 29 places paying. Obviously, we are not in the money yet, so we're also not exactly near the bubble yet.
No, we're still a little bit of work to go.
But when we get there, that's going to be the number to watch.
Yep.
Players tend to tighten up a little bit when we get to that point, except for the ones that like to kind of step out and get after building a big chip stack.
Raise 7,000 C1, fold 2. And go back and watch all the 4 hands you missed. Fold 4.
No, I've been watching.
Fold.
So it looks like Ray has got to us now with him being in the Big O tournament. Looks like he is here now.
Yeah, a bottle of champagne or something I'm not going to drink. So, yeah.
Yeah, again, Ray is one of the
I didn't have so many chips.
bounties in play.
Yeah. He's also one of the Rungood ambassadors.
Are you in the other tournament?
I believe he still does have chips in that other event, so we can easily see him try to run this stack up.
Yeah, I think I overheard him say, I think he's actually one of the chip leaders in the Big O event. So yeah, he's having himself a time. Tray 9-4 flop, rainbow board.
How you doing?
55.
Welcome.
Lucky me.
What's your name, my man?
CN.
Sorry?
CN.
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 Looks like we are rebalancing tables, so we might have lost a table.
No.
Table on the outside breaks.
Just one
Seats
in.
get filled.
One in.
Ray returns.
CN.
A lot of changes.
Yep. Like I said, it's going to be that way too, especially so we're still quite a bit of ways from the bubble.
26 now. Thank you.
I mean, the average stack right now on the field is just a shade under 73,000 for the overall stacks. And at this moment, we do have over 60 players remaining in the field, so still a bit of a ways before we get to the bubble.
Oh, don't get your
Bananas.
sweat on it.
Oh,
Bananas.
55. Bananas?
King Jack is going to be good here. Greg, he's going to check it over to Austin. Austin going to go ahead and try to steal this one away with his queen high. Bet essentially puts Greg all into call, and he's going to let it go. And Austin will take it down.
We've seen Austin be rather aggressive so far here on the feature, and it's doing him well.
That's it for me for the next 30 minutes. Good luck. See you soon.
All right, so we got Theo now getting ready to hop into the table.
Great Dylan.
Doing my best.
I was watching on the stream. I know it was
But yeah, again, guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching our Ambassador Bounty event, part of the Run Good Poker Series. It was a $200 buy-in. Bounties were in play anywhere between $50 to $1,000 for the bounties. And I think there was 11 bounties in total. I want to say there was 5 from the Run Good and then 6 from us.
I believe that's right. And again, I think you said 3 players still remaining with bounties on their head, one of which here at the featured.
Who's on double duty right now.
Yeah, I imagine, A, he's trying to run up a stack since he has a stack in that other event, and B, everybody's going to be a little aware of that and after his bounty. So we'll see some fireworks here, which would be really fun to see.
And there he
Really
goes.
fun sweats.
And there he goes, darting off the Big O.
He's going to run back and forth, huh?
Yep.
As he did, we actually saw Austin put in the 3-bet with ace tray. Over Cat's open. Cat did open under the gun. Usually a very strong hand. This time Cat more at the bottom of her range, just going to let it go. Austin stealing another one. It'll be fun to see if anybody starts picking up on Austin's antics and decides to try to fight back.
GP saying like how the graphics show how many big blinds each player has. Yeah, that's like I said, that's a thing that's been kind of a new feature to GFX for the past few months now.
A very, very necessary thing in tournament
Yeah.
coverage, that's for sure. Remember the old days of trying to do the math myself in my head when I was watching streams.
Oh yeah. Whew. Got a little tough there.
Too quick. You were on it.
I don't watch TV to do math.
Right. Makes sense. But yeah, ever since we started implementing that, yeah, a lot of people have commented saying how awesome of a feature that is to show how many big blinds are left for each player.
62.
All right, after Brenda went all in with her short stack, we're going to see Austin and Dean put in calls. Ace 8, Ace 10 suited, and Jack 10 suited. Brenda, potentially a triple up. She can spike a Jack.
Does not. 2 hearts on the board, though.
King for Trey. Now 8 on the turn actually gives Austin the best hand. 8 on the river, he's going to know he's got the best hand.
Yeah. So Austin does take it down, and unfortunately for Brenda, she has been eliminated.
I checked the trap you just like you did that.
Damn.
I wouldn't fall for it.
Unfortunate for Brenda, didn't even really get a sweat on that board.
What was your kicker with your ace?
Yeah, I had you hold. I had you. Had you crushed till the tournament.
Well, there's an appearance from Jesse the Boss.
It looks like he's wearing.
I was going to say, it looks like he's wearing one of those rings.
Wearing the ring that the winner of this event will receive. He got it in safekeeping.
Does that add more value to the ring if you're winning a ring that one Jesse the Boss wore before you had a chance to win it?
It's the only one of the series that I know that he's wearing. So
Yeah.
it makes it a one of a kind.
Yeah, it's true. The cool thing about this series, those Rungood rings are a very nice little addition to have with the trophy.
So you saw it there. It looks like a World Series ring.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
Important. One of these days, I will talk them into having a championship belt for one of these series.
That's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
I mean, I think it'll be dope. I mean, the trophy's awesome. Don't get me wrong.
I want a trophy.
But
I don't want a belt.
I mean, you could display that championship belt. Maybe you come back, you're defending champion, you final table main event again, you get yourself your own entrance.
Kat's turn to mix things up.
Yeah,
She's putting in
look
a
at
free
this.
bet. She beats Austin to the punch. I think Austin was going to do it as well.
Yeah, the Cat.
Again, John did open from the button. A lot of times you're going to see players raise from the button pretty light. That's why it is good to 3-bet. Light right back at him, out of the blinds. Cat, no stranger to the tournament streets. Goes ahead and steals it there with the Queen 8. I think Austin was licking his lips to put in a 3-bet with King Jack suited.
Yeah, he was. I mean, as mentioned before, Cat was on that feature to final yesterday on our live stream for the women's event.
What? Chris Conrad says, Rungood already has a championship belt.
Oh!
So in your face, country.
Yeah.
Don't be stealing their idea.
Well, where's this at, Chris?
Obviously, it's hanging on his wall.
Yes, apparently.
You know, a little quick CN wakes up with pocket kings under the gun. He's going to open shove. Sitting on about 13 big blind stack. Oh, it's a championship.
Had, a keyword had.
So far, everybody letting it go.
Yeah.
CN's going to take this one down.
Yeah, pocket kings.
Yeah, under the gun, 12, 13 big blinds. Pretty easy to just open rip it there.
Kristen won it in Tulsa. Nice. Yeah, I think we need to bring the championship belt back then. I'm just saying.
I think based on the rules of championship belt, somebody has to challenge Kristen Deardorff.
Ah, you're right. This is true.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, it is true.
GP asking, when is the next tournament stream after tonight?
So it will be the final table of our main event, which will be Sunday night. That will be the next tournament live stream that we do.
So Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
Sunday fun day.
Speaking of fun, all in out of Greg. Looking down at an ace with about 6 bigs. Always a fun sight. You're short, needing a hand, and you look down at an ace. Also nice to see everybody just let it go, not have to sort any sort of runouts.
All right, so the blind levels have now increased. 1,200 small, 2,400 big, 2,400 ante. But yeah, after the Rungood series, I'm not sure when the next tournament series will be. I don't know if it will be a summer series or if it will be the card player series. We'll know well in advance, though, when the next tournament series is. That way we can share that information with you guys.
First, we're going to see Cat open it up. Makes it 5K to go with Queen 10. Also going to call it the Jack 7 suited. We've seen him 3-bet light, steal some pots away post flop. I would imagine he's got his sights set on maybe stealing this one away post. Dean just trying to figure out if he's getting the right price to put in the call here with 9 trays suited. He is down to just over 10 big blind stacks. We're going to see him let it go.
Heads up, folks.
Ace, ace, 8 flop. Not particularly a flop either player really wants to see, but Cat is going to go ahead and bet.
Yep, nice, easy C-bet spot for her. She goes small, which you will see a lot more in tournaments, these small continuation bets, especially in a spot like that where she could easily have an ace as the pre-flop raiser. That's why we see Austin let it go pretty quick. And I'm not talking about tournaments. We do have a slew of tournaments coming up. Not part of a series necessarily, but across the next month.
Yeah.
Got a couple of stacks. You got the, what is it, one day next week?
Yeah, yeah, next weekend, the last weekend of March, the stack, the $300 buy-in, 30K guarantee tournament that's held at Best Bet St. Augustine. That's going to be taking place.
April 7th on a Sunday, we'll be doing GoPo.
Ooh.
400 GoPo one day.
Little
Over at
GoPro.
Orange Park.
On a Sunday, too. Nice.
Yeah, mixing it up on a Sunday since St. Aug's got the Saturday before it, and St. Augustine's got a multi-day stack the week after, all getting kicked off with a meetup game on April 11th.
That's
actually.
right. That's right. Some of the Best Bet Live crew will be down at St. Augustine for that meetup game.
And if you've never been to one, they get a little action heavy.
They do.
Chips tend to fly around a little bit more than maybe they should.
Yep.
It's good for everybody involved.
Yeah, kind of wish I could go down to that one, but I think we are also going to run a 2-2 live stream that night too, so I will probably be staying behind to run that tournament series. That way I can get, like, I know Kirk and Adonis likes to play in those.
And I think everybody likes when Kirk and Adonis play in those.
Yes, exactly.
It's good for everyone involved.
Yep.
But that'll kick off the multi-day stack down there in St. Augustine that weekend, so a lot of good local tournaments right around the corner. In case watching any of these on stream give you a little bit of tournament fever. I know I'm starting to get the itch.
Still chip leading?
CN again at a 10 big blind stack mark since the blinds went up. Goes ahead and raises it up to 6K with the ace queen.
And I see Ray has ran his way back to the table.
That's part of the run in Rungood.
Yes, is the definition of that. Running good in that Big O event. And here he is with
running,
this.
Running good to get back over to the table.
Yep.
Running good and fast.
Good.
Could you raise first so you cannot steal my blinds? I'd rather lose it to you than
You don't want to change
Miss Steph, good to see you in the Facebook chat. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by.
Well, it's a little ways to go for that. Why? Because you weren't here. We've been blinding you out. No, I'm saying she doesn't want me to raise her blind.
yeah, I say I'd rather lose it to him than to you.
Yeah, because she's got a lot of my chips over there.
That doesn't make
It's
sense.
investing.
You got it back. You got it back.
I did.
All right, Ray with ace king.
And he is going to go ahead and go all in here with his ace king.
Ran back just in time, looked down at a monster.
Yeah, gets a monster hand.
And it'd be easy For players to think he's doing this late, given the fact that he's in the 2 tournaments.
He smells the cards.
So I bet
Over here, he's like,
if you're John, you look down at ace-9 here, you might be really, really wanting to put a call in.
He's thinking about it.
Obviously, Ray could be doing this with a pretty wide range. He's on a 10 big blind stack. He's in the other event. He wants to run it up. And, you know, obviously the bounty on his head is worth some money, so
That's true.
I would not be surprised to see John put in the call.
He's definitely thinking about it.
And in his defense, Raymond obviously would be doing this with like king, queen, king, jack. All those type of hands that you're a little bit ahead of. Any pocket pair. Even some weaker aces, potentially.
He does ask if are you still playing in that other tournament?
So yeah, that definitely plays a big role here. That's why we see John just go ahead and isolate Rays. He's just trying to squeeze Cat out of there.
Yeah, and Cat Cat thought about it, but she's like, nah.
It's king.
So yeah, all in for the bounty we are. Raymond
I run really good.
back to the table just in time to look down at ace king. John hoping to spike the 9.
All right, so it is a bounty situation, so we're going to wait for Ben to come over to MC the hand.
Run it 2 times.
I will.
We have a bounty all in at risk. Ace king suited versus ace 9. The bounty has ace king suited. Into a flop.
Yep, ace in the window. That doesn't help John.
2 diamonds on board.
Yeah, what a flop for Raymond. 8 on the turn, pairs the board. And a queen, so Raymond is going to take this one down.
Fortunate timing.
Yeah.
Must be awesome.
28, 27, 2. 28, 2. 28, 2.
All right, well, Raymond wins that hand, gets some bigs back.
Not need a hand that good.
And
We're going to keep seeing him running back and forth tonight, huh?
So he'll be on his way. He'll be on his way back to Big O. Jordan, yes, that's the gentleman in the Rungood Poker Series hat in seat 2. That is our ambassador bounty. That's Ray. But he is bouncing back and forth between our table and the Big O tournament.
I was here last when you raised and he
Up running deep in 2 different events. Probably because he's so good at just getting to the table at the right time.
Yep.
I don't think we even saw him force folding any hands that were worth noting too. Got back here just in time to look down at ace king suited, and he's off.
And there he goes.
No, he's not missing his big one.
It's a little shocking to see him get up under the gun, given the fact he'd be big blind next hand. I hope Greg open rips with his short stack. John wakes up with a premium ace jack suited next to axe.
Yeah.
Fresh off of losing it all in, he's going to shove. It'll be just these 2 going to the flop after the blinds let it go.
He is ahead here with ace jack.
And Greg, the shorter of the 2 stacks, so his tournament life is at risk. Let's see what the run out brings.
5-7-7. Ace jack. So, oh, king on the turn though.
King is going to hold for Greg, so finds the full double. John just can't get anything going today.
2 bad breaks for John. Yuck. I mean, first run out didn't go his way against Raymond there, and then this one he's in the lead, but the king comes on the turn that beats him there as well. Tough for John.
Yeah.
Also, just a reminder, don't forget a big promotion coming up in a couple weeks on Friday the 29th, the 24K day here at Best Bet Jacksonville. $500 high hands for the first 30 minutes, $1,000 high hands for the last 30 minutes. It's going to be taking place every hour from 10 a.m. until 2 a.m. Again, that's going to be taking place on Friday, March 29th. Now, John, another all-in situation here.
Just all in.
Yeah, just back to all 3 all-ins for him here.
Say Dean
gonna put in
allegedly
the
a machine. going to put in that call for sure.
He's got ace king.
Happy to call an all in with ace king all day.
So we got a new player coming in now too.
15-4.
No phones on the table.
15-4. Okay.
If John can
John says I keep
catch
running
a card
into
of
it.
his own. Yeah, he really has.
I prefer later. Like your next tournament. Prefer.
So ace king still best after a 10-8 deuce flop. 4 on the turn, so
Gives
that's
a
a wheel
wheel.
draw.
Yeah, but nope, does not happen. Wow, that's unfortunate. Three back-to-back
straight
hands.
hands.
Yeah, whew. All 3 hands going all in and not able to win one of them, and he's eliminated.
John went from a pretty healthy chip stack to out in just 3 hands. Tournament life can be brutal.
That is, yeah, that is rough.
And obviously, you can't fault him for getting involved. We are still sitting with about 70 players, 60 players or so remaining.
Yeah, I think in this spot we're like at 65 or so.
So about 65 players left. Only the top 29 pay. Nowhere near being able to nurse a chip stack by any means.
He's been walking for the whole life.
Pick a card. No, they broke our table. Oh, wow. Okay. I guess so.
All right, Dean again with a playable hand, looking down at ace jack suited first to act. Gonna raise it up essentially. 6K to go is the price. 6K. Actually folding all the way around. It's gonna be on CN in the big blind.
Queen 7 suited. Don't let it go.
Yeah, I think if he was a little bit deeper, it'd be a hand worth defending, but given how short he is, all those chips matter. It's the stage we're at in this tournament. A lot of times you'll see people defend a little bit wider, especially with suited hands like that out of the big blind, but players tend to be a little bit deeper stacked when they do so. Right now, just saving all the chips he can for when he hopefully finds a double up. Our newest player of the table here, Joe, going to be first to act with ace 8. He's going to open it up, raising to 5,500. So Austin put in the call, sitting with queen jack offsuit. It's around a Dean in the big, getting a pretty good price.
Yeah, and he's got 20 bigs, but he is going to let it go.
And again, Joe did open under the gun. Tend to see premium hands from that early position.
7 jack queen. So Austin flops 2 pair.
Yeah, premium flop for Austin.
Wow. Whew.
Top 2 pair. See if Joe wants to put out a C bet as the pre-flop raiser. Looks like he is going to continue. 6,000 the price. Question of whether Austin wants to maybe trap with his hand. Given how wet and dynamic this board is, he could easily put in a raise.
Yeah, 2 diamonds on the board.
It's always tempting to slow play when you have such a big part of it locked up, like top 2 pair here.
And he's not going to put in the raise.
Yeah, you want to start charging any sort of hands that Joe might have. You know, if he has ace-x of diamonds, any sort of Broadway holdings that either connect with this board or around it, obviously would be a straight draw. There's just a ton of cards that could come on the turn that kill your action. Now, if Joe was sitting there with king, queen, or ace, queen, you might just be getting it all in against him as well.
Joe does elect to let it go.
Yeah, not much you can do with ace high there. So we have seen Austin be on the rather aggressive side of this table. We just so happened to have it that time around.
You and I have been alternating banker all day.
Action will start with Greg under the gun. See him let it go. Gets over to Kat there. The 8th seat. So she's going to put in the raise. Makes it 5,000 to go.
Nobody filled out a waiver to be on stream, did they?
Today, I mean, during the series I have.
Okay. Okay, if you've already done one, that's fine.
I mean,
we'll probably have everybody else do it.
Is that a
Action
color
on
or
Austin.
Raise 5,000.
We've seen Austin and Kat kind of tangle up a couple of times.
Yeah, the first event.
Thought Austin might be tempted to put in a 3-bet there. Instead, just putting in the call. We've seen him put in some light 3-bets, especially against Kat's opens before, but
Oh, me.
this time around, luckily for him, he does not put in a late 3-bet. Now this could be trouble for Joe. Looking down at pocket sixes with the chip stack he has, he might be tempted to go for an all-in. Fortunately for him, he does not. Just putting in the call, hoping to hit a 6, flop a set.
10, 5, 8, 2 clubs. Cats, queens are in the lead.
Cat goes super sneaky, checking into
Oh,
Austin.
yeah.
Again, Austin's been very, very aggressive so far here.
Right.
I think she's aware of that and goes ahead and checks it over and hopes he's hanging himself out to dry.
Yeah, think a check raise could be coming from Cat.
I think so, especially after Joe folds. Once Joe gets out of the way,
So it'll be a good number because Austin bet 8,000.
about like 20-ish.
About 3x.
It's gonna make it 24,000.
24,000, yeah, so exactly 3x.
Yeah, we're going to see Austin let it go. Cat obviously happy to try to get it in if Austin was holding ace-10, for example. Or just run it if he has some overcards with clubs.
So nice play by Cat there.
And she's been navigating herself really well in this featured table, I think, so far.
Got a cat attack in the YouTube chat. I like it. Cat attack. Make that a hashtag.
Like it's been pointed out, she just played on this table yesterday.
Yes, she did.
You gotta feel a little bit comfier after just doing it the day before. Makes it a little bit easier to make some moves this time around.
I think that could be a next Rungood shirt. Cat attack. Hashtag cat attack. I like it.
All right, well, calm down, Meow.
All right, Joe, 7 deuce.
It's blind versus blind.
Blind versus blind. He'll defend his 7 deuce by making the call. Oh, no,
He's
he raised
raising
it.
it up because he sees that Craig is pretty short as well.
Yeah,
So you can go with a small raise, and for Craig, it pretty much makes it all in or fold.
right. Greg, not the best hand either.
And given the fact Craig's so short, he pretty much has to just rip it or fold it.
Right.
So
So, Joe, nice play by him. Stealing a couple blinds.
short stack on short stack violence, you know?
Again, guys, the payouts are going to be for the first 29 for this event. We had 229 entries in our $200 Ambassador Bounty event. The first place prize is $8,347 up top. Yeah, 229 entries. That's a pretty healthy amount of entries for this event.
Kicked off today at 3 p.m. here on the East Coast.
I tried to look up to see how many we had last year.
281.
Oh, okay.
Last year was ridiculous.
Yeah, last year was pretty big.
I remember we were all a little surprised by last year.
Yeah. And I did
believe it took us all deep into the night to wrap that one up.
Yeah, didn't
we were here forever.
Didn't we start that earlier in the day too, I think? Or was it still the same start time?
Might have been the same start time. I think that's why structure got tweaked up just a little bit to have the shorter levels.
Oh, wow, look at this. Kat has a open-ended straight flush draw, and she's got the straight. Well, now flush complete.
And Austin makes the queen high straight with that 10 on the turn.
Oh, wow.
We've seen these two battle, and I think they're about to do so again.
Yeah, I think chips are going to be going in the middle here.
Yeah, Cat can easily have a 7 here. You know, she's out of the big blind, defending the big blind, and after Austin raised it up. So if he thinks she has a 7 for a lower straight, he's going to go for the max.
Austin also does have the queen of clubs in his hand too. So yeah, we're going to see chips in the middle here.
Yeah, no way around it.
No. She does like to put in the call. A 7 on the river. Puts out a complete straight on the board. Yeah.
Cat's going to check it over.
Yeah.
How does Austin find the check
Wow.
back? That's amazing. Sick, sick read by Austin there.
Wow.
To check it back.
Wow, wow,
Queen of
wow.
clubs. I had a straight.
Good check back.
Oh, she had the straight flush draw too.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah, that was about as actionable a board as you could get.
I can't believe he found the check back on the river. I'm not going to lie.
That's
Wow.
the monster moment.
Yeah, you called my 20 grand. I knew you had the blood.
Your big boy.
I could have a
Wow. Impressive play.
Kind of got left speechless. Like I thought he was for, especially when she checks the river. I thought he's going for some definite value.
I thought so too. I thought he was definitely going to be putting in a pretty. Definitely was going to bet. But no, I just found the check back. Listen, if Mike ends up being speechless about something, that means he's impressed. All right.
Or grossed out, maybe.
Oh, that too. Yes.
Sometimes when you see that huge suck out, you just kind of go speechless as well.
I mean, that is also the other spectrum of being impressed. Just the other side of it.
That was just the unexpected. Like, chips
Yeah.
are gonna fly, and somehow they don't.
Yeah. I thought for sure they were going to go in the middle.
But Cat getting the best of it again here.
Man, Cat's starting to run really, really good.
Also with a little bit of light, holding a club.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for him to continue with how weak of a club it is.
But he is.
He puts in the call.
If it was enticing enough. Oh my gosh, and he gets there. These two are battling. Trips for Cat, but unfortunately Austin Rivers is flush, and Cat's going to go ahead and bet again.
Flicks it in.
Yeah.
Jack 4 gets it done.
You a king? Full house this time.
So big hand versus big hand. Cat and Austin back to back. Just
wow. I got Ronan pushing back in. We are going to be taking a break here shortly, guys. A 10-minute break is going to be coming up soon in about another 7 minutes or so. So hang tight when we do take that break in about 7 minutes.
That works for me.
I think now at this point we have about 56 players remaining in the field, so we're still quite a bit of ways before getting to the bubble for the money.
I did.
24 to go.
It's coming to you.
So it'll be fun seeing how they adjust when they get a lot closer.
Yep. It's pretty wide open right now at the moment.
6,000.
When we do come back from the break, the blind levels are going to increase to being 1,500 small, 3,000 big, 3,000 ante. So there will also be a color up taking place as well during that break. I think we're going to get all the purples off the table, which are the $100 chips.
Call 1, fold 2. Heads up.
Queen 6-7 rainbow board.
Back 6.
Austin has a 7.
Call. C3.
Now an 8 on the turn.
Check.
I think that gives 600 repairs the board. So Austin is going to go ahead and take this one down. Yes. After that turn card, CN did have himself a gutter.
It's going to put CN Very short stacked, heading into the big blind this hand. It'll be fun to see the double dynamic of the player being away from the small blind and short stack in the big blind. People like to attack those dead blinds from somebody away from the game, but you don't always want to attack somebody so short in the big blind.
Looks like got a new player coming in, Ronan. Doing a quick count here for our new player that's getting ready to hop in.
87. Sorry, it's gonna be messy, but did it quick. Yep. All right. 24, 24. In case you're wondering, 87.
Jordan says, not very ambassador-ish of Raymond to be away from the game. I mean, maybe letting your chips just get given away is pretty ambassador. I don't know. Very torn.
I mean, he's playing in another tournament, so he's doing double duty here. So
I'm all for a person signing up for a tournament and just folding.
Like, I think that's perfectly fine. Yeah, like I don't think that's
free prize money, baby.
I don't think that's weak or anything like that. I think that's a little too harsh to say. I think it's fine, especially if he's in another tournament and everything. He's still coming in and playing, you know, so, I mean, it's not like hasn't shown up.
Maybe it's a little unfair that he was able to sprint back for ace-king at a perfect time.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, that's
like
just
a cheat code.
that's just the nature of it, but.
Here we go. CM, the short stack in that big blind, does rip it all in.
11,400.
Howard assembling the call. So fresh to the table, Howard all in on the first hand. Calling it all in on the first hand, I should say.
Yep, so here we go. CN's tournament life on the line here against Howard, who just joined the table. Trays are still in the lead. Oh, flush draw. Doesn't happen. The Trays hold, and CN is eliminated.
Welcome to the table, Howard.
Yeah. He just sat down. He just sat down, and he just takes down a pot and eliminates somebody.
Sounds like a good plan to me. So, one player in, one player out, real quick.
59.
We're going to continue to see players get shuffled around throughout this event. Again, this is a featured table coverage of a $200 buy-in ambassador bounty event. Around 60 players remain at this point. Top 29 will pay out, so a lot of wiggle room for play. We're going to see a lot of people obviously have to bust out of the tournament before we get to the final table. Now another short stack, all in. Greg here, just under 10 big blinds on this all in with King-9 suited. Pretty easy open shove. And that's actually going to take it down as everybody else lets it go.
15 that off. I was prudent. I had your stack. I probably would have rolled.
And for anybody that has missed it, there in the 2 seat, you see the dead chip stack. That is Ray, one of the ambassador bounties. He's built a chip stack on an event that started early this morning that he thought he was going to be out of. Then he found some doubles and chipped up. He's been running back and forth. It's going to be fun to see that dynamic continue if he stays alive in that other event. And actually gets on Cat. We're going to see her open it up. Makes it 5K to go with ace-9 suited. Cat currently, I believe, the largest chip stack at the table. Looks like Dean's going to be the only caller. Being a little bit discounted with small blind, puts it in. And off they go to Jack 10-4. Actually just going to go check. Cat electing not to c-bet on that flop. Dean checking on the turn. Cat with her open and straight draw. Probably would have gone nowhere. Now board pairing 4 on the river. Cat's ace high. Definitely best hand. See if Dean wants to bluff at it. He does not. Just checks it over. Cat's going to check it back, and she'll be dragging this one in. Maybe against a weaker opponent, Dean might have gone for the bluff on the river there, but the way Cat's been playing and navigating, can't really blame somebody for not wanting to try to pull a bluff at it. Haven't seen her misstep at all so far on this feature table. Always hard to bluff the player that's got kind of everything going the right way.
Let's say, guys, I think we're going to be hitting our break soon. So I think this is the last hand before we do take our next 10-minute break.
He's been there all day for me. So
Me and Country will be taking that break along with the players.
Yep.
I'll run off. As Daryl says, it's going to be a long night. I know I'm going to run off and grab a coffee. couple of sugar.
See, I had a Frappuccino already, but I might have to hit up another coffee later.
Oh, yeah. Fully prepared for a long one. I remember I wasn't prepared last year and it bit me, so learn from my mistakes, all right?
Out of the hand, get your black chips ready. I'll start calling them up.
So, yeah, as you hear them announcing, we'll be after this hand. We're going to go on a quick 10-minute break. Obviously,
75.
we'll be back in 10 minutes. Hope you guys are all going to be back in 10 minutes along with us because this event's going to be going for quite a while.
It will be. It's going to be a long one for sure.
Before we do, we've got two players going off to an ace-6-4 two-club flop. Howard's deuces stay best. Cat. The pre-flop razor going to continue the aggression with a C-bet on the ace-high board and gets to take it down.
Color up the black chips.
All right. Yep, so there it is. We are now officially on the break. So, again, hang tight, guys. We'll be back in about 9 minutes or so with this break coming up as they will color up chips and everything. So, thanks again for watching, guys. Be back in about 9 minutes.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No lights, no cameras.
Really, I just like.
All right, guys, welcome back. We are back from the 10-minute break. We also did a color up. We took all the purple chips that are $100 each off the table, and we are about ready to get back into tournament play here. At this point, we have about 52 players left. Still quite a bit of ways away from our money as far as the bubble goes.
Stuck to my finger the first one. Good news or bad? I don't know. It's a new deck, so. I just changed the whole course of the tournament there. So one of y'all win. It's because of that. 3 to go. Hold 9. Hold 1, 2. 0, 4. 6.
There you get a look at the Rungood ring with the trophy as well. And Greg's going to go all in. 7-6 suited versus Howard. It's ace-10. This is the first hand back from break. So here we go. Oh, wow, flush draw. And then top two, or two pair, excuse me, for Howard. Flush completes for Greg. So Greg stays alive. The flush gets there on the turn. Howard would flop 2 pair. Howard is going to unfortunately lose some chips there to Greg after turning the flush. Nice fireworks to come back to with the first hand from the break. And again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Don't forget, there are going to be some satellites for the main event. Beginning of tomorrow, we're going to have not 1, not 2, but 3 10-seat guarantee milestone satellites that's going to be happening. The first one being tomorrow at 7 p.m.
So milestone format might be my new favorite format, satellites.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
I don't know who came up with it, but they're pretty genius.
And all it is you just reach a certain threshold in your chips and you automatically get a seat guaranteed.
Check. Check.
5 of spades on the turn here.
Bet 6,000.
Ace high for Howard is what's in the lead. He's going to bet 6,000 here on Dean.
Well, might get the job done. Dean with just king high. No flush draw, no straight draw.
Yeah.
Easy fold for him.
But yeah, so there's going to be 3 of those in total. 1 on tomorrow night, 1 Thursday night, and then 1 Friday night. And again, all those are guarantees into the main event, which begins on Thursday at noon, day 1A. $1,200 buy-in, $300K guarantee in the prize pool. As always, guys, you can check out our website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, and much more. It's all there on the website.
Hold 6. Hold 7. 8.
Actually gets all the way around to Cat in the small blind.
Check.
Electing to just call. Doesn't want to maybe go to war too hard with Austin. They've been battling very often. So in a blind versus blind scenario, she's going to play it coy.
Yeah.
But now she's going to bet out. And Austin with a flush draw, he's going nowhere.
Yep. Cat with just a pair of deuces right now, which I guess is technically in the lead.
Turn jack. Deuce is still best.
Check.
But she's going to check it over.
Austin may take an opportunity to go ahead and try to bet at this and maybe steal it.
Sure looks like it. You can tell Cat doesn't want to let it go, even though she just had bottom pair. Again, her and Austin have battled quite often. Austin has been rather aggressive. just bottom pair, blind versus blind. We're going to see her fold.
And back-to-back wild hands that took place between those two and those battles as well.
Wow. I know.
And Ray is back. Again, pulling double duty.
I should just have some on both tables.
Get anybody else on?
You bring beers for everybody.
Oh, well, who wants one? I'll buy. All right.
The oldest bounty to the whole table that you've ever.
She should be back.
So just in time for his big blind is Ray. Again, Ray is one of the bounties in this event, so if you knock him out, you get a mystery draw. A prize up to 1,000.
Raise 6,000, seat 9, fold 1.
We're going to see Cat open it up from the button, 8-6 suited.
All in.
And now Ray gonna go ahead and just
There you
3-bet
go,
shove.
all in.
46.
He always comes back at the opportune times.
46.
This time
Although
it's for
this
his
time,
play.
yeah, exactly.
So he's trying to either build a stack or bust out again. He has a big stack in the other event happening
Knows when to come back.
a little bit deeper and in the money, I believe, at this point.
Yep.
Wow.
In our big O event.
Only 15 from you,
So he's been going back and forth,
Yeah, but this is what I
trying to run up both chip stacks.
just didn't feel it this time.
Yeah, the other tournament, you're probably way higher. Yeah, I get aces over there a lot.
No, I'm just saying that.
You're still
But yeah, you got 5 cards. Of course you're getting.
Way to go.
Yeah, again, we are at 1,500 small, 3,000 big, 3,000 ante this level.
These players are on 30-minute levels at this stage of the event.
Raise
Again, we will be
6,000,
playing
fold.
the feature table all the way down to the final table.
All in the 2.
And Raymond just goes all in again.
He's trying to
Monster
get out of
this time with
buying
ace queen.
I'll buy drinks
Again.
either way.
And a fold.
Again, Cat's got to just let it go.
Yeah.
He shows them this time, I believe. So
All right, start a tab for me. I'll buy the drinks.
And there he goes. Off to the other tournament.
he did just offer to buy the whole table drinks, though. so
Exactly.
pretty nice guy.
You know what? And I will also say that's very much an ambassador move, I will say.
If I could ever play in a tournament where a guy plays about one hand out of every 8 and is auto-folding the others and offers to buy me a drink, he might be my favorite player.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll auto-fold and buy you a round.
Yep.
3K to go.
I guess good luck to him over in the Big O.
Fold.
And you always have
7, 8.
it.
As for us, we're going to hold it down here.
Yeah, like, why even sit through all the hands, right? Fold 1, 2. Call seat 4.
Actually got around to Dean in the small blind. He's just going to complete. Joe going to check it back. Both these players very short in terms of chip stack.
Check.
Queen 10, king flop, 2 spades.
Both players looking for the other players holding for a straight.
Heads up.
Small bet and call.
Check.
Now spades do complete.
Now king on the river.
Check. Check. Who wins?
Dean's ace high going to be best.
Yep. Ace going to be good enough.
I had it second.
Some much needed chips for him, and now Joe's going to be on life support. Down to 5 big blinds.
But you would have the king. If we would, you would have the king.
Let's see if Joe can find a hand to get those chips in with. Imagine he'll be itching to do so. Next couple. Small blind this hand, button next hand.
Thanks, bro. Way to go. Fold 8.
Who says Ray is a super nice, good guy at poker? Yeah, he is. Definitely is. I mean, I remember I accidentally needled him last year. For event 1, I had heard that someone had fired 17 bullets into event 1, and I brought it up on the stream. I did not know this. Turns out, it was Ray. And Ray's like, yeah, I wonder who did that. And I was like, wait, was it you? He's like, yeah. I'm like,
So
oh,
for this guy, so
whoops. I genuinely did not know.
Just check the day too.
aces.
But he took it like he took it like a jam. He was very much knew it was joking and stuff like that.
I mean, if you can't laugh at yourself for firing 17 bullets, then you shouldn't fire 17 bullets.
Right. Yeah.
I don't call 10 mid pair.
I'd wear that as a crowning
And nines have
achievement.
always been. Nines have been good for us all day, right?
All right, so we got Theo pushing back in.
So we did see Dean
I was willing to
go all in and take a pretty decent pot down there. All the dead chips in play after Cat opened and Austin called. So just like that, he's up closer to 20 big blinds. Just a few hands ago, he was sub 10.
By the way, these blind levels will get pretty big exponentially. We just now hit 1,500, 3,000, 3,000. The next level will be 2,000, 4,000, 4,000. And then the level after that is going to be 3,000, 6,000, 6,000. So they're going to start increasing bit by bit.
Yeah, there is a bounty here.
All right, so another player comes in. I mean, it's one of the outer tables broke, and we're down to 48 players now.
Yep.
So 48 remain. Top 29 pay out. We're actually getting closer and closer to that bubble.
That we are.
Not quite close enough the short stacks can nurse it, but it will be fun to monitor. We may lose another table or two.
Wait a minute, hold up. Am I reading this right in the Facebook chat? Do we have a Mac Power sighting?
Well, you know, he loves watching poker.
He does.
Heard it's one of his favorite things to do.
What's up, Mac? Good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. Mac, of course, you can see down in St. Augustine.
Check him out maybe on April 11th during that meetup game. I'm sure he'll be there supervising to the fullest.
Yep. And I'm guessing just from that, I'm guessing Dean might be a St. Aug reg. That might be up here.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I personally haven't seen Dean in a little while. Used to play with him back in the Bayard days, so I imagine he's from more that vicinity of the greater Jacksonville area.
Nobody can get the bounty. That's not fair.
Well, I mean, somebody eventually get it. 12-1-2. Well, maybe.
Lola 2X. I remember Lola.
Or 2.
Well, speaking of Dean, here he goes. Ace King in the hijack.
Does have the short stacks behind him. We'll see if any of them can wake up with something. They don't. Now actually gets over to Howard and Cat. Neither one of them with a playable hand in the blinds, it looks like. Dean just going to take it down. Shows the Ace King saying, come on, don't be afraid, put the chips in there.
Yeah, again, getting closer and closer to the money bubble. Again, we are paying out the first 29 spots. The min cash being $276. But that first place prize up top, $8,347 for first place.
That's what everybody really wants.
Yeah.
You don't buy into a $200 event trying to win $270.
No, no.
But $8,700, yeah.
I would say 87 is definitely a better return on investment for sure.
That's just math. Nice action. Continuing to fold around. It gets to Howard's button. Looks like he's going to raise it up. Makes it 8K to go. Near a 3X open from the button. Seen Cat 3-bet out of the small blind before. Let's see if she wants to do it again here. That looks to be what's happening. So we saw her raise very similarly with a player that wasn't, I believe it was a player before Howard that's been since eliminated. Forces Austin to fold ace-10. Howard's going to let go of the trays, and Cat, for the second time, gets a nice 3-bet steal out of the small. The players came back from break and probably kept the phones in their pockets by accident. Obviously, can't have any phones at the featured table, so nobody can be, watching on stream how their opponents were playing.
I thought you were shipping it.
That was an option.
I like my hand.
Looks like Ray will be away for his big blind again. We'll see if anybody wants to reach out and try to steal these blinds, given the fact that he is gone. Especially players like Joe and Greg on the shorter side of things. Might open the door for them to rip a little bit later. And there it is from Greg. All in for his 12 big blinds with an ace. Pretty standard shove. Especially given the fact there's no big blind in play. Now Kate wakes up with a pocket pair. Cat, rather, wakes up with a pocket pair on the button. Pocket sevens. Just going to go ahead and ISO shove. Get Austin out of there. He does, in fact, fold Queen Jack. A hand he might have come along with if she called. So now she gets it in pretty good. Greg looking for an ace. Ace does not come as it comes down to Queen 9-8. Jack on turn. Now 8 river, cats, sevens, holding up. As well as somebody on the other tables behind us we just heard celebrating. Probably got a fortunate run out and all in like Cat did here. We are going to see Greg eliminated off of this feature table.
That would be fantastic.
I don't think there was much Greg could have done different there. Player away from the big blind, 12 big blind stack. Pretty automatic all in.
See, I always have it at the bottom. I always have it at the bottom. Except that one time when he was like...
That blind isn't got to walk all day, I promise you. Because we've played 95% of the time without him being there.
Thank you.
We found it out.
And then how do you use
Rest over on you, boss.
was only like the...
So Ash starts on Dean. See him get out of there. Over to Joe. Can't get a hand to go all in with yet. Has to fold yet again. I'm sure he's itching to find a double up. So we're going to see Cat open it up here. 10-9 offsuit. Raising things up. Austin putting in the call at the Queen 5 suited from the button. It would be just these two familiar foes heading to the flop. It's down King 9 deuce, rainbow board. Cat's pair of nines are best. Austin just Queen high. She goes check check.
Yeah. No, I got it made.
Cat assembling a bet, puts out the delayed C bet. Austin just gonna let it go. Cat continues to dominate this featured table. Up over 60 big blinds. It's a pretty massive stack on this table. Maybe the next closest player is under 30 big. She's got more than everybody.
No,
Doubled up.
I didn't have it made.
Especially as we get closer and closer to the money. We'll see if she wants to take that chip stack and try to keep putting pressure on
It was
everyone.
kind of like yesterday's tournament. Yesterday was a 300, but we had a 200 down in San Diego.
Alright, so Howard with some suited connectors, electing to just limp in with the 8-7 of diamonds. Does have a playable 25 big blind stack. And now when action gets on Cat, we're going to see her raise it up. Pretty quickly, Austin puts in the call.
Which one? It's 2 5s. This one right?
I'm back, fam.
No, go back.
Ray, after missing it, both of his blinds, gets back. In the meantime, we saw Dean and Howard putting calls, so we're going to be 4 ways in a raised
I
pot.
was trying to steal your blind.
Not something you see too often here.
He's out.
Yeah, that's what he
Comes
gets.
down King 9-9. Dean's hand is best as he has Austin out-kicked. Cat, meanwhile, the gut shot straight.
Are you in the money?
The betting lead is the pre-flop raiser. She's going to fire out a C-bet.
6 left.
She's trying to represent a king. Austin and Dean both holding one.
I called my fake too. I had aces, the flop was A77.
See both Austin and Dean put in calls. Howard
Quad's gonna come.
going to go ahead and get out of there with this 8 high.
Yeah, 7.
3 ways to a turn. It is another 9.
Barrel.
So now Cat drawing dead. Dean and Austin
Because I checked off.
very likely to head off to a chop. Does check over to Austin. Looks like he's going to put out a value bet, knowing his hand very likely best. Whoa, the 17,000 Dean calls. Now Cat gets out of the way. To the river we're going to go, and these two guys are inevitably going to chop this one up as it moves. All in and call. Chop we have. Dean and Austin pick up a little bit of chips there. Cat.
I don't know what you have.
You
No, I was
just checked
watching the stream.
Oh, no.
I was watching the stream.
It's live
Yeah.
here because it's way behind.
Yeah.
No, on my phone it was live. I'm kidding. I have no idea.
Of course. Of course. I believe you too.
I was about to say you can't see the cards.
Well, we already know he would have been all in, so none of us would have seen those cards.
Shit. But it's good.
Yeah, I mean, I've had good hands when I went all in. Except one time.
She keeps getting good.
So you only bluff when you don't have regular cards, is what you said, right?
I only bluff when I don't have anything.
Yeah.
If I have a good hand, I won't bluff.
He only bluffs when you had the cards.
You've bluffed out a turn a couple times by yourself.
I did. Pretty sure I'm getting 2 kings
Are you
here.
on break?
No, I'm just
Pretty
missing
sure
a
I'm gonna
hand
have 2 ways.
just to hang out with you guys.
He wants his 30 seconds of fame.
9, fold 1. What do you think, man? Big moment.
Whoa. I didn't know that was an option for you.
Everyone's shocked as Ray does just fold. It's on Lola. 7 big blinds, king 10 offsuit.
Ray just came
Going with the
out.
raise, rather not fully all in, just half of her stack.
Oh yeah, Lola with the
In the dark?
leaving herself with only 3 bigs left, and she's gonna go ahead and put in the call here as Joe is all in.
Oh, no, I looked. I looked.
So Lola v. Joe all in,
And then
king
everybody
5 versus
folded,
king
so I
10.
decided to raise and steal the blinds.
And 10 on board for Lola.
Yeah, Lola's got a hammer lock on this one, and that's gonna be it. Joe eliminated.
I went brilliant.
Don't forget your
Hold
food.
my ace
Oh, is that where you came?
So Lola will take that one down.
Nice time trying to steal it.
We're now under 40 players left in the field. It's still getting closer and closer. Again, the money bubble is the first 29.
How many players in the money?
29?
29?
29, I think. 44 left.
12%. Maybe I'll go with him and watch the.
I remember Lola on a couple of our PLO live streams the last tournament series. She's a wild one.
And my action is to fold.
So far, no wild action on this hand. Everybody just
Why
gives
do you-
Howard a
why
walk.
do you have me there as Lola? Why do you have me there as Lola?
Lola,
No, but how did you pick up the Lola?
2x.
How did you know?
How did you know? How the latest one?
And they also
Because that's not
put
my
rubber-
name.
Famous. You're famous.
That's not my name.
They
So
also
it's
put
good
rubber
memory.
band.
Good memory.
They put
Because she
Copacabana.
keep telling that Brenda lady that she's your favorite bluffing. She just thought she had a good. She thought ace high and bottom pair was good all the time. I reviewing it like she was bluffing all the time.
Fold 1, 2.
Okay.
Plus 3.
If I can show. I know, right? I remember that. That's why you know Lola. Right?
Folds all the way around to the blinds. Howard puts in the call. Gives Kat the option in the big, and looks like she's going to raise it up.
7,500.
When she does, Howard can't stand the heat and has to let it go.
Yep.
Barrel into that.
Kat has slowly but surely been dominating this featured table.
Well, she did get her warm-up last night in the women's event. Well, she's definitely played very well so far in this event. Again, the first place prize, guys, for this event. If you want to look in the YouTube channel, you can just type in ! Payouts to see the payouts for our final table when we do get the 9-handed. And we'll take night bottom at the load. There we go. 8,347 again for first place. Ninth place money being $835. Again, 229 entries. And we are now down to our final 38 at this point. 38 left.
2,000 in the one.
Say Austin's bluff. Looks like it's getting picked off by Lola here.
Yeah, Lola was not.
Action checked all the way through to the river. The board pairs and Austin fires out. She's a pretty easy non-believer in that spot. Looks like could have Ray away from the big blind again. Always been trying to steal it, as they should.
Yep.
See who gets after it this time around. First crack at it will be Lola.
I think actually we're still at like over 40 in this spot actually now doing the math. And that, so when the tables rebalance and everything, we'll be at 40. Start thinking about that a minute. Like, not quite under 40 yet.
Dean maybe thinking somebody will try to steal the big blind. Just limps in here for the 3,000.
Now Austin with ace tray is going to go ahead and bump up the raise. Raymond is going to fold. Dean puts in the call, so here we are. 5-6 queen.
A great flop for Dean. Flopping top pair. No flush draw on board either. So after Austin C bets, Dean just rips it.
That's a big decision for me at 7-8. How it ended.
Looks good.
So nice pickup for Dean. Austin's been having a rough go of things recently. Let's see if he can turn it around. Early on this table, he was getting a lot of bluffs through, a lot of late 3-bets through without too much resistance. Now he's been kind of running into both resistance and some actual hands recently. Obviously not dead yet, as he still has 17, 18 big blinds heading into his hand. A lot of wiggle room. Not handcuffed to having to just wait for a monster and go all in. So action spins over to Cat, King Jack offsuit. We're gonna see her raise it up. Let's make it 6K. Awesome. Queen 7 suited. He's gonna call from the button. Lola, for such a discounted price, gets to play the offsuit connectors in 5-4. Off we go 3 ways.
9-8-8 rainbow board.
Nobody with anything here. Cat gonna c-bet though. Cat was again the pre-flop raiser, so continuation bet in order on this flop. It's going to get the job done.
All right, so I think we are now at 40 players remaining. We are seeing a rebalance happen as we are getting players in.
Ace deuce 3 on the
Yep,
flop.
5 tables left. We're playing 8-handed throughout the entire event, except for the final table, which will be 9-handed.
Yep.
That prevents it from being off balance with 2 tables left. So every time you see broken game players come in, it's generally because something went down on the outside. So Country said 40 players remaining. Again, top 29 pay, so we're inching closer to that bubble mark.
So what are we doing?
He's played about another 8 hands since you've been out.
Do you want a drink?
No, I'm good.
They're doing a
Thank
round
you.
of drinks.
I don't.
You always ask drink, so what do you want?
I'm not. I know. Thank you, I'm good.
I think as well, we're going to be actually moving up in the blind soon, too.
I ordered one from Carla, so I mean I'll take if she's bringing it.
Again, these blind levels, 30 minutes in length. Now that we've made it past registration, remaining levels in the event will be 30 minutes. So,
Yeah, so
we're closing in on that first half hour being down.
Yep.
Since the break.
So hold on a minute, they're counting first.
Again, anybody just tuning in recently, this is a $200 buy-in Rungood Ambassador Bounty event coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. on about a 20-minute delay in our coverage of this featured table, not yet final table of the event. About 40 players remain. Top 29 will pay. And we'll be rocking this featured table coverage all the way down to the final, at which point we'll go right into the final table coverage.
Now we will. Looks like Ronan getting the chip counts with the new players coming in.
Did you put in the square?
Yeah, she did.
Oh, she did.
A couple of new players joining the table as things balance out. Players are getting eliminated both on the feature table and outer tables. Now Howard opening it up with sixes. Austin going to call it the ace-9. Austin suddenly becoming one of the shorter stacks. Something we haven't seen him experience yet on the feature table. For the most part, he had smooth sailing as one of the middling to larger side of the stacks at this game. So now action Lola King Queen. Could have seen her 3-bet. So she's taking the low variance route, puts in the call, getting a great price to do so. All three of these players on the shallower side. Meaningful pot for all of them.
Ace 7-5, 2 hearts.
Austin flopping the best of it here. Only player with an ace. Action does check around. Howard elected not to c-bet the 2 opponents on an ace-high flop. Board pairing 5 on the turn. And now Howard puts out a delayed c-bet. Austin going to try to make sense of what this means. You would really think that if Howard had an ace, he would have continued on the flop. And that's what Austin thinks. Always see him just rip it in here.
And Howard with his hand caught in the cookie jar.
That's just a rough spot, too. Pretty much stuck. Praying that your opponent might have a heart draw. Otherwise,
put in the call.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't put Austin on an ace since he didn't bet the flop. One of those
and Howard only
spots because the flop checked around.
There it is, yeah. Austin gets a pretty big
I'd say huge
pot.
Double
Yeah.
up. Huge double up there.
Big pot going his way.
Started that hand sub 20 bigs. Now he's up to 40.
And Howard left with
crumbs.
Crippled stack. Only 5 bigs left.
So that's going to be a huge dynamic shift on this table, too.
Well, and also the fact that I believe now the blind levels are going to increase. They're going to be 2,000, 4,000, 4,000 now.
Say, for me, what it is the fact that we're getting close to the bubble. Austin, obviously, one of the players that's more aggressive at this table. He's going to try to take those chips and use them to put a lot of pressure on his opponents, maybe as that bubble gets close.
Yeah.
And he has position on Kat, who is the other big stack. She's the only one that has him out chipped, so he has the benefit of seeing what Kat does. You know, if she gets out of the way, he can start being really aggressive with the players behind him, especially given the fact he's got a dead stack to his left. So we might see him turn it up a notch.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate for Howard there. As again, now he's only down to 4 bigs, and he's going all in with ace-5 offsuit.
Yeah, he's the all in with an ace and 4 big blinds. He gets it through Kat. He's not getting it through Austin, though.
No.
Ace-queen. Austin going nowhere.
Yeah, Austin is going to go ahead and put in the raise.
Yep. And wow, Raymond would have had ace-queen suited. Lola wakes up with pocket 9s. We might see her ship.
She's definitely thinking about it.
Very interesting decision point, given the fact there was an all-in and a 3-bet from Austin. Does look very, very strong. Usually the small 3-bets like this indicate a big hand.
Yeah, she does let go of her 9s. Dale ace-4.
All the aces are out then.
Yep.
So Howard going to be looking for a 5.
Pocket 9s, yeah.
What is it? Ace 5. 16.
Oh, I shouldn't be doing it.
Lola kicking herself a little bit, thinking she should have stuck in with the 9s there.
Pocket 9s can survive.
Trey 6-6 flop.
So opportunities for Howard.
Ooh.
Or scoop.
A scoop for Howard. 5 comes on the turn to bail him out.
And fortunate for Howard that Lola folded the 9s, as they would have been good.
That was good.
So it gets 2 very fortunate outcomes on that hand.
Yeah. Lola actually, yeah, she would have boated up. She would have had trace full 9s on that hand.
Damn, she's definitely kicking herself a little bit, maybe a little too hard.
Yeah, I don't think it was a terrible fold by her at all.
Fresh off his double, we're gonna see Howard let it go under the gun. Cat with an ace. Let's see if she wants to raise it up. She's just gonna let it go.
Shane asking, is this the final table? No, this is a featured table. So we are still, we just hit the 40 player mark with the rebalance. So we're either at 40 players still or under 40 players at the moment. So we still got a little bit of a ways to go, but this is featured table right now for this ambassador event.
Featured hand here. Dale looking down at a pocket pair against Lola's shove.
Could be better than
Lola advertised it as well. She just folded pocket 9s last hand. So maybe that's playing a little bit in Dale's thought process. You know, she just folded 9s last hand. What's she shoving with this hand? Normally a pocket pair is probably going to be a call here for 10 bigs. Given the fact that you know she's not shoving pretty much anything worse, we might see him let it go. Until he's in the blender a little bit. He does in fact find a fold.
And it's going to fold around.
She's not there, I call.
Back to back, folding of pocket pairs here on the feature table.
Did you do your prayers? Did you say your prayers this morning? I did.
No, I didn't. That's why I folded.
Again, we are about 10 players away from the money as well. Some of these close decisions tend to lean more towards folds, as people generally want to, sneak into the money before they get their chips in.
Yep, definitely getting closer and closer.
When you're about 10 players away, it starts becoming a real number.
8,000 with an icing. Old ones.
Cat with a pair, going to open things up. Going to fold all the way around to the blinds. After we see Dale fold his button. Trevlin with a very playable hand. Ace, Jack. She's got quite the healthy chip stack. It's in the call. Must be those two. Cat and Trevlin heads up both. Two of the big stacks on the table, probably in the field. Go off to a king-queen tray rainbow flop. See if Cat wants to c-bet on this board or just check it back for pot control. C-bet it is. Trevlin, the Broadway draw. Can't imagine she's going anywhere. Puts in the call.
Jack comes on the turn.
Yeah, not the way she wanted to improve, but she does now in fact have the best hand. Until the river comes out, 5 of clubs for Cat, spiking the set.
Wow.
It's a 2 out. Let's see if she can get anything out of it.
She is going to put together a bet here.
30,000.
Yeah, that's 30,000.
Going for the max.
And here is the call.
Pretty quick from Trevlin there. Really thinks the Cat was bluffing. Given the fact that it checked back on the turn.
You see the reaction from Trevlin. She's like, ah.
Oh, God,
honestly,
Cat
Cat could have played 6s, 7s, 8s the same way. 4s. Just happened to be 5s that got there. Trevlin went with the read that Cat checked back the turn with not too strong of a hand. Just unfortunate. It's the opposite kind of the spectrum on the river. But huge pot for Cat.
She got practice last night under these lights. What? You got practice under these lights last night.
Also referencing the ladies event that was here on Best Bet Live last night. Cat was part of. Got to play on this featured table back-to-back evenings.
And you weren't here last night too, huh?
No, didn't make it. I was so disgusted.
So how did he know your name?
From the other term, from like live stream the latest tournament, like WPA, maybe a couple months ago.
So a walk for Cat this time. Nobody wants to open it up.
Yeah, you got good memory. Only last night.
Smooth sailing.
He knows to understand them.
Hitting hands, and once she plays and gets walks with the weaker side of things like that one.
Look at there you go.
All right, so we got Ronan pushing back in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man,
Only been the two of them. Something about them.
give it to Bonda.
All right, 2, 4, 4.
Still 2,000, 4,000, 4,000 is this blind level. 2,000 small, 4,000 big, 4,000 Annie. Nice. So it's still a bit of a ways from the money, let alone the final table. So hopefully, you know, you guys are getting your drinks and your snacks on, maybe some coffee. I know we're going to be hitting the coffee soon. Mike's got 2 cups already in front of him.
Oh, yeah. Always double fisting.
Yep.
Trevlin with a suited wheel ace and ace 5 of diamonds. Goes ahead and puts in the raise. Cat gonna let go of the jack 4. Over to Austin. He's gonna defend his big with ace 4 offsuit. Heads up they go to a king 10-5 rainbow flop.
Trevlin does hit her 5. Austin did check it, and Trevlin's going to bet 15,000.
Chunky C bet.
Trevor, I had Jack
Happy
Queen.
to take that one down with her bottom
Get
pair.
all my chips there. Jack Queen.
So as things stand on this table right now, you know, they say women rule the world. Well, they're rolling this featured table. This Cat and Trevlin are the top 2 chip stacks at the moment.
The bounty is.
Trevlin maybe a little bit fresher the table, but Cat's been having her way with it so far.
Oh, he can be.
See how much they want to put those chips to work as we do inch closer to that money bubble.
He wants a champagne because they get the champagne.
The current short stack at this table is Howard there.
Yeah. They get the
In
champagne.
between the 2 big stacks, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place over there in the 8th seat. Currently our 2 seat is the big blind. Raymond, he's away from the table. Let's see who wants to try to steal his big blind.
Raise 8,007.
Trevlin raising it up. Cat's gonna look down at an ace. So it feels like all options are on the table here. Could see a 3 bet, could see a flat. Looks like she's taking the aggressive route. Looks like she's assembling a 3 bet.
Raise 24,000.
There it is, 24K to go.
1, 2.
Folds back around to Trevlin, so the 2 chip leaders look like they're about to clash again. Trevlin puts in the call. We get a flop with ace, king, 10. So Trevlin straight, Cat pair aces. Only saving grace for Cat is that she does have a pretty weak kicker. Might keep her out of trouble. She assembles and throws out the continuation bet, 17K.
Yeah, nothing like flopping Broadway.
Now Trevlin sitting here with the queen of spades in her hand. Real easy spot for her to possibly smooth call, set the trap. Cat has a monster. You're gonna get chips in the middle anyway.
Now 4-liner on the board.
Yeah, that queen might slow Cat down. Sure enough, checks it back. Even the hands that don't contain a jack, there's so many 2-pair combinations now.
Complete blank on the river. Trevlin gonna go ahead and bet here.
Yeah, it'll be real tough for her to get paid though.
Yeah. 4-liner on the board. Yeah, definitely gonna be tougher.
Yeah, even her non-straight holdings have a lot of king 10, king queen, queen 10. Even the hands that don't include a jack still have you beat. Very fortunate run out there for Kat, I would say. That turn card may have saved her quite a bit of chips. Nasty for Trevelyan. She flopped to the joint. Got an action-killing turn card.
Yeah. You have 4 and 4.
I can get a walk.
We're not in baseball here.
$4,000 to go.
The action gets underway again here. Do want to say thanks for everybody tuning in, hanging out with us here on the feature table. For anybody on this table you are cheering to make a deep run, feel free to let everybody know who you're rooting for.
All in on the 8. Hold 9.
And if it's Howard that you're rooting for, you got to hold your breath as he's all in with the pocket queens.
2, 3.
Monster for him, Dale with king queen suited after he raised, going to put in the call. We're going to go off to a run out. Dale obviously looking to spike a king or some hearts. Howard hoping his queens can hold up. And it comes king high. Unfortunate for Howard. So we are going to see him eliminated now after a clean run out. Fortunate sequence of events for him.
Card 59.
Much needed pot for Dale as that's going to chip him up nicely over 20 big blinds. Gives him plenty of wiggle room and chips to play with, especially with the 2 chip leaders on this table immediately to his left, Trevelyan and Kat.
Yeah, 6. $4,000 to go.
Fresh off of that win, action starts on Dale under the gun. He's got another playable hand in ace queen. Gonna watch him open things up here.
12,000.
Raises to 12K, goes 3x on this open.
Hold 7.
Does get through the 2 bigger chip stacks at the table. Frost folds, gets to Lola. In a small, has to fold king 10 off of her short stack. And Dean with a non-defendable jack deuce offsuit is going to let it go. And Dale picks up some chips again. Gets him to 30 big blinds. It's just hovering around 12 to 15 not too long ago.
Quad draw.
Quads and going to pairs.
Again, we're hanging around 36, 37 players remaining at this point. Again, top 29 do pay out.
Ball comes out 999.
So could get some bubble play here soon. Going to be fun to watch.
Fold.
See if some of these short stacks are going to limp into the money or be the unfortunate bubble.
Fold 2, 3. And a walk.
First walk of the day.
Oh my, Dale kings in the big blind and everybody lets it go.
Jack deuce of clubs, so I might have the.
Look at this.
I might have the.
You don't try to bite on the button, that's good.
Yeah. Jack deuce of clubs. Oh, cheers for that. I did say my prayers.
Four to go. Hold 9.
So action gets over to Austin. Ace deuce of hearts. Gonna raise it up after Cat folded under the gun.
Hold 3. Hold 4.
For Austin, it's a pretty nice situation to be in. The players behind him have to play pretty honest, being on the shorter side of things. He has position on the chip leaders at this table. Not good for him as Dale waking up with ace king suited in the small blind. So 3-bet incoming.
Raise.
Looks like he's trying to essentially play for it all, raising up the vast majority of his stack. Enough to put Austin all in, and Austin's got to fold.
Aces this time. Kings and aces.
Dale running hot, taking advantage, chipping up. Always nice to take a nice pot down pre-flop without even having to sweat a run out. keep chipping up slowly and surely.
4,000 to go. Hold 1, 2. Hold 3. 4.
So action on Dale again. 6-5 suited from the button. We could see him open it up. Obviously, not the best spot to be in with the two people that have more chips than you immediately to your left. First of those, Trevlin here with pocket 4s. We're not going to see her fold as she puts in the call. Cat, 10-6. He is going to have to let it go out of the big blind. Offering to go. Trevlin v. Dale heads up to ace, trade, Trey. Trevlin's 4s are in the lead. She's going to check it over to Dale. He's just going to check it back rather than C-bet representing that ace. And now 4 on the turn. Trevlin fills up. Dale turns an open-ended straight draw. Love this bet size from Trevlin here, betting 10K into 30K. Keeps any draw that Dale has in. Since she has the boat, she almost wants to charge a draw and hope they get there. That is not the card she was looking for. As now any ace would have her beat. We're going to see her just check it over, see if maybe Dale wants to bluff at it here, holding 6 high. That looks to be the case.
6,000.
He bets a tiny, tiny amount. Would work a good portion of the time. Not going to work this time as Trevlin has a pretty big hand.
I said you
Worth
got
looking
pocket
up.
4s. I swear to God on my life. I said she's got pocket 4s.
That's your hand.
So Trevlin
I knew it.
checking it over there.
Thought the
Gets a
ace
bluff out of
pressed
Dale, so extract a little bit of value. Go back to that turn. It's easy to slow play your full houses, hoping your opponent improves to a straight or a flush. That's what the small bet still accomplishes while at the same time loading the pot up. Love that turn size.
Now you're good.
Hold 2. Hold 3.
Position.
4. Hold 6. Hold 7.
So action folded all the way around to the blinds. Cat v. Austin. We haven't seen them battle too much recently, but prior, they were getting to it very often early on in the stream. Instead here, we're just going to see limped pot.
4,000.
Now Cat going to throw out a bet on this flop. Awesome with just 9 high. Going to let it go, not pull any moves at this stage. Cat putting her chips to work. Going to take it down. So here we go again. Ray, MIA Ray in the big blind. Fun adding a small wrinkle, having a dead big blind this late in the game. Not something we get to see too often. The last orbit we actually saw a raise and a 3-bet as a result of that dead big. See if it comes into play again.
Hold 3.
So Dean, looking down an ace, was definitely thinking about it. Decided to let it go. Now Dale,
Raise 15 into 6.
fresh off accumulating quite a bit of chips, is going to go ahead and keep his foot on the gas, raising it up. Every time he did accumulate those chips we're talking about, he got to show the goods. So there's no reason to think that he's getting out of line here with this raise, as he hasn't in the past.
And big blind first.
It gets the job done, and he steals it away.
Oh, you missed your big.
I didn't have anything good. You stole my blind? I
stole it, man.
It's coming for you.
We bought $100 worth of water.
What? No, I can't drink water.
Silly.
I am. We're three-handed.
Three-handed.
Three-handed. Yeah.
You're on break?
It's gonna be hand
You
for
want to be on
hand.
break? I'm going to be on break.
Yeah, we're on break.
To hear Ray reporting. We got a three-handed in the event that he is still alive in. Started this morning.
And you still triple-leader?
No.
He was pre-registered for this event as a bounty, so that's why we see him hopping back and forth. Easy to understand why he's been spending so much time over there on the final table.
160.
Back in time for a small blind here. He's going to try to chip up, that's for sure. Might be getting in
Where's
light.
your other rack?
Andy has a bounty on his head, so
Surely you have more than that.
could see some
Did you get
action.
your envelope or did you get knocked out already?
No, man, I have it in my pocket.
And with a player coming to the table, that does mean we're down to 32 players remaining in the field. Again, top 29 is the payout mark. So 32 players left, 29 pay. We are going to see the bubble here shortly. Dale waking up with pocket kings. Just limps in. He's praying that Ray looks down at something he wants to shove with. Very aware that Ray's going to ship it in light. Let's see if it works out or if it blows up in his face. So we saw Trevlin overlimp, making it even more tempting now for Ray to possibly shove.
Raise 15 and the 1.
Instead, it's going to be Austin raising it up with
Hey,
ace-7
Ben, can you give this to,
before it gets to Ray, who is short and itching to get it in. Austin raises pretty big, 15,000. Here comes the back raise from Dale.
99,000 and the 6 fold.
I knew you were going to do that.
Trevlin folds and Austin
Gonna fold in the 1.
gonna have to put in the frustratingly disciplined fold there with his ace-7. Obviously knows he's not best. So not who Dale was hoping to see raise, but does get chips nonetheless. Avoids letting Ruddy get in there for cheap and free. But Ray there in the 2 seat, he is one of the Rungood bounty ambassadors. This is a $200 buy-in ambassador bounty event, so the winner, the person who knocks out Ray would get his bounty in the form of the envelope in front of him. It contains a prize up to $1,000, in addition to the bounty medallion around his neck, plus bragging rights, because they're always fun. But Ray, we're talking about running deep in an event outside of this one, Big O event.
Fold 7.
So that's why we're going to see him possibly stick the chips in rather light, even with the bubble looming, as he's going to pay attention to that final table he's got going on over there.
Can be bounty versus bounty.
So
Raise 10,500.
Rom, another bounty in the field, raising it up with Jack-9.
Wash champagne.
Celia, he's trying to get after Raymond there in the 2 seat,
Fold 1, 2.
but doesn't work. Ray has to let it go.
I can get his bounty, he can get mine.
Lola, sitting on a short stack.
Last time I got a bounty.
King, queen.
10,500. Sorry, 10,500.
Looks like she's going to put in the call.
The other table over here.
Thought there's a chance we might see her just let it go, as
That's a call.
32 players are left and 29 pay.
All right.
Yeah. Remedios.
Is this same name? And same
Instead, after she calls, we go off to a flop.
Check 3. Bet.
Flop 7-7-5, and she checks it over. Rom C-bet's going to take it down. Well, we can't really do much about it.
Last time when I played, last series, Rungood, I got a bounty with that. I think you have very big chance with that.
What I'm saying, I want to go for
There's some
4,000 to go.
I think Ram is our last lone bounty left, or no, he doesn't
Ray.
have an envelope anywhere. He was a bounty earlier.
I believe so. He's still wearing the bounty medallion. Believe he is. Definitely Ray is.
Ray,
that's for sure.
Ray is still here as well.
Speaking of Ray,
What happens if we get bounty on bounty violence?
I mean, whoever wins, wins.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be for it.
unless it becomes like a progressive ambassador bounty.
Yeah.
PKO was the other day, so.
Yeah, that was. That's a tournament we featured, I think, like late last year with the PKO.
It's my favorite format. It's just really hard to pull off live.
Yeah.
I used to love playing the PKOs online. Fun to see them making it into the live realm. I love them for the aggression factor. Meanwhile, here talking about aggression, you see Raymond
Fold.
I think it worked out just fine.
shifting it all in. Dale wakes up with the ace king.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
No, he's talking about the hand earlier when he said he tried it.
Second one was good.
Raise all in.
Can we get a count?
Yeah.
So
with only 500 left,
All in
yep.
and call bounty at risk.
So here we go, bounty at risk.
Should have been suited, but I know.
You know, everybody's rooting for him.
Raymond very live here, 60-40.
Better stay there.
Jack 8 suited versus ace
We
king.
want you to concentrate on the
The
other.
bounty all in and at risk. Ace king offsuit versus Jack 8 suited for the bounty.
He has no gas money now.
You're not gonna take his gas money, are you?
7-7 trade for the flop.
7-7 tray flop here. Ace king still in the lead. Uh-oh, heart draw now is for Ray.
On the board, 2 hearts in the bounty's hand.
And a river. The queen. Dale gets it, and unfortunately Raymond has been eliminated.
You need a marker for him to sign the
Are
ball.
we hand for hand?
Attention players, so we actually lost 2 players in that last game while we were halting play. We are now in the money.
There it is.
Ah, there we go. So
Raymond
we're
the bubble
officially,
boy.
yep. Wow, so yeah, we lost 2 players, so that means we don't have to go hand for hand because we are now officially in the money with the double elimination on our table and elimination on the other table. So all the remaining players are now officially in the money.
No hand for hand. We're gonna keep on going.
Yep.
No more hand
So that
for
means
hand?
29 players remaining.
I know.
366. It went up while we were celebrating. It was going up regardless.
Celebrating the
6
blind
and 6. Yes, ma'am.
I hope he does well in the big O.
Yeah, he's in third. I mean, I think that's pretty decent.
Why did he come to us? He doesn't come to us.
Well, he's invited ambassador. Fold 8. We also got a C card, 59. Fold 9. Oh, you're saying why did he sit down?
Yeah,
He could have, yeah. All in the 3. He could have wrote it out.
So yeah, with the money bubble being burst, you'll start seeing the short stacks fly in there.
It's not because
Here's one of them in Lola. Easy ship with ace jack. Might have done it before the bubble burst, given her chip stack, but makes it a very easy decision once you know you're guaranteed the mid cash anyway.
21,000.
better than Jackie.
21,000.
Dean with pocket 6s. Next action 11
Call
bigs.
C4.
He's going to put in the call. Might see a couple short stacks get eliminated pretty quickly. Could easily be down to 3 tables remaining in this field pretty soon. As things stand here, it's Lola all in with ace jack, Dean with pocket 6s. Pretty classic coin flip.
Only 3 holders.
Off to the races, we're gonna go. See who can pull ahead on this flop, and well, nobody's really pulling ahead as it's still pretty much a coin flip off to the turn. Dean's 6s still hold, and they stay hold. Lola gonna be eliminated here off the feature table.
Oh, damn.
Dean just to rake in that pot.
But Lola does, you know, the fact she did make the money, she will at least min cash for this. So,
Yeah, as you see there, ninth place payout 835. Again, this was 29 remaining. Min cash of 273. So you tend to start setting your sights on chipping up to make a deep final table run once you're in the money.
Sure.
Gears have to shift from limping across the finish line to, well, now there's a new finish line I want to make it to.
Yeah. Also, guys, just a heads up on our stats. Unfortunately, when we were adjusting the blind levels, the small blind did not get adjusted, so it's going to be off slightly with the chip counts.
They were at 366.
Yep, we are
for
at
the blinds.
3,000, 6,000, 6,000.
Speaking of 6, Dale's got 2 of them.
Wow, 6s are showing up.
Yeah. Man, just Can you bring that to him real quick?
It
And
was
give him
like,
your name?
well, it kind of tripped me a little bit. We're in the money and then
Yeah, Trevlin.
Oh,
King,
Queen.
small against the button to open.
But it's just like it's heads up.
Yeah, we haven't seen Dale get out of line. I think that's why we're going to see her just put in this call as opposed to a 3-bet.
Call. Seat 8, 3 players.
So Rom getting a great price. Happy to put in the call. So they go off to ace, 4 deuce.
Check.
Nobody with an ace here. See if Dale wants to c-bet and represent it though with his 6s.
Check.
Same time, ace is the only overcard to his pair.
Checks around.
Instead, Dale's just going to check it back.
$32 million. I just think it's $32 million.
Daryl with a little update about Ram. Just posted over $3 million in earnings. Wow.
So he's a force to be reckoned with. Force, what he's using here. Aware that he's in the big blind. Given the fact that Dale opened and Trevlin called, he could be defending the big blind with a lot of hands that include a 5. But most likely neither of them have one. So Dale though with 6s.
He busted out and went.
Does have a straight in case the 5 came out.
He's going to let it go.
Yeah, very believable bet from Rom here.
And Rom takes it down.
Right?
Yep. And that's why he's got all those earnings.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe 12. Maybe 12.
Any bubble?
I just realized in the 3 seed that's Miami. Plays a lot of summer cash games. He's been playing a lot of tournaments lately. His real name's John, but he goes by Miami on our live streams. I think I've seen him a few times participate in the GoPo as well as the stack.
Oh yeah, very regular attendant.
Yeah. And all in all, good dude. Yep, there it is, Miami.
Like 160 right before.
He's just not wearing the Miami hat. He's not wearing a dolphin hat or anything like that. So
showing off the fresh cut.
Meanwhile, Dean pocket queens.
Yeah, gets to open things up. Ram. Ace King. So we're going to see a 3-bet.
Yep.
Just a question of size, and all in is the size.
Cat with queen 10 in the muck.
An easy fold there.
Now Dean has to commit the call here.
Rom pretty fresh at the table, so not a lot of reads to work with for Dean.
Yeah. Wants to let it go, and he does. Does fold.
Big fold indeed.
Wow.
Robert says there's already a well-known Miami John. Yeah, John Cernoto, pretty well-known. This Miami doesn't go by Miami John. He just simply goes by Miami.
Yeah.
Probably because he doesn't want to be known as an imposter.
Right.
It wasn't that.
Just happens to be a guy who's a big Miami fan and happens to have the first name John.
You can lie right this minute. I mean, I ain't gonna know until later that you lie.
No, then you are a designated liar. Like you see, nobody will lie on the screen. Nobody should.
But I don't know what you consider a big hand.
What did you have? I'll tell you what I have. If you tell me what you
Right now,
I folded queens.
we're getting closer. The average I think stack is about a little over 30 bigs right now. That's where we're at table-wise.
There's a flip.
I call it a big hand. Your hand is a big hand too. I agree. Both are big hands. That's a classic.
Yeah, Dean let go of the queens.
It's true. They're just talking about it. He says he folded the queen, so it wasn't a graphic error. It's real life.
For a whole tournament, no reason. Just fold many times. So I'm giving you credit. It's a big fold queen. Huge fold.
I folded queens.
Nope. They pulled queens.
Legit ace king. Check on this one.
If you told me, you said if I told you what I had, you tell me. I believe you had ace king. And I'm still not upset with the fold. I'm not.
Dean not getting married to the queens and
They want to auto this.
feels good about this folding.
Buttons in seat 9. 6 to go. Call. Seat 4.
Saying just to remind everybody, we are in the money here, so it wasn't a like a bubble situation,
right?
Where he found a somewhat more tight fold because we're a few away from the money. They did just burst the bubble not too long ago. Hovering around 25 players left. Top 29 did pay out. This is the featured table for our $200 ambassador event in the Rungood series. There we go.
Just good enough.
Miami getting it in.
26,000 on it.
Just good enough.
We did originally see
3 times.
26,000.
Dean limped in initially with the sixes.
This account is number
Dale raised it up.
Number 3, 2 before 3 was that. 2.
Interesting spot here.
Looks like Dean's gonna flick in the call.
26.
For only 11,000 more, Dale's going nowhere.
Players, 1 all in.
He's getting like 7 to 1 on that call.
Yeah, he is.
Talk about a great price with Jack 10 suited.
All right, let's go ahead and see a flop. 7-7 king.
And 2 hearts on board.
I think sixes are still in the lead, right?
I think they are.
Sixes
They
win?
stay best for Dean.
Wow.
Dean is going to drag this one in. That is going to do.
It's going to do it for Miami.
Yeah,
Dean.
very quick and short hangout for Miami here on the feature table.
C card 59.
Tina asking what the average chip stack is. Should be right around 180K at this juncture, so
right.
about 30 big blinds. Generally, they'll probably hover around the 25 to 30 big blind mark at this point. Especially as some of those short stacks get it in, kind of like Miami did there with the bubble bursting not too long ago. Short stacks tend to start gripping and ripping.
Austin running over.
6,000 to go. And not quite.
Making sure he didn't miss the hand there.
Hey, you don't miss your button, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Especially since you paid for it.
So Dale, first act with Queen
Raise
Jack.
15.
Gonna open it up.
Fold 7. I need 6 more.
Trevor folds over to Rom. He gave that glance like maybe he wanted to pull something, but he lets it go. Cat's turn with an ace. Ace 6 off. Has to fold now. Austin's going to rip it in.
Yeah, all in with the sixes.
Yeah, pocket pair, sub 20 big blinds.
And a fold. And a 4.
Pretty normal 3-bet shove.
And a call. Turn them up.
Dale with a pretty quick call with Queen Jack.
Yeah. So here we go. All in for Austin with 36,000.
I guess Austin was a little bit shorter than I thought. That's why you see a pretty fast call by Dale. It's only about 6 bigs.
No, and a jack does show up on the flop. Oh, man.
And the
Trips
turn.
now. Yep. So Austin unfortunately eliminated. Dale takes that one down. I think we're getting close now to our 24 player where we'll balance the tables with 24 left, with 3 tables left. We're getting closer for that now.
Yep, saw 3 players eliminated on this table alone. Would imagine they're flying out on the outer ones as well. As crossed that money bubble not too long ago. All the shorties are trying to get it in.
I know.
So to appreciate everybody watching along with us. We are kind of getting closer and closer to the nitty gritty, as Country just said. Going to be down to 3 tables here in just a second.
Yeah, I'm guesstimating we'll probably hit final table. Probably, I want to say around 11 o'clock. I want to say 11 o'clock, 11:30 for final table.
And we'll just keep on showing every hand until one person has all the chips.
Yep.
first place. A little over 8K, 8,300.
Where's their self-fold?
By the way, next blind level. By the way, next blind level that's going to be happening soon is going to be 4,000, 8,000, 8,000. That will be the next blind level. Tina says, watching from Portland, Maine. Nice. Love to hear that.
So Rom opened things up. Sean Dale gonna defend his big blind with the ace-8. Rom with ace-5. Ace does fall.
Yeah, it does catch an ace.
Ace jack 6.
Dale's 8 right now is the better.
Rom did see bet. Dale called.
4 on the turn. Hearts complete. And Dale has the 8 of hearts.
Yeah, drastically increases the chance of that 8 staying alive kicker.
So we are gonna, yep. So we are having new players hopping in. One of those players, I know Mike was looking forward to hopping on the live stream
again.
Yep.
Another heart does fall in the river. So Dale's 8 kicker plays in the form of a flush.
Yep.
Rom wisely checks it back on the river. Boy, he's costing himself some more chips.
And there we go. So there we go. 3 new players. We are officially at 24 players remaining now in this event.
We got Gil.
We got Gil joining us in seat 1, Jackson in seat 2, and the man with
Ryan, if you ask my name, I swear I want to go home.
A lot of stories.
Yep. Yep. The one and only Freddie.
Hiding himself there in the 3 seat.
Yep. Which I know, Mike, you said you had lots of Freddie facts ready.
Oh yeah.
For the live stream whenever Freddie got to this table.
379.
Whether they are true or not, that'll be up to you to decide.
Commentary for when I get knocked out.
Of course, Freddie works over at Orange Park along with Mike Kruger.
Yeah, one of my minions over there. That's why he said before they resumed play and we started our commentary at the beginning of feature table coverage, he was afraid he'd get moved here and make a huge error on stream for us all to make fun of him. So I expect everyone to make fun of him if he does.
Also, hey, what's up, Hunter? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well in the chat. It's definitely a team effort, man. Team effort all around.
What's up?
Ben and Daniel doing a great job running this tournament, who are the floors that are acting as tournament directors.
Good situation.
I think, weren't you at my right?
Been pretty seamless so far.
Yeah, been a fun event, fun series in general. Rungood always really enjoyable series. I know the last one we had was so much fun, we couldn't wait to have them back. This series seems to be no exception. They're great partners to work with. I think it's because they keep the poker and players in the forefront.
Yeah,
Makes it fun for everybody. Here we saw Dean just limp in from the button with pocket 8s, not raising it up. Dale's going to call from the small blind with queen 9 suited. Treblin, jack 10. Pretty playable hand herself. Happy to check and see the flop. So 3 ways we go to jack 10 deuce. 2 spades.
Who else is here tonight besides Mike?
It's just Ryan and Mike.
Treblin's 10 is best. Dale with a straight draw. Saw Dean stab out, and it checked over to him. Dale's going to put in the call.
C2's punting.
The fear is contagious, apparently.
Yeah, it is, apparently.
We did see Treblin call her 10, which is the best hand right now.
Spade's complete on the board with that 5 on the turn.
Not a single player with a spade right now.
No one's blocking any of it.
Everybody
Everyone's check
slows
around,
down.
yeah. Now pair board.
Yeah, unless Dale decides to bluff at it, we could easily see Treblin and Dean go check.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to check around. Yep, it will.
Treblin's 10, gonna be best hand, take it down without too much trouble. She might not have been able to face a large bet or too much heat, but especially Dean having some showdown value, happy to check it back there. His hand might be best at showdown.
I mean, Let's face it, Dean was the guy that folded queens with like 12 bigs left.
Yeah, yeah. Long way to go.
It is. It is.
The game is just starting now.
Very true.
But he did eliminate a player with 6s.
He did.
Shortly after. So
Absolutely did.
maybe he knows.
Knows something.
Fold 1, 2.
All right, action folds around to Freddie. Is going to open things up with ace-queen.
Fold 4.
Let's see if I got some comedic material or if he can navigate this hand well.
Maybe both.
Or neither, if everybody just
Or
folds.
neither, yeah.
Anticlimactic. So far, everybody does fold over to Rom and trade deuce off. He's just going to let it go. Fred gets to drag in a pot.
Yep. Scoops the blinds, basically.
That's 2 free looks. Well, 1 for the price of 2.
These tournaments, I show every hand almost. I told him my
These
hand
ones
is
are all
very
being
easy
shown.
to-
These ones are all going to be shown.
These are the tournaments to show cards and have fun.
That's right. Exactly.
Main event, maybe not.
Yeah. Main event, probably not.
Again, guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. We will be back at it with cash game action Friday night. It's a 5-10 no limit hold'em game. We'll get that live stream going around 6:15 on Friday night. And then, of course, final table action for our main event on Sunday. 300K guarantee, the main event starting on Thursday with day 1A, $1,200 buy-in, 3 day ones. Excited to see what the prize pool will look like on that final day. Of course, event 1, we tripled our guarantee, which was a 100K guarantee, ended up with over 300K in the prize pool.
I mean, this event, also no slouch, man. Started on a Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah.
Got over 200 players. Beautiful sight to see. Speaking of beautiful,
42,000.
fun, beautiful three bet
Bets,
from
yeah,
Cat.
Cat.
Just getting after it. 3 bets with King 4. She's been pretty quiet for a while. Picks a good spot to do it here. Gets away with some thievery.
Nicely done.
Queen's kind of hand.
I say Cat burgled that hand.
Yeah, cat burglar.
Yeah.
We'll know in 20 minutes.
Like it. The cat attack.
Nice steal. Yeah, where's the cat attack?
Yeah.
Chat again. Saw a nice couple of Cat fans in here earlier rooting her on, so heck of a play there by her, that's for sure.
Yep.
Picking her spots really well on this featured table so far today. All right, action Jackson first up here. King 7 suited, gonna bump it up. Coming to the table with a pretty hefty chip stack is Jackson, so he's put it to use.
Yeah, pretty healthy with being 60 bigs right now.
Yeah, a little over double average at the moment. Looks like Dale's going to be putting in the call here with pocket jacks, not 3-betting. Could have seen it either way. Jackson was under the gun, and obviously fresh to the table, so there's maybe no read for Dale to have in terms of opening strength from early position. Now Cat, King Queen on the small blind. Does call. Gil with ace 10 out of big puts in the call. So 4 ways to the flop.
Deuce, king, ace, rainbow board. Gil with an ace, Jackson with a king.
And Gil looks like he's just going to fire right out rather than check to the pre-flop razor and flow.
A Cat also with a king. That's king, queen.
Jacks are shriveling up with an ace and king on board.
Yeah, definitely not a flop you want to see with jacks. So let's it go. And now,
especially not this action when
right.
Gil led right out. Cat with the king queen does put in the call.
5 on the turn. Spade draws out there now. Gil holding the ace of spades.
size Gil wants to go with.
24,000.
It's a little under 1/3 pot, 24K. Cat's gonna let it go, and Gil just to rake that pot in. Jefferson says that she has been 3-betting a lot. I would agree that Cat early on in the stream was 3-betting pretty frequently. I think it might be worth noting that in that hand that we just saw her do it with, it was against Fred and Rom, who are pretty new to the table, so maybe she's picking her spots to do so against people who may not necessarily know that she's been doing it as light as she has. Thinks, hey, they just got here, they don't know any better. Just trying to pick her spots carefully, maybe. Start on Dean, he's gonna let it go. Folds over to treble and ace jack. Assume she's gonna raise this one up. Very playable hand.
15,000.
She goes with a price of 15,000. A little 2.5x open. Tell Rom's itching to get in the mix here. Queen 7. It's not so much about the hand as much as thinking she could be raising from late position light. He wants to chip up. We heard comments earlier that he's got a little over 3 million in earnings, so he's trying to win this thing. Not just ladder a spot or two. All right, but as played, Jackson defends his big blind with a Jack 7. Comes down 10-8-4. So Jackson with a gut shot straight draw. Trevlin with just ace high. Has a pre-flop razor. We're gonna see her put out a c-bet.
30,000.
Goes with a pretty hefty one of 30,000, 3/4 pot. See Jackson kind of furrow his brow a little bit there, maybe due to the size of that continuation bet. Lets it go rather than put in the call with his gut shot. I think if she went a little bit cheaper, he might have stuck around. Taylor says that Jackson's the GOAT. Well, I guess we're going to get to watch him in action. Given his chip stack, I can't imagine he's going to be eliminated anytime soon.
By the way, guys, in case you're interested, the April live stream schedule is up on the website. And we are introducing some new wrinkles to the live stream schedule. We're going to be doing a 1-3 no limit hold'em cash game. Also the 1K mix game, which are a couple games that are featured over at over at St. Augustine, excuse me.
12,000. Might have been about 1%.
So it'll be nice to introduce those wrinkles to the schedule.
I was actually going to say two. Like maybe two. Maybe two. All right.
All right, Pocket Jacks versus King 6. If you guys want to sign up for any of those cash games on the website, bestbetjacks.com, that is the website to go to.
Of course I know. I'm not going to even look at your hand, I think. 17,000.
Gil hits a king on his flop.
Fives out about half pot. Mr. Cat checks it rather than continuation betting. She's going to call, see what the turn brings.
Queen of diamonds.
Checking it over again. Gil with a pretty susceptible kicker with his kings. Might be tempted to check back here for pot control. Or could bet here, knowing that he could check back the river. We're seeing him go with a pretty small size of 20K.
Cat's going to come along.
Oh, they'll be much higher than that.
River's 4 clubs, pairs the board.
And Gil upgrades 2 pair. Does in fact just check it back. Gets a drag in. A little over 100K in the middle. Kraken, Cats, Jacks. Like Hunter was talking about, live stream schedule up in April. In case anybody missed us discussing it earlier as well, we'll have a meetup game April 11th at the St. Augustine location.
Yep.
In addition to, obviously, all the good streams we have posted. That one, I don't know if that one's up yet, but feel free to save the date for that bad boy.
Yeah, that's going to be again on Thursday, April 11th. I think we'll get that going around 2 o'clock. But just stay tuned for more information to be released about that.
Yeah, right now it's just, it's a little save the date.
Yeah.
You don't have to RSVP yet. We don't even know what hors d'oeuvres we're going to serve.
Right. Just mark it on your calendar to be at St. Augustine.
We don't know where we do know where the reception is going to be held because it's a St. Augustine location.
Right.
Here, just talking about how Rom was maybe itching to put in a late 3-bet a hand or two ago. It looks like he's picking this time to do it. And it's going to be ill-timed as Trevlin has a monster in ace-king of hearts. See if anybody else has a playable hand before it gets all the way back around. Doesn't look like it, so actually gets back to Trevlin. Curious to see if she wants to 4-bet or call. Very small 3-bet for Rom here. A lot of times that's indicative of a strong hand. He's definitely balancing his range in that way.
And this is also 2 players with bigger stacks at the table too, between these 2. And a king on the flop as well as a 4. So Trevlin and Rom both getting a piece.
And Rom looking to continuation bet after Trevlin checks it over. It goes right around half pot. Trevlin having none of it. Jams it in his face.
She's like, yeah, we're not going to play this game anymore. And Ram looking right at her. Like, okay.
Like, my bad.
Yep.
Picked the wrong person to mess with that time. Oops.
Trev is going to add on to her stack, which I think she might be the chip leader at the table.
Ooh, Action Jackson there in the 2 seat.
Oh, never mind. Yeah.
She was the chip leader.
Was chip leader before Jackson showed up. Yeah, never mind. As I was saying that, I see Jackson stack. Like, oh, wait a minute. No, not quite. Never mind. Jackson, the new chip leader at the table.
But definitely one of the deeper stacks in the field is Trevlin.
Yeah.
Now we're 3 tables remaining at this juncture. She's got to have, top 8 chip stack.
She's close, 334,500 for her.
Yeah, about 1.5 times the average, I would say. So nice spot to be in this late in a tournament. Still anybody's game, but you got more ammunition. Puts you in a pretty good spot.
Jackson has 343, so they're pretty close, actually.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Oh,
Trophy,
yeah.
ring.
Just 3 things.
Yeah.
Well, Dean just limped from the small blind. Dale with Queen 10 from the big.
What's up, guys?
Gonna just check it back.
Ace 8-8 flop, rainbow board.
Dale's Queen high in the lead. Action goes check to a 9 on the turn.
Yep, hearts are out there now.
Dean improves the better hand. Dale with a straight draw. Dale puts out small bet after Dean checks it. Dean's gonna call. Tray of hearts on the river. Dean's 9 stays best. See what Dale wants to do. If he thinks there's a chance his Queen high is good because Dean could have some missed straight draws. He might check back Queen high, but if he thinks it's not best, he might try to push Dean off of a hand like he's holding in a 9. You see Dean bet. Does look like a value bet for being so cheap. Dean's going to call Dale's river bet. Possibly get chipped Dean's way.
By the way, did just notice as well, the blind levels have increased. We're now at 4,000 small, 8,000 big, 8,000 ante. Again, the first place prize is $8,437 for first place. Or excuse me, $8,347 for first place. So there's still plenty of action to be had. We are still playing it down to the final table. This is still feature table action of our Ambassador Bounty event.
Heads up.
And we're continuing the featured table coverage all the way through the final table, so we'll be here for quite a bit.
Yep. Ace King 10, so top pair with the draw to Broadway for Cat. Trevelyan unfortunately drawing dead. Cat's gonna bet here, and Trevelyan's gonna let this go.
Good move.
Yeah, that's have a jam and do on the river. Actually, I don't blame him for jamming because he counterfeits on magic fair.
Yeah, that's why you're saying that he wishes it wasn't.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm going to jam river anyway, so it might get fun.
Yeah.
Hold on. Depending on the
One. Two. I guess you're three. I mean,
depends on the river. I mean, like,
yeah.
a lot of math.
He just has jacks or something.
Kind of deep.
30,000.
I mean, if we're shorter, I guess.
See Dale with a pretty hefty raise size of 30K, close to a 4X open. A lot bigger than what we've traditionally seen on this table, but I think he's trying to just put it to a price where Rom couldn't 3-bet shove and push him off of it, given the fact he had about 12 big blinds in the big.
Yeah, I was going to
Worst
say.
bow possible, actually.
Yeah. I guess the guy jamming only good hands.
It's actually not like a. It's not like a stand-up spot.
So first act Gill, pocket eights under the gun. Just gonna let it go. So far, everybody's letting it go until we get to Dean with the ace tray. He's gonna put in the limp. Ace tray of hearts. Trevelyan, king 10 of clubs on the button. I know she's at least calling, see if she wants to isolate the limper or not. Very tempting to just put in the overcall here. But isolate, raise she does.
24,000.
Goes with a 3x size of 24K.
I mean, I did get my wish. It's not the way I was intending. But I'll take it.
Everybody else gets out of there. Over to Dean again. Got about 17 bigs. Would have to commit 2 more big blinds to the pot to put in the call. And that's what he's going to do. So Dean and Trevelyan, heads up to the flop we go. Comes down king high, so Trevelyan improves with the best hand. After Trevelyan does throw out a C-bet, we're going to see Dean let it go.
That is good.
So Trevelyan continuing to chip up. I feel like she's a silent assassin over there. We haven't seen her talk too much or get loud in any way. She's got a very calm demeanor, but she is not afraid to put them chips to use. Dale, late position with ace-8. See if he wants to open things up here. Instead, just going to fold again. Rom over there in the 8th seat, on the shorter side of things, wants to be active. Maybe that plays a role, given the fact that he's on the button with about 10 big blinds. Nobody wants to open too late before him. Putting chips to use, we see as he opens it up. Making it 21K to go. Gets through the small blind and cat. Now over to Gil. King 6, 13K more to call. Let's see what Gil wants to do. Would have to play this hand out of position if he puts in the call, so it might be tough sledding, but he thinks this is worth defending out of the big blind and puts the chips in. Flop comes down 10-7 tray, so Rom improves to the better hand with the pair of trays. The Gil checks it over. Let's see if Rom wants to c-bet. Decides to just check it back.
It's good team.
Deuce of hearts on the turn. Both players holding a weak heart. And Gil firing out. Bets 21,000, half pot size bet. Rom quickly puts in the call. Now River, 9 of hearts. Both players improve the flush, but Gil's is best. You see him throw out a little paltry 20K, and Rom might look him up, which he does. Gil finds a way to get the max value there with a tiny bet on the river. Very fortunate run up for Gil. Very, very unfortunate sequence of events for Rom. Both the pre-flop, really started everything even pre-flop. Gil decides to defend. Rom out-flops his opponent. Gil goes runner with hearts to get there. Scoop in a pretty big pot. Fortunate for Rom, he's going to be down to about 5 big blinds heading into this hand.
Hit my big blind?
Well, aforementioned Action Jackson leaving the table. Courtesy of the random rebalance. Does mean we're down to 21 players in the field. That's going to make all 3 tables 7-handed now. We're seeing him get moved over.
8,000 to go.
So 21 players remain of the 221 that started on the day.
36.
We'll be playing this one all the way down through the final table. So somebody takes home that trophy and ring there in the middle of this table. That's what they're all playing for, in addition to the 8,300 up top. Nice hand. Action folds to Gil in the small. He raises it up, and Fred's just going to have to let go of 10 deuce offsuit. Gil accumulating more chips now. They're back-to-back wins.
Depends. Mystery. You got the Poker Go subscription. Someone else got 1,000 cash.
It's a gift that keeps on giving. All year.
Is it a year's worth?
I'm assuming it's years. That's what usually. They had a year.
It's like $99 for a year.
That's true. So when you already have one, though, you have to cancel it.
It's probably active from when you actually apply it.
Oh, that's true. And then, yeah, I
Someone.
already paid for it the last 7 years.
There's a charity tournament that we had. Fold 7, all in under 8.
All right, Rom finds an all-in hand. Queen 10 offsuit. For a little over 3 big blinds on this all-in.
Oh, yeah, you need the 4 or something, don't you?
Not yet.
Not those, oh, not those actually.
28.5 all.
So we see Kat asking for a count, so we know she had a playable hand. King, Queen, more than playable. She elects to just fold. All the players still to act behind. Now action over to Fred. He is going to put in the call. He's going for the bounty here. After Dean folds,
Good luck, Remy.
Fred's going to get his wish. All in. Against Remy.
King something?
want that Poker Go subscription so bad.
Jack 4 deuce. Nobody improves on the flop. 10 on the turn is going to lock it up for Rom. He is going to find that double up.
Motivational 5, you hit.
So Rom is a bounty in this event. That's why we saw the very light call there. And this is an ambassador bounty event. It's a $200 buy-in. We are in the money as well, so small ladders, not as much value as knocking out one of the ambassadors.
You're welcome, man.
Say goodbye to trophy, everyone.
Yeah. Double up the joke.
Trophy's far away, far away.
It's definitely far away from me now. Took all my money. Look at this.
I gave this guy the chips, you know, knowing that there's 4-3 there. I make a flush 2 on there.
Cat waking up with a monster ace king.
Raise 16 and a 9.
Does raise it up to 16K. Go with the min click. Gil.
Call.
Ace 10 gonna put in the call. Freddie with a very playable king queen now. We see players put in a 3-bet a portion of the time here, especially given the fact that Gil cold called in between.
Raise 40,000.
There it is. 3-bet comes in from Fred. Unfortunate timing for him as Cat's got a monster over there. Gonna see Dale look down at Queen 9 to get out of the way. So what's Cat want to do here? 4-bet or call? Especially with Gil still to act behind. Imagine it's more than likely a 4-bet, but at the same time, you never know. Aside from going for the bounty in the last hand, we haven't seen Fred get out of line on this featured table.
Raise all in at a 9.
But sure enough, there is the all-in from Cat. Gil gonna fold now. Fred stuck with a pretty gross decision. He has to let it go. Cat gonna drag a pretty sizable pot there. Gained about 10 big blinds on that hand, shooting up from 20 bigs to 30. Gets her right around the average chip stack at this point in the event.
No matter what.
Really?
I had a very good hand, but his blood runs for that.
8,000 to go. Hold 8.
I hope it's a very good. I might have folded too fast then.
Hold 9.
Gil now, ace-9 offsuit. Reaching for chips.
Raise 16.
Gonna be a raise up to the 16K mark. The min click is all the rage. Should be at this stage of the event. Dale peeling the king, tray of spades, all the small blinds. Does have a player behind still to act that he's got to worry about. So we see him let it go rather than defend. Traveling with Jack 4 offsuit, just going to fold. Unhappily putting in the fold there. Obviously for a min raise, you want to defend your big blind pretty wide, but not quite that wide. Let's see her make the discipline lay down. Gil gonna raise things up once again. Oh, instead he actually just limps in. Thought he was gonna min click it, just like he did in the last hand, given the fact this is a stronger hand than the last one. So Dale pondering his choices here on the dealer button. Gil gets out Trevlin. Gonna put in the call, and it's over to Rom in the big blind. Could be tempted to squeeze it here. But wisely just checking it. They're kind of glancing over to Gil, figuring out what he's up to. Flop comes down 7 high, nobody with a pair. 7 for Trey, 2 clubs on board. Trevin with the queen of clubs, Gil with the ace of clubs. Factor in a little bit, but nobody holding a pair yet. See who wants to step out and bluff out at the most.
Check around.
King on the turn. Again, nobody with a pair. Still at this point. King also kind of a scary card to try and represent, given the fact that Gil could have it so easily. We see both blinds pretty quickly check. Now 5 of clubs on the river. Gil's ace high is still best. But Rom's going to rep having a 6 in his hand. He did get to check out of the big blind, so he could have anything. 2 pairs of straights.
And just like that, he's back in. Back in the game.
His bet is going to work. He's going to take this one down. Rom chipping up a little bit. And got through his big blind. Darren just checking in, says, what are the payouts? Right now we have right around 20 players remaining. This is the featured table of the Ambassador event. Not the final table quite yet. That'll be coming soon. Again, about 20 players left. Top 29 did pay in this event. So at this point, they're slowly laddering up from the min cash while we see Trevlin open things up with pocket kings. You can say that 17th through 20th do pay $378 in this $200 buy-in event. So almost double the buy-in at this point. Obviously, everybody trying to make that deep run towards the final table payouts. As we see Trevlin take it down with the kings uncontested. Obviously, she was hoping to get some action this time.
Also, if you do want to check it out on the YouTube side, you can just type in ! Payouts. And you'll see the payouts for the final 9 when we do get to the final table. For the Facebook viewers, it should be already a pinned comment. But you can just scroll up and see the pinned comment there for the payouts. But yeah, that's how you can also find out here. All right, time for some Freddy facts. As Ace Queen and puts in the raise under the gun.
So we've seen him starting to get a little bit more active. Hasn't had much go his way yet, but right now he's got the best hand here. This cat has a weaker ace. She does get away. Gil not defending his big, and hey, Freddy gets a drag in a pot.
Freddy fact number 1, this is the first pot Freddy has scooped at our featured table during this event.
I think it was the second. I think his first hand he opened and everybody folded.
Gotcha.
So he hasn't dragged in a real pot of note yet.
Correct.
Darren says our bounty was knocked out by 4 p.m. I would assume you were paying in this event then, Darren, so didn't make it too long. The bounty we had on the feature table here was actually the Bubble Boy, Raymond, so we had one of the last ones remaining, and he went out in dramatic fashion.
Remember one of the other bounties I got to talk to a little bit earlier when I got into the room was Ben Scroggins. Told me he tried to get a little creative, tried to play the dirty diaper, and he ended up rivering trips, but he lost to a boat. Of course, Ben Scroggins won one of those WPT events.
Oh, yeah, he did.
And a fold in the 3.
Here we go. 2 big hands. Gil electing not to 3-bet into Trevlin's jacks.
Speaking of trays.
9 tray flop. Trevlin's over pair to this board. Going to be best so far. Gil checks it. Imagine she's going to throw out a C-bet. So it might have been fortunate timing for Gil not to 3-bet this time around. He lets it go, and Trevlin yet again, chipping up nicely. Back-to-back. Big pocket pairs for her the last 2 hands she played. Minimal action on both.
You guys,
still cruising.
Yes, she is. And guys, we are a few minutes away from our next break. So another 10-minute break is upcoming soon. I think at this point, we're now at either 18 or 17 players left in the field.
Next pay jump would occur at 16 players, so not a big pay jump either. About $70, $80. So.
16 to 7.
Well,
nobody on this table is looking for that miniature pay jump. They want the big ones.
And then also the next elimination. That means we would have to rebalance again, as we'll be at 16 players remaining. Oh, there's a bounty.
Bounty has 29 spades up against ace king offsuit. Head to a flop.
Call. 1, fold 3.
All right, so we saw Trevlin open and Gil call. Second hand in a row. And that's the formation.
No help for queen 9, 4 on the turn.
This time Gil in position though.
Does nothing to help. Bounty eliminated.
Sounds like we lost the bounty. So I think Ram might be the last bounty left.
He's the champ.
Yep.
Where's my champagne bottle?
Yeah, he gets the champagne.
We got an action flop here. Dean with the
That
pair,
would do.
Gil with the pair, and open-ended.
They got to award it to me.
Wow, wow.
I forgot you weren't the last one over there. Whenever called with the 9-5.
Yeah. We'll do it
Now I
at the
can
break, maybe.
Now I can get my poker going.
We can do an award ceremony during the break.
Lord. Well, Ram.
Trevlin C-bet this flop. The other two have the better hands. Gil put in the call with his 7s, which is good for a pair and open-ended.
What's wrong with the ball? Because I want to shoot. You didn't knock him out.
Dean with middle pair facing this action. Might not be sitting too comfy. He's sitting on just an 80K chip stack, so 20 represents so much of it. He's going to let it go. Deuce on the turn. Does put a third club out there. Neither player with a club in their hand. Action just goes check, check to a 7 of clubs river. Gil rivering a set, but it puts a 4 to a straight and 4 to a flush on board. And Trevlin is going to go bluffing.
Bet. 25,000.
Betting 25K here, a quarter of the pot.
It's an interesting line, especially we're seeing 4 clubs out there, 4-liner on the board. Gil rivering the set, but he's gonna make the call.
He's gonna drag in a nice pot here.
Wow.
Thought her bet might get away with it. There's so many hands beat him, but just hard to fold a set.
Wow. Said he can't fold there.
Thank you.
That's a lot that's beating you on that board, though, even though you rivered a set. I mean, clubs are there, 4-liner.
There's definitely something psychological about your hand improving on the river.
Right.
Makes you way more inclined to want to put in a call. My hand got better. How can I fold now that my hand got better?
Right.
So my mom
Yeah.
was in college. Filipino friends.
Great call by Gil.
Frozen.
To be honest, I'd be looking at the board and be like, man, there's so much that's beating me.
Gil's a glass half full guy. You're a glass half empty
This
guy.
is
That's
true.
what it is.
This is true. Yeah, you're right.
That's the leak in your glass.
Yes. You know what? Fair. I'm definitely more on the pessimistic side.
Nope. Rom doing some accounting here. You can see he's sitting on about 10 big blinds with Queen Jack.
Yeah, doesn't have a lot left.
Pretty close spot. He also, we saw him just get it all in and get called very, very light. Sometimes it makes you, as a bounty, have to navigate a little bit tighter, knowing they're going to call you lighter than normal.
Fold 9, fold 1, fold 3.
So far,
Fold, just like last time.
he folds. Gets all the way around the Dale. Suited ace.
Have something good. Something good come up with.
So he had
Only 85,000.
peeled the awkward tray. Suited wheel ace.
Gonna fold.
Does
Lets
let it
it
go.
go.
'Cause it was half its stack.
Ace of clubs.
So after that hand, we are heading into the break here in the event. So Country and I are going to be taking a quick short break at the same time.
Yep.
We are not piecing out on the coverage. We will be back at it in about 10 minutes. So feel free to stretch your legs, hit the bathroom, and rejoin us here soon.
Absolutely. Yeah, more feature table action of our Ambassador Bounty event coming at you after this 10-minute break.
On the flop, you still call? I know you.
We're rolling, buddy. Just so you know.
All right, guys, we are back, and here we are, back at it. 17 players still left in the field at this point.
Right there, I don't think.
But we are resuming action now with the return from the break, and here you see the blind levels have increased again as well. 5,000 small, 10,000 big, 10,000 ante. Next elimination that happens, we will rebalance again to having 2 8-handed tables.
So when we see a player come into that empty seat there, that's when you know it happened. Also at 16 players, there'll be a small pay jump. Right now everybody's got 378 locked up. Once they get to 16, they'll have 451 locked up. It's not a huge jump, but everybody's got their eyes on the prize up top. A little over 8,300 for first in this $200 buy-in event. Right now we're going to face off pair versus pair, but ace on the turn is going to probably slow both players down. Continues to check. Now hard on the river for Rom. He's got the lowest of the flushes, but it's the best hand here. And he's going to be able to scoop a little bit of life, a couple of chips his way. Action gets back underway after the break. Anybody tuning in, this is a $200 buy-in event. It's an ambassador bounty event, part of our Rungood series here at Best Bet Jacksonville. And we are coming to you live from the northeast area of Florida. We're on about a 20-minute delay, but this event is happening in the room right now. Rom, one of the shorter stacks there in the 8 seat, the last remaining bounty in the event. We had a total of 11 bounties in this one. Of the 229 total players,
65,004.
right now 17 remain as we see Dean effectively all in, raising it up. Now Cat with a pair, but deuce is in the big blind against a player who's been a little bit more on the discipline side of things. Kind of shrivel up. Might see her just let him go. And that's what happens. We see her fold the deuces. Dean's going to take this pot down. Puts him back to 10 big blinds. We'll see if he can buy some life, make a little bit of a comeback. Event kicked off today around 3 p.m. So these players have been at it for about 7 hours now. I expect this event to go on for a couple of more, so it could be a long one. And Joyce asking, is this the final table? Right now, Joyce, this is the featured table of the event. We have about 17 players remaining. Our coverage will go straight through to the final table once they get down to the final 9. We're not leaving until the event is over. Not over as Rom is, he's going to rip it in here. Trying to steal the blinds and chip up. Cat asking for a chip count. But let's go the 10 high. See if the big blind Gil can wake up with anything. He does not. Has to fold. Rom stealing the small and big there.
Different perspective.
GT Jack says, hello, Mike and Country. Great event with Best Bet and Rungood. Thanks a lot, Jack. Sorry we didn't get to see you here on the featured table at any point of this event. Maybe you're saving it all up for the main.
Don't matter what they post.
Jack, one of the Best Bet Ambassador Bounty representatives here today. So, fortunate to see him eliminated. Selfishly, but obviously for whoever eliminated him, it was probably a much better story to tell. Rom probably can't bluff at it this time around 9 deuce. He's got to let it go. And
I know.
Cat with 8-6 on the button.
Thank you for letting me have a chance. So 2 live cards. There's a chance.
Gonna have to fold, so it's gonna be blind v blind here as Gil limps in. Fred's got the option of the big. Looks down at an ace. Decides to just check it back. Take it to the streets. Flop comes down. Jack 8-6. All clubs on board. Gil and Fred both holding a club in their hands, and the ace and king. Potential fireworks. So we see Gil bet out. Fred put in the call. Let's see if the turn can bring anything. Well, it brings an ace, so improves Freddie to the best hand. Beating out Gil's pair of eights with his pair of aces. Gil continues to bet small, and Fred continues to call. River comes down, 7 of hearts. Gil bet, flop, and turn. Looks like he's going to continue betting river. Fred snap calls. Pot is going to go Fred's way when he shows his ace-4. Gil breathes a sigh of relief that a club didn't come out, realizing his good fortune and not hit his flush there. So that obviously would have been disastrous for him if it did.
Isn't it final to
it's final for...
Yeah, they're getting ready to combine them because someone just went out, so they haven't changed the board.
No, I think maybe 17. Yeah, you're right. We don't know.
I think we're
so.
I'm going to trust the Oh, that is it. Okay, hold the action. Go.
So action will start underway with Dale with the King-Jack offsuit under the gun there. See what he wants to do off of this 13 big blind stack. Always some of the tougher chip stacks to navigate here, especially given the fact they're 6-handed. You're a little bit on the shorter side. So we are going to see him raise it up though. Putting in the min raise, 20K. Rom with an ace. Would have been tempted to just rip it all in if it folded to him. Facing an under the gun to open, we're going to see him let it go. Could very easily be dominated. Dale had a bigger ace in his hand. Cat going to let go of ace-9, also reading that under the gun raise for some strength. Dean will be the only caller out of the big blind with the ace-7 suited. And flop comes down 10 high. Dean's ace high is actually the best hand right now. Action goes check, check. Dale did not elect a c-bet on that 10 high flop. But now as we get to the turn, which paired the board with the 5 of clubs, Dale puts in the delayed c-bet. Dean gonna fold his ace high. Dale chipping up. Dean's down to 7 bigs after that hand. He's gonna be closer to life support.
I got you, man. It's okay. I'm out the hand anyway.
Quick count of your chips, okay?
And here come the players from the broken table on the outside. That means we are down to our final 16 players remaining in this event. Final 2 tables. We're playing it 8-handed.
Hopefully we can do it
How is
again.
still in? Wait, how is still in? You had more chips than you?
What's your name?
What's your name, bud?
Soko, S-O-K-O-L.
So,
I'll give you
So 16 left. All 16 have $451 locked up at this juncture. Next pay jump will be when we get down to 14 players. It jumps up to 546, so about a $100 pay jump when 2 more players are eliminated. So start to get a little bit more significant in the paydays. Obviously, everybody eyeing up those payouts on the final table. First place, a little over 8,300. Clearly, everybody wants to take that home with them, along with that trophy and ring right there in the middle of this feature table.
I'll be up soon.
So yeah, those of you just getting into the stream, do me a favor. You can't have any cell phones on your person on the table, so your next convenience, go ahead and dump them on the side table there. You can go over there and check your music and stuff.
You said no phones in the...
No phones in the
Thank you, right?
So everybody getting situated, settling here on the feature table. A couple of players joined us from the outside.
That wasn't what looked like he recovered pretty good.
So far, everybody's looked down at unplayable hands and let it go. Continues to be the story as we get over to Freddie on the button. And looks like he's going stealing, raising it up with 10 tray off. Dean a short stack in the small blind. Gonna let it go. Dale with Jack 5, gonna defend his big. But he puts in the call.
Hey Daniel, can you give me 100 in the bread?
Flop ace, ace, deuce. Neither player with a hand. Fred gonna throw out a tiny c-bet after Dale checks it over on this flop, and that is gonna take it down for Freddie. So finds a way to steal one there.
I do owe you one, so I'm gonna have to take it either in one hand. One hand, you tell me not to bet, I won't hand.
Take it easy.
So some previous history, I guess, between Dale and Mike there. As they're reconvening about a hand in the past. Must have occurred on the outer table. They did not start here on the feature together, that's for sure.
I see we are officially rebalanced, so we must be down to 16 players left. But yeah, hopefully you guys are gearing up for a lengthy night tonight. It should be a fun one. Definitely looking forward to seeing how everything plays out with this event. Ram is the lone bounty that is left, by the way, with this ambassador event. Freddie, ace king suited. Put in the raise, and do we see a 4-bet?
Say Dale putting in the 3-bet to 40K.
Wow.
Last hand, Freddie raised it up, trying to steal the blinds, which was Dale's big, so I imagine he thinks maybe Freddie's getting a little too loosey-goosey, but we're on the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah. Ooh, 4th heart comes out, though.
Yeah, might kill the action, prevent Dale from bluffing at it. Flop did go check, check. Which a lot of times the pre-flop raiser, if he had like the ace of hearts, would c-bet. That's why we see Dale maybe throwing out a little blufferoonie on the turn.
Now 5 on a river does put out 5-liner as well now.
Yeah, Dale's either going to go big or wave the white flag and check. So he has less than a pot-sized bet behind. See which direction he wants to go. Instead, he goes very small, making it look like a value bet.
For Freddie here.
Very fortunate for Dale that he went this small, because obviously Freddie was calling or ripping.
Yep.
So
Dale does let it go after that. Goes, okay, you win.
Oops. That's stepping right into it. Right there for Dale.
But also for Freddie, it's a big hand that's going his way. Does scoop up a pretty decent-sized pot.
He's gaining life. And that puts Dale there in the yellow jacket next to Dean. as the two short stacks at this juncture. So side by side, in late position. We'll see if either one can find a hand to try and double up with here in the very near future. They both need it, that's for sure.
Yeah, appreciate you guys hanging out with us again, getting closer and closer to getting a final table decided here.
Limped pot. That's new to the table. SoCo over limped after Gil limped in. And when it gets to Rom in the big blind, with all this dead money in here, we're going to see him just rip it in with the 8s. Makes a ton of sense to do so. And he's all in. It's for 125K. He was the big blind, and there's 175 in there, so he can increase his chip stack by about 50%, just taking this down pre-flop. Plus, obviously, a pair of 8s strong in its own right against all these limpers. Dean lets it go with the ace-7. Lucky for him, he did so, as Rom had him dominated.
Oh man. He tried one time.
Tried with 9-5 off, but now he's got that.
Oh. I already call it better than 9-5 off.
Well, to be fair, I might as well have just done it blind. I don't even know why I looked. It was 3 big blinds, though. It was after time.
Oh, yeah. You really can't do much.
And I was in the blind. I was small
You
blind.
can't do
So it
much.
wasn't like, you know, it wasn't like...
Yeah, it was small blinds.
I was in the blinds, so it was 3 big blinds.
Yeah, 3 big to call. That's right.
I want that poker ghost subscription.
Oh, I actually got the poker.
You got one?
Yeah.
I think there's more than one.
I would have rather taken $1,000. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a greedy
Wasn't it
man.
the first one gone though?
But yeah, shit. The very first one was $1,000.
That was my buddy Jackson. Maybe I should put it next to him. Yeah. You hear what I say? GT Jack, his name is my buddy. He's the one who was $1,000 one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, GT Jack was one of the 1,000 bounties?
Recently in the YouTube chat, GT Jack was the big bounty, huh?
Ah, there, yeah, I did just see the comment from GT Jack. By the way, I just noticed one of the players at the table is a player I hadn't seen in a while in the room, and that's Sokol.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we got an all-in call here. Pocket 4s versus Queen Jack, and Cat does have a queen. 5 on a turn, a few more outs. Doesn't happen, and Dean has been eliminated.
And GG's to Dean. Started here on the feature table when we got down
I didn't get one of those
to post-registration and started the feature. Going to see him eliminated here in 16th place, taking home 451.
Not a bad payday.
Now what can I hang on my mansion?
I mean, still making the money, obviously. Pocket Jacks versus a set. Ooh.
Well, that'll do it, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Rom ripping it in from the button. Ace-8, a little over 10 bigs. Just go ahead and rip it all in. Cat will let it go.
172.
Once Gil looks at his hand again, he's going to have to fold.
I have it.
Sure enough, there it is. Rom shows the ace.
No, I have it every time. Every time. Remember when I had Queen 10 against 9-5? I had it.
He did have it. He's getting it good every time.
Even you lose your Queen there. Whatever you had. I don't know what you had. No, but I'm saying you lose it. I'm saying maybe you think it's a bad four, but in a way it turned out to be very good. Triple up. I don't know which queen you think. I put you in queen. I didn't see. King queen, yeah.
6. He's 40K.
Little sweet.
All right.
Fresh to the table, Michael raising it up. Came over when we consolidated just a few hands ago. Starting to make his presence known. Been clicking up with the 10-9. Soko, another one of the players that got moved over. Gonna go ahead and put in the call from the big blind. Flop comes down ace, ace, tray. Actually goes check, check. Deuce on the turn. Continuing to go check, check. To a 5 on the river. Michael steals it away on the river with the bet.
Yeah, Michael with a lot of chips, almost 85 or 850,000 in this chip count.
So over double average, near triple average at this state of the event. It's a crazy huge chip stack here on the feature table for Michael. And we did just see a player eliminated on the outer table as well, so 14 players left. Everybody got 546 locked up now. The next pay jump would occur when we get down to 12 players, going up to 671.
Call 1, call 2.
This is going to be so big. This is going to be bad.
5-way limped pot.
Oh my god, this is going to be awful.
And wow, flop we get ace 5-4 all hearts. So Michael flops the wheel. Obviously 3 hearts on board. When Michael bets, we actually see the best heart in anybody's holdings get folded there, and Rom folds the jack of hearts. Everybody's still to act behind him. It's hard to stick around. And now everybody just letting it go. Wow.
No ace.
Michael didn't even have to fade the heart. No, takes it down on the flop.
I'd take that flop in a wheel.
Straddles allowed?
So Rich getting richer. Michael over 90 big blinds, I believe, after that hand. Holy
Michael asking if straddling was allowed.
Oh, I bet. So, like, everyone looks down at some bullshit and they're like, oh my god, I can't have
It's gonna be any worse than 9-5.
when he's doing this.
You think it's gonna be worse than
Oh,
9-5?
man. That was, imagine a 50K bomb pot at this
I think
level.
9-5 is a pretty good hand.
All in blind. Let's go.
20-10, 1. Call. 3.
players on this table quieting down after Gil opens things up with the 7s. Soko putting in the call in position with the 6-5. Dale, the short stack, going to be all in here. Ace-5 from the big blind. For right around 6 bigs total. Grand total's 59,000. Gil originally opened at 20. He pretty quickly puts in the call after getting the chip count. Soko gets out of there. It's just going to be Gil and Dale all in for Dale's Tournament Life, looking to spike an ace here against Gil's pocket pair. Let's see if the 7s can hold up, or if Dale can find that much needed ace. And there is the ace. Comes with a 5 just in case. Now heart on the turn gives a little bit of luck to Gil, but no heart on the river. Dale's double, keeping him alive.
Oh, yeah.
Gets him up to about 15 big blinds after that hand.
I need it.
Just a small dent to Gil's stack, but obviously Dale happy to stick around, stay alive with 14 players left here.
They said last time this tournament went till like 4 a.m. or something like that? Oh, really?
That's why the blinds were so.
Not just that, they shaved 1 hour by cutting first 6 levels for by 10 minutes each.
That's not why they were
60
doing.
minutes precisely we gained back.
I don't know if they went hand for hand so long on that one either.
Yeah, we are like no hand for hand.
We have one.
We'll finish way faster.
Yeah.
It's not even 10:30 right now.
Folds around to Soko. He's going to raise it up. Queen, tray of hearts. Looks like he's making it 30K to go, a 3x size. Michael, the big stack in the big, defends with the 4 deuce. Jack, 7-5, 2 diamonds. Either player with much of anything. Soko C bets when it's checked over to him. Michael lets it go. Definitely an active table here in this $2 Ambassador Bounty featured table. Again, 14 players remain. We'll have the final table when we get down to the final 9. You can see kind of there, top left of your screen, the outer table right there in the background. Everybody hoping to make it here to this one when it goes down to the final.
Yeah, I want to say we're either down to 14 or 13 players left right now at this point. So we are getting closer. Just need a few more eliminations to go ahead and get to our final table, which will be 9-handed. Dale waking up with ace queen suited. 14 bigs left. Try to figure out the right price to put out here with this. So it goes 50,000.
See Michael trying to eye up his stack, see if it comes over the top, will it work? At the same time, Rom dying to get in the mix. Thinks maybe this button open is light. Queen 5 just a little too weak. Has to let it go.
Dale does flip over and show a queen.
That means my cards are live. My cards are real live.
He is very big on that. I'm noticing.
Yeah, right?
Next blind level, by the way, will be 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000 ante. That will be the, or excuse me, no, 6,000 small, 12,000 big, 12,000 ante. Getting a little ahead of myself. But yeah, next blind level will be 6,000, 12,000, 12,000.
25 total. Go. Heads up.
All right, so we're heads up here between Michael and Sokol. Deuce, deuce, tray. Flop everybody was looking forward to.
30.
Michael's ace high still very much in the lead. And Sokol, don't look down at his hand. See, that's not good. Just going to go ahead and give it up.
So Soko limps in under the gun with the King 9 suited here. Did not click it up. Invite Michael to come along, limping with the 8-7 offsuit from late position. Now Rom gonna squeeze it, steal it away, hopefully with an ace. Just jamming it all in. Cat's gonna look down at ace-10 suited. We've seen Rom pull this maneuver a couple times. He hasn't had to show down any of them. Gets Cat to fold the better hand.
And Sokol, as you mentioned, did limp under the gun, and he's only go King 9.
There's always a chance the under the gun limp is a very strong hand. As players mix it in occasionally.
You are the one who can double me up anytime.
I got to ask, you know that.
You know, equal stacks and all, they're not going to gamble much. You will give me chips by the hand, vice versa, and you knock me out, right? That's good, brother.
Talk them into it.
Love when people have chips on the table. I like it when everybody has me covered. And that's the best way to win a tournament. You know what I'm talking about.
That's the best way to win a tournament.
100%, bro. I'm telling you. I mean, you guys, again, you have different philosophy, like GTO guys.
Philosophy, if you have a wrong card, how much you can afford.
And a guy like me who doesn't mind losing.
Oh yeah, I feel like if you can't handle losing,
exactly.
you should not come in.
You go?
There was
Only one.
I can't. There was a guy who gave me a juicy fruit one time at the table, and he fucked me up the entire night. The whole night, he rocked me out. Man, that juicy fruit was paying dividends.
Juicy fruit that Pee Wee Herman gave. Francis?
What?
Crazy.
7, 8. That's not bad. Gotcha.
So Michael and Rom head off to the turn. Turn king does add a straight draw to Rom. Michael's ace is still best.
12,000 handy. Blinds are up.
So Michael bets small. Rom puts in the call. Deuce, clubs. The old brick on the river. Michael's ace stays best. Bets out small yet again in terms of bet size to pot size. Might get max value if Rom decides to look him up. Just thinking it over. Marcel asks how many players are left. Right now we have 13 players remaining. Got 7 here on the featured, 7 on the outer. As we do see Rom put in the call. Michael, over 100 big blinds.
Yeah.
Again, the average chip stack is about 30 bigs. Michael's got a massive chip stack.
Yeah, he does. I think we're gonna have to color him up. I think we're gonna have to get some of those pumpkins off the table. Maybe give some of the bumblebees or yellow jackets to Mike here. We're definitely gonna have to color him up, though.
6, 12, and 12. Small blind.
But there's the announcement. Blind levels are now up 6,000 small, 12,000 big, 12,000 ante.
Almost as a stretch, but yeah. Got about 4 people.
Yeah, so right now 13 players remain still. As Ronan just said, there's 4 players that need eliminated before we get to final table and be 9-handed.
All 7. Raise all in.
And Rom going all in again. Ace King suited in the hijack.
He's done it so much. This might look a little bit weaker to everybody, you know, in terms of perception. Obviously, a very strong hand for him here.
3.
105.
Marcel asking how many runners and how many cash. It was a total of 229 entries.
Yep.
Top 29 paid out.
Yep.
Right now we got 13 left, and 13th place pays 546. It's a $200 buy-in event. So we're starting to get to the payout amounts where laddering might start coming into play with decision making.
Fold.
Maybe not quite yet. The next pay jump would be about 130. But once we creep to that final table, obviously every pay jump starts mattering more and more.
105.
Again, Rom, the all-in player, is the last remaining bounty. That's why we see Michael actually thinking it over here with 8-7 offsuit, closing the action.
And a fold.
He's gonna let it go though.
Yeah, and you don't want to double Rom up all the way to like 30 bigs.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Sure, that was more of the decision there than going for the last bounty payout.
already make it 30, me to
I
call you.
know. No, but I want to call. I don't want to.
Yeah, Rob says I wanted the call that time.
Lose. That department, they're scared of the call. I'm not. I wanted to pull up.
He's looking for the win. He needs a lot of
win the tournament without a double up. That's calling.
As somebody pointed out in chat earlier, Rom, over $3 million in career earnings. Obviously, he's trying to win this thing outright.
Oh yeah, that's true. Free.
Especially once you're all in with Ace King suited there, you want the action.
Hey, you got free everything. You're good for a while right now. You're good for a long time.
I was just thinking it was like a free double.
It's almost a double, yeah.
The boxing.
15K short.
I can move on this side, but this guy has a lot of chips here.
Fold 2.
We are like flying elbows. Everybody hitting up. Flying elbows.
We're going to have blind on blind action here as it folded all the way down to Freddie's small.
Got that score. You better have me a seat, baby.
There he is. Good missing.
Oh boy, I know one of the players is still left.
I was playing with him earlier at a table. He's funny.
Jack 10 Queen, 2 clubs. Dale with a queen.
Yeah, top pair, big blind special, but 9 puts the 4 line on the board, so Freddie now improves the straight.
Freddie has the straight.
Dale does lead out after the flop checked. And Freddie checks turn.
Yeah, Freddie not going anywhere. Now trips for Dale.
Freddie planning to check call again, but Dale wisely checks it back.
Wow.
Good job not value owning himself there.
Mega flush draw. Mega.
He knows he's most likely only getting called by a better hand. Definitely what would have happened here is Freddie holding the straight. Breaks in a small pot. Dale's going to go under 10 big blinds, down to 8 now. Going to have to find a hand here in the near future.
You taking Remy? You're going to be taking Remy?
Fold.
12 minutes, 12 minutes. Oh, yeah, the bumblebee.
Oh,
Fold. Raise.
Yeah, so I think the color up is going to happen now for Michael because, yeah, he has a lot of chips.
Tough life.
Yeah, yeah.
So we saw Soko raise it up to with a 30K, about a 2.5x size. Freddie just going to flat call from the button with 9, selecting not to 3-bet. So Dale, King 8 suited in the small. Gonna have to let it go given how short he is.
Yeah.
Obviously a hand you would love to see a flop with, but
Yeah,
can't afford to.
Now Michael going to go ahead and put in the call.
Yeah, closing the action. Queen 10.
Oh, wow. What a flop for Freddie.
That's a pretty above average flop.
Yeah.
Freddie.
Wow, 9's full.
So nobody improves on the turn, though. Obviously, he was hoping somebody would.
Yeah.
Continues to check through, hoping somebody catches a piece.
And unfortunately, no one does. Oh, but Sokol going to try to take a stab at it.
Yeah, he's going to go bluffing. Somebody had to.
Yeah. And now Freddie's like, all right, I'll take this gift.
Yeah, we're going to see Freddie put in a raise. The other 2 players fold. I know the ending to this story. Seen it before. Or can just see their hands like we all can.
Right. Freddie just trying to figure out how much he could put in here.
Yeah,
it's 138,000 already in the middle, and he's going to make it a pot-size raise just about.
Yeah, obviously going for the maximum here. Thinks Soko could have King, Queen, King, Jack, something of that nature. Betting out here on the King River.
I mean, this essentially puts Sokol, yeah, he's going to have to let it go.
No. Not even an 8.
Not even an 8. So Freddie does take that one down.
I definitely wish you were in the hand.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know.
As yeah, right there, Dale said, I folded King 8. I can't believe I folded. I would have won, and Freddie would have had a better boat.
Yeah, Freddie would have had.
I wish you would have stuck around,
yeah.
man. Oh, man. Dale avoids disaster there, as he definitely would have been eliminated on that hand.
So we know what that means.
There's only 2 other outcomes.
No, only one.
Only one? Yeah, there's only
well,
one.
wait, wasn't the river a king?
Yeah, but 8's full of kings loses to 9's full of 8.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. Yep, you're right.
So it would have been disastrous.
Yeah, right. It would have been very disastrous for Dale. He would have lost, definitely. Yeah, I had to think about it a minute. It was like, was it King's full or Eight's full? But yeah, Eight's full would have definitely lost. Nah, we already saw it, Tad. You tried to delete the message. We already saw it.
I didn't see what Tad said. I only heard Country say it.
Nah, the receipts have already been screenshotted, Tad. I couldn't remember, though, if he was...
It's all good, Tad.
Yeah, it's all good.
I have misread so many boards.
Yes,
live streams.
We all have. That is a...
It's the old poker adage. If you haven't misread your own hand at least once, then you haven't played long enough.
Correct. You haven't played enough.
Yeah.
Check.
Nah, it's all in good fun.
40,000.
Michael, betting on the turn here. After the flop did check back, Dale electing not to c-bet. He pre-flop raised with the ace-4. Got a pretty bad flop for his hand, as well as the fact that Michael called out of the blinds.
No worries.
Dale still alive, but on life support res of things right now. If he does go down to the 0 big blind mark, we have a DNR in place.
If someone starts tanking and it gets down to like 15 minutes, I would call king.
I don't think any of us would let it get to 15. That's a long time.
Call seat 1, full 2.
All right, Gil waking up with jacks under the gun, limping in here. Off of an 18 big blind stack, maybe he's hoping to limp jam. We see Freddie getting out of there with the ace-10. He's got alarm bells going off. Fortunate for him he does as Dale looks down at ace-king next to act. He's obviously going to jam it all in with his 5 big blind stack. You love to see it when you get that short. Such a big hand. Now over to Ron with king-queen. This could be crazy here with Gil sitting over there with pocket jacks. There it is, Rom. Puts it in isolation jam. So we could be off to a three-way all-in all of a sudden. After Cat folds, Gil immediately asks for the chip count.
I would like 100. Not less than 200.
There's a big chunk of Gil's stack. Obviously a great opportunity to chip up.
120, 40, 60.
We could see a massive swing in chips here.
It's a call, right?
Gil counting it out, seeing how much of his stack this is going to cost, and
That's a call.
inevitably puts the call in with the jacks. And again, Rom, the last bounty in the field. That's why you hear the announcement of an all-in for a bounty.
I don't want to say.
You hear Dale praying to hit an ace or king. He'll find a full triple up if he does. Dale would go from pretty rough stack size all the way up on a triple. He's getting in pretty good shape here. Rom has king-queen. Got him dominated. Huge opportunity for Gil to knock out 2 players. Ooh, ace-king both have come down for Dale. Also gives Rom the better hand on the side pot. Absolutely disastrous for Gil.
Remy is still in.
So there it is.
I made some chips too. Yeah, you can count. I was counting for you.
Gil going to be the big loser on this hand with his jacks. Nothing he could do there. Got it in 3 ways with the best hand.
107.
Crazy sequence of events. It was a great spot for
That was my chance.
Rom to 3-bet shove.
What did you have?
Isolate out of the blinds.
I knew his limp was freaking strong under the gun, so I was like, oh, that's not good.
In my hand, I have to go to
I was like, I have ace-10, but I am very scared.
So suddenly Gil gets crippled down to 5 big blinds. Rom stays about the same. Maybe even gains a little bit of chips there. But Dale gets the full triple up from 5 big blinds to 17.
Everyone else okay,
Well, I didn't know.
Suddenly back alive. He was near eliminated not too long ago.
What is he have now?
Gil's turn to try to find something like that, as he's crippled down to 5 big blinds and is in the big blind in his hand. He's going to need some major help.
12,000.
After that hand shaked things up quite a bit.
There goes my Poker Go subscription.
Fold
And
6.
another lammer.
It's already gone, so I think it's.
All right, over to Michael.
Oh, well, I don't
He
know.
goes ahead and puts in a limp.
Small.
Rom's going to overlimp from the button.
Are these yours, baby?
Cat with an ace and a small blind. For only 6K more, she's going to put in the call. Now Gil, the short stack in the big blind, just checking his option. 4-way limp pot to ace 10-5. Cat, the only player with an ace. Players check inflow over to Michael though.
That part I don't have. That part I don't have. I wish I did. But I have the other one. Yeah, I have that thing.
After Michael throws out a little bet. Rom's going to put in the call with his gut shot to Broadway. Cat double checking her hand here.
Oh, yeah, I got light.
She's going to let it go. Maybe worried about that fork kicker.
What does yours have on it? On over there? Don't get too lucky. I'm never lucky.
It'll just be Michael and Rom heads up to the turn.
30. Okay, that one looks different than all the other ones to me.
This one has a dog on it. You get that dog on it?
Michael threw out a bet on the board pairing 5, which gave him trips.
Is there a dog
Rom
on yours?
lets it go.
Probably.
No.
No. Oh, you have the old. Oh,
That's the old one.
You have the old. Dude, you got a special freaking one because they don't make those.
That's what I'm saying. The dog, they took him off the card.
You got the.
I even got the cool card, the WPT card with the dog on it.
Right, you got
I got the one with the dog.
OG.
You got the you got the Greyhound? Oh, nice.
He's got the Greyhound. He's got the real one.
What is yours have? Oh yeah, ours are.
Yeah, ours are the new ones. But
He's got back in the day
He's
where
got
they
the
used
nice
to
one.
run them fast.
Fold. 6. Fold 7.
This is why I want 2 though, so I can have 2 just
Greed will consume you, man. Don't go for 2. You got
trust me, I've been trying for 2. He knows I've been trying for 2.
You say both?
Fold 9.
Huh?
You say
Call
both?
1 and it checks.
I just need one. I just need one. How can I get one? I mean, right there, the blue one.
Yeah.
There was a limp
I
pot.
want
3
I already
ways
got one of those. I want more.
Queen 7. Everybody checking around over to Michael.
I don't have any of those yet.
He's going to throw out a stab and it should get the job done.
And a fold.
Back-to-back pots going Michael's way. Just staying in the lead.
That's the only thing I got.
Believe in the entire field with that chip stack. Almost 100 big blinds. The average is around 30.
Every hand. Explain.
You forgot for it, it was at Neverland.
Oh, I skip that page. Go to the next page. If it says you could possibly lose, I read that one for sure.
1,200 to go.
Oh, 100.
12,000 to go.
Goodness, don't entice
6.
someone.
Fold 7. Fold 8.
I want walks.
Now, folds over to Cat with an ace
Don't send me there right
from
away.
late position. Don't think Freddie's getting that aforementioned walk he was just asking for. She does in fact raise it up to 25K. Everybody's got to let it go.
Right here is the next page.
And we just had an elimination on the outer table. While they're stealing 1 player away from this feature table, which means we are officially down to 12 players at this stage. 12 players left of the 229 that started today.
Why? Is you... Oh, I have double?
6 and 6.
Triple?
Hold on. Yeah, we are 6. They are 5.
Yeah, they're 5.
So after
We're
a
gonna auto this one. Buttons in the 2.
very simple math lesson for Freddie there.
That means we're down to 10.
Oh, he still hasn't figured it out yet.
If they have a triple, that means they have 5.
Oh, triple. I was
Folds
thinking.
all the way
I was
around.
thinking, you know.
All right, now that Freddie's caught up, we are down to 12 players, $671 locked up.
Nice. You got me covered?
For the
No,
remaining
I think
12.
it's closer than you think it
Next
is.
pay jump occurs when we are down to 10.
Probably is. I think it's closer than you think it is.
Probably. I'm not much of a math guy.
I checked dart.
Check no matter what.
I will check as well.
So after
Yeah, I'm gonna stop
Michael
checking.
raised it up and Freddie called, we went to a check flop. Goes bet call on the turn.
What
Now ace on the river.
And then I have to bet.
Both players out here just bluffing with queen high
You
and
never
king
would
high.
fold to a bluff, right?
As long as you make it really big, like make it so big that I'll just get the heck on out of the way.
Would you fold an 8 for that amount?
For sure. Honestly, snap.
So after a bunch of posturing, Freddie lets it go.
Like, it was good if you checked, is what the problem was.
Michael continuing to just keep the aggression on and chip up.
I was like,
You know you can't lie on the stream. You see that thing.
Yeah, but it's also true.
yeah.
No, I'm saying you have to tell the truth.
That's why I'm telling the truth.
And I believe you then. Despite me reminding you of this stream. You repeat, then you're telling the truth.
The queen, he didn't have to bet.
12 to go.
Man, I almost called.
I was on a cruise ship playing poker this one time,
9.
and this girl, she was right to my right, and she like lifted up her hand as ace queen, and then this guy shoved her all in. She's like, oh, I'll just fold. She's like, I had kings, of course I had kings.
35.
And she made such a big deal about it. How much is it?
35,000.
All right, Freddie with a monster on the button, ace king
You got that
suited,
button thing too?
raising it up.
Good thing to have.
35 is the price after Soko did limp in. We're going to see Michael defend the big. Soko pretty quickly putting in the call. So over 10 big blinds in the middle. 3 ways to the flop we go.
Wow, you're
I
giving
checked too.
everything.
Wow, all the power.
Everybody checks on the ace high flop.
Check's fine by me.
Continuing to check around. Freddie, fortunately for him, continues to have the best hand even on that run out. Michael with just a pair of deuces. Thinking about looking up the bluff here. Such a small bet. And he calls, and then obviously Soko's going to call it the queen.
Ace
Oh,
king.
you're way good. Way good. Way good. I was like, all I have is a bluff catcher.
I'm just waiting for someone to think that's a bluff and then like raise
That
it.
was the perfect number. Oh, I couldn't raise that. That board is way too
Yeah, you guys can't actually have something. You have to
Yeah.
like be like, oh, he's just, you know,
Yeah,
like,
like making moves.
yeah. So then that way you just like try to go like 100,000 there.
Sheesh.
Try to steal
All I
the
have
pot.
is 2 diamonds. Not a big deal. Always fold those.
I wish you folded them pre-flop.
12,000 to go. All in and outs in the 1. Fold 2, 3.
How much is that?
18, I think.
36,000.
Oh, 36.
Gil all in for his tournament life. He was first to act
Raise
with a
Manny,
free big
fold.
blind stack. Obviously big blind hitting him in the next hand. It's worth getting it in there.
Fold. No more action. Turn him off.
Michael decided to isolate raise with the 10-9 suited.
Uh-oh, I don't like that card.
Getting it in really good shape
Oh,
is
I
Michael.
like that card.
So he's got Gil dominated. Gil looking for diamonds or a 7. So that he can stay alive. Instead it comes 10 high, which is absolute disaster as he's drawing dead on the turn. And just like that, Gil gonna be eliminated. Michael collects his chips. Suddenly, we're down to 11 players. Getting ever closer to that final 9 that we will see on the final table. GT Jackson, they're going to regret letting Rami hang in this game. Yeah, I think when Freddie put in that light call and doubled him up, gave Rami just enough ammo to make something of it. And he's been navigating well ever since, going for the win.
5. They have 6 over there.
Daryl agrees, saying that Rami's definitely a crusher. Hard to disagree with that.
Call 24. Fold 8.
You have no idea how bad it is to have you in my left. Actually, you know exactly how bad it is. It's really bad.
After Freddie opened it up, really Michael put in the call. As Freddie's pointing out, tough having Michael in position. He's got the chips. He's got the momentum. He's able to put the pressure on.
Check.
Action checks around on the ace-high flop. Freddie not c-betting. Same on the turn when it comes an ace.
Dang it.
And now we get to the river and it checks around again.
Good check again. Man, you were definitely, I knew it.
If I got like a little something,
I know.
I would
just don't have 10 jack of hearts there, please.
Yeah, I had a whole lot of good
You just had 2 hearts there that time, right?
No.
No? You had 2 diamonds last time.
No, I had one of each suit on that one. You know, I'm going for the double flush draw.
Man, I keep on getting max value.
Yeah. Even, honestly, you bet, you get 2 folds. I don't think you get it.
Probably. But still.
12 to go.
I would have, you know.
Fold.
At least
7.
it's going to be hard for you to bluff me now. Check them.
It's true.
Fold 8.
The checks to bets. That would be, honestly, if I bet and then you re-raise, that's a pretty cool.
That's what I mean.
Cat itching to get in the mix. Raising up with 6 deuce.
Raise all in the 2.
Good luck.
Fold 3. And a fold.
After she does, Soko rips it in. She's got to let it go, and Soko gaining a little bit of life.
Get the big blind, my man.
Got it. Guys, how about we play to where I always have the button and it just goes around? Is everyone cool with that?
I mean, I'll always be cut off, so it's not terrible.
I like every time I like to
Tell you what, you trade stacks with me, I'll allow it.
You're a generous man. You are a very generous hero.
It's not like you're losing that much.
Hero among men.
You must be loving this, actually, the more you think about this.
Sit all in. All in.
Good luck.
And it folds around.
Good.
So again, Soko all in. Everybody lets it go. Chipping up, trying to stay alive. As we're winding down, 11 players left. This $200 Ambassador Bounty event, part of the Rungood series. Coming to you on a slight delay here in Jacksonville, Florida.
12 down.
See if any of these players can emerge as the champion.
All in.
And Soko again.
I'm learning from you, man.
All in.
Queen Jack, go all in.
I mean, I kind of believe that's what you have right now.
Michael thinking about it for a minute, but does reluctantly let go of the king high.
I'm not doing everything, Jack.
Yeah, I had king 8 or something. King
Soko, with all those all-ins, has suddenly chipped up a little bit above Rami. Both around the 10 big blind mark, though.
I don't have to just call.
So if you win the whole thing, then you get to open an envelope? Is
That's
that your bounty now? Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that the rule?
He
Oh,
gets
that's pretty cool.
He gets the $50 out of himself.
There you go.
Whatever that 20 bucks.
That's why he's trying so hard. It's not about the 8
I can
grand.
leave that money, you know, there.
Call.
I bet you're probably...
All in.
Raise
Good
all
luck.
in.
Rami's turn to rip. Wow, Cat looking down at ace jack. What's she going to do with a 12 big blind stack?
All in.
Good luck.
There it is. All in from Cat. She does have Rami covered, so he would be eliminated if the ace jack holds.
Got a bounty all in and not risk. Table 59.
I use not.
I had 8-9. Yeah. I would have called like...
26.
So doing some accounting. Be off to the run out.
Ace jack suited. Bounty has king 7 offsuit. Ace jack offsuit.
It's like, man, those aren't even the same color.
Alright, here's a flop. Alright, deuce of clubs, 8 of diamonds, 4 of clubs.
Turn. Rami, can he hold? He does. Brutal for Cat. He's going to be crippled all the way down to 2 big blinds. Rami. Huge double.
I should have done it. I can't.
No, you can't after see this, you know, he has a real hand.
Huge, huge double for Rami. Very formidable player with a lot of chips all of a sudden.
So this guy limping every hand.
As Daryl and GT Jack were talking about.
12 to go.
That's going to be rough for everybody else involved. Now Freddie, first to act with the ace-king, raising it up. 24,000 to go, min clicking. Rami getting out of there with the queen-jack. Soko going to be the only caller. Getting in there with pocket deuces. Flop jack, 10, 8, all diamonds. Action goes check, check. Stays check, check.
That's not true. You have a flush.
Oh, whoops.
But the deuces are still good by themselves. So. He didn't need a flush. He did not need a flush. I should have bet somewhere. That's what I should have done. I should have. That was a mistake on my part. Especially when you didn't even realize you had a flush.
Yeah, I think we are down to having 10 players left.
12 down to go. Fold.
Oh no, 11. Still 11 right now.
Fold 8.
I'm getting anxious. That's what it is.
Fold 9.
Yeah, so we're at 11 players left still.
And Cat still,
yeah,
hanging in there.
She is still very much. I mean, she's played well, man. Between being on the feature to final last night for the women's event, and then how she's done so far here.
Of course you have. No wonder I'm not getting any walks. I had me beat pre-flop. Didn't have me beat.
Shows a queen ball. All right, yep. Blinds are now up. 8,000, 16,000.
All right, yep. Blinds are up. 8,000 small, 16,000 big, 16,000 ante.
That's a pretty good hand to have when you're not even looking at it.
Yeah, if I looked, I was going to leave.
8-16? 16.
Next hand. They said it's okay this hand. They said don't worry about it.
We'll run it back. Let's do like 1,000, 2,000. Yeah, they said that?
They said that?
We are still trying to get to a final 9 for a final table.
Well, Rom's got a pretty good hand, I'd say.
Yeah, that's an okay one.
And GT Jack says, don't look now.
Are you kidding? I need you over here.
Talking about Rom accumulating chips. Well, he's about to accumulate some more. Most likely, pocket aces. First to act, opening it up.
And remember, Rom is still the lone bounty that is left.
Yep, Cat with an ace. Gonna put it in. Michael getting a pretty good price in the big blind, decides to call it the king tray of clubs.
That's a monster side pot. That's all I need.
Let's see what develops between those two on the side. This Cat currently all in for a tournament life, drawing pretty thin against Rom's aces.
I checked that. That's not very much at all.
And Mike does catch a king.
Yeah, so top pair for him. Checks it over. Rom assembling a bet.
It's been at 49.
Might be hard for Michael to get away from it here. Sure enough, does put in the call. Huge pot brewing.
Queen does come on the turn.
Now, what size does Rami go with? About 1/3 pot, 79K.
Now Mike goes all in and a
Rom
snap call.
That's going to be massive. Rom's going to get a huge pot his
Yeah,
way
he
if
is.
he holds. Cat drawing dead, unfortunately
Yeah,
for her.
yeah, Kat knows. She's already stood up. She's like, yeah, I'm not winning this one.
Bounty
has aces.
Good hand.
has pocket aces, facing up against ace. Ace 8.
Yeah, 4 on the river. Ooh.
Say 4 is pretty close to the tray, but
Yeah.
don't look now, Jack said. What
Rom.
about now? Rom 50, big blinds deep. Almost double the average chip stack size.
Yeah, that's a
He
big
went
pot
from
going his way.
short this entire time to suddenly having a ton of chips.
Wow. But you know what? Good game, Kat.
Yeah, GG Cat attack indeed. She played really well.
She did definitely well.
And the hand that crippled her, she got it in good. I mean, I don't have anything negative to say about her play at all. She was a pretty good force to be reckoned with early on too, pulling off a lot of 3-bets, a couple of bluffs.
Yeah.
She didn't go down without a fight. And sometimes the runouts just don't go your way.
In this tournament, at this
Well,
level, aces
and now we're down to 10.
10 players left, and
Yeah.
Kat is taking home $671 for her troubles in
Yep.
11th
So-
place. Top 10 have 835 locked up. 9th and 10th playing the same.
Yeah, so we will, with the other table behind us having 6 players left, we will take one of those players and put it on our table to make it an even 5 and 5 for both tables.
Okay.
And just like that, we are awaiting one more elimination, and then we will have our final table decided. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. It's been a fun live stream event here. Oh, look, we got Dale back.
Familiar face.
Yeah.
Just left us not too long
You know
ago.
what's really cool? All the bounty people are all coming together. They're all coming together right now.
Dale coming back to the table. They're going to count his chip stacks up, and once they do, he'll be first to act here with the 9-7 offsuit.
Did have a chance to.
Doesn't look like he chipped up too much while he was gone. Still a little over 10 bigs, right around 11 in front. He's going to have a little bit of tough sledding with Michael and Rami immediately on his right. They're going to be hyperactive given their chip stacks. So no walks coming his way.
So an update from who won our Big O event was Jerry, JDP, taking down the Big O event.
It's supposed to be Ray. That's why he busted
Yeah,
out of it.
it is. It was, but not Jerry is the one that won. Took home $5,200 for first place, plus that Rungood ring. Jerry, of course, a regular in our room. Also a good guy as well. Pretty funny person to talk to. He's played on our live stream a few times too. But congratulations to Jerry, JDP, for winning the Big O event. It's right up his alley.
Congratulations to Soko here for turning the absolute nuts.
Yeah, yeah.
Fortunately, he's getting no value, but
No, it's not getting
what a
anything.
monster.
Oh, wow. Who's the chip leader over there?
People like
Oh, no.
lady and two.
I got like 8,
About
30,
I believe the lady they're referencing is
He has like 500.
Trinell.
she just left. Well,
Yeah.
she was on this table for a while too.
Right, yeah, she was.
Crazy that you have so freaking that many.
I tried to play Pokemon to catch them all, but it's not worked yet. It's working on it.
That was a pretty good try, though.
All right, action over.
But this is going to be the fun dynamic too. Obviously, these players are going to continue playing their game, but they're also going to take a look at the other table, see what's going on there, to see who the short stack is over there and who the chip leader is over there. So it's going to be a lot of scouting and peeking around to see who can outlast the other.
Yeah, I think a little bit, but at the same time, you know, 9th and 10th pay the same amount.
Sure.
And then you have Michael and Remy over there really trying to extend their leads and make the run at first place. They're not necessarily trying to just limp into the final.
Right.
So I think they're going to keep the pressure on as they have been.
Sure. I mean, I definitely would expect them to use those.
Michael's been very active and adventurous. Rami, finally some ammunition to play with. Sure, he knows how to put it to use.
Gotta rebuild my stack now that you took me out.
So yeah, just one player being eliminated away on either table going to the final.
Now, next one is gonna hurt for sure, like 500 plus. Like you're gonna give me.
No, it's a vendetta now. Now I gotta.
You give me 560. 560.
Wow.
And these guys have been battling a lot since 3 p.m. That's when we got started.
All from that
And a little over 8 hours in so far. A few more to go. It's going to be fun to see who can emerge as champion of this event. Most of them already have a medallion around their neck. They just want to put a ring on their finger, trophy on their mantle.
No, I believe you.
Sir, I hope you have a good hand.
I believe you.
Saw Rami open it up from the button. Soko defends is big. Soko getting a little short.
Queen 4 deuce.
Checks over Rami. Does he want to c-bet this board? Sure he does. Soko with a quick call. Soko with
Oh, man.
a third pot-sized bet behind. He's going to need to hold with his deuces.
Sounds not looking good for Sokol right now.
Yeah, check, flop. Soko's hand does hold.
It does. But I wonder.
All in.
Yeah, Ron putting the pressure on, and
His deuces shrivel up.
yeah, I don't know if he can make the call here. Diamond's complete.
It's insane. It's never a bluff here because Soko's so short.
Right.
So sick bluff by Rami, just saying nobody ever bluffs in this spot.
Right. Yep. Sokol is going to let it go. I mean, Diamond's complete on that board. I mean,
You got my 6 IBs. So.
just like that, Sokol now down to just 4 bigs.
You know what they say, if you're drinking some Soko, you gotta have some peanuts. And he's down to peanuts right now. It's tough, gonna be tough. Sick bluff there by Rami. Just situation that nobody ever bluffs, and they found it. Yeah, Daryl, max pressure indeed. Well, Dale waking up with pocket aces. Soko, that aforementioned short stack, is in the small blind. See if anything occurs here. Maybe we'll get that elimination, be down to 9. Maybe not. Dale off of 10 big blinds. See what he wants to make it. Raises and takes it. Roberto asking, is Jackson at the other table? I believe Jackson is still in at the other table at this juncture.
He is.
He moved over there with a big old pile of chips. He hasn't lost them all by any means. I believe he was the chip leader of this event at one point. May have been surpassed by Michael. Maybe by Rami since, but well, I think we'll find out in the near future, as I don't expect him to go out for some of these shorter stacks. You can tell Rami really wants to get in the mix and apply some pressure. Didn't even want to fold 8-5 first act there.
No.
It's just how can I continue to leverage my stack, put some pressure on.
Meanwhile, Dale pocket 7s. He's going to bet 35.
Yep, just over a min raise here.
Michael queen deuce.
Not going to
let it go. Yeah.
So back-to-back pots for Dale. Picking up a little bit of chips. Wow, Roberto, that's your guy, huh? Action Jackson. So I don't know if I don't know how much of a sleeper he is after the amount of chips he had at this table at one point. We saw him.
Sokol is all in with
Queen
Queen 10.
5 big blinds. Got to open shove this hand. Freddie asking for the chip count, so imagine he's got something playable. Puts in the call.
Oh, ace 10 for Freddie.
Yeah, Soko is dominated. Gonna need a queen to stick around. Otherwise, Freddie's ace high could be the best hand, and we'd be off to the final 9. Soko at risk of being the final table bubble boy.
Ooh, wait a minute. Open-ender.
They switch outs now. And
oh, wow. Soko completes it.
Yeah, queen and queen only for Freddie, and it doesn't come. So Soko does find the full double. Wow. He ain't going anywhere yet.
He's got a little bit of life left, the Sokol.
Gets to sit back down. See how many chips he's up to. Back alive.
That miracle 9 on the turn, completing that bottom end of the straight for him.
And then fading the queen on the river to giving Freddie a bigger straight. So we're not quite there to the final yet. Still got some sweating to do.
Again, guys, don't forget, just a reminder to this weekend, beginning on Thursday, actually, Day 1A of the Rungood main event. $1,200 buy-in, $300K guarantee in the prize pool. Day 1A starting up on Thursday at noon. Day 1B will be Friday at noon, and Day 1C will be Saturday at noon. Of course, the final day will be on Sunday, the 24th. As always, guys, you can check out our website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, and much more. It's all there on the website. Ram taking another one here with flopping a pair of 9s. All these players wanting to make this final table.
That was his sick hand. You went with king 4 at ace king.
Enjoying that, Ronan?
Was that?
No, I didn't like.
Ronan eating chowing down on a breakfast sandwich right now. Look, these boys have been putting into work.
Michael limping in here. I've seen him open quite often. It's a little unorthodox to see. Kind of saw Rami do the little double take there of, huh? He's limping? Now on Dale with the queen 7. See if he wants to complete out of the small. He does complete and then snap all in from Soko. Fresh off the recent double.
That was a very playable hand.
An all in of 200,000 over 10 bigs. So he's gonna get through. This time Queen Jack. Andy was joking about earlier.
What a great hand to go with. Against Limpers, right?
Number raise.
Yeah, against Limpers, you have a great.
The battle does continue.
Another limp from Michael here. Queen 9 suited this time around. Players in position, let it go. Soko completes from small and Freddie. The suited wheel ace in the big blind. Goes ahead, just checks his option, takes the free flop. 3 ways we go to ace high, ace 10, 9.
Yeah, so Freddie does hit this flop. Pair of 9s from Michael. Nobody blocking spades either, and there's a spade draw out there.
Yeah, they check it over to Michael, who throws out a little stab. Freddie going to be the only caller.
Trey on the turn.
Pretty safe turn card for both. Michael going to keep firing. That's 45,000 now. Freddie giving it some thought. Let's put in the call. It's a pretty big pot brewing when they go up to a tray of spades on the river. If Michael thinks he has some showdown value, he'll probably check this one back. If he thinks he has to turn his hand to a bluff, he could fire.
And does go check, check, so Freddie will take this down.
Yeah, and for Michael, there's a lot of hands Freddie could have. There are straight draws that miss, so his 9 may have been best, you know. Queen, Jack, 7, 8, things like that. Obviously, if he had the flush draw, he's never folding anyway.
You had a pair.
Came in.
Thank goodness you had a pair, so you don't bluff. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I missed money.
The spade got there. If you bet, I fold because I put you on spades.
There you hear it. Michael thought he was on some sort of draw, and obviously if it was a flush draw, he got there.
I needed a rebate after the last hand. So I folded. That's about why I lost, so I appreciate it.
Cool.
So it'll be Freddie versus Michael again in this hand as we see it. Fold around to them in the blinds. Freddie just limping in with the king, queen suited.
Check.
Wow. Pair of queens for Freddie.
Yeah, 10s.
Oh, no.
Improved at 3 of a kind
Yeah,
for Michael.
trips for Michael now, and Freddie is going to bet.
Yeah, he missed a bet on the flop, so he's going to start betting now, thinking his hand is best.
I'm all out of my pool, Gray.
Michael just smooth calling. He's hoping for a clean river card.
How much until you check? How much until you get?
That's not a clean river card at all. No. About as ugly as it gets from Michael's perspective.
Yeah, complete clubs. Obviously, 4-liner out there now.
Both players probably kicking themselves for that river card.
Oh, if I win this, I get a bumblebee though. Oh, that's more enticing. That's so much more enticing. But it's also way less likely you're bluffing now, so I'm gonna fold. Show me the bluff. This is the perfect time to show the bluff.
Bumblebee referencing the yellow chip that Michael used to bet. They represent 25,000 denomination.
Huh? Probably just a queen. Maybe queen 10.
Getting deep.
What, you didn't have pocket queens there? You tell me I'm good? No straight flush?
I just have
Just making sure.
just a tenner.
Working it. Nice hand.
Yep.
So still sitting here, 10-handed in this event. One more elimination. We'll be down to the final 9. At which point we would go down to the final. Which would be right here on stream as we're playing this one all the way through. This hand, Michael limped in from the small ROM. Checks his option and flops all of it on 6, 4 deuce. ROM with 5 tray. And Michael going to be the one betting out as if he's got something for 40,000. A half pot size bet.
Rom just kind of smiling a little bit.
Thinking about his best course of action here.
Yep.
Yep, just going to flat call. I think on such a dry rainbow board, flat call makes a lot of sense.
Heads up.
I think that's a trade that just came out.
Yeah, it's a brutal card for Rami to see. Obviously, he's praying for any paint card, anything to improve his opponent's hand. Just anything that keeps your hand the nuts, which is a vast majority of the cards. Now it's just going to be harder for your opponent to keep bluffing. So pretty rough turn card for him. It slowed Michael down.
I think now Rom actually has just one more big now than Michael. Oof, their chip counts are pretty even now.
And getting tight here.
Do you have anything right there?
You gave him chips. We're all screwed. You just had to give him chips. Like he's win. I'm now looking for. I was looking for a win, but now I'm looking for second place.
Freddie knows Rom is definitely the wrong person to be getting chips in front of him. Again, someone pointed it out earlier, over $3 million in earnings for Rom.
That's not somebody you want at your table with a chip stack, that is for sure. Whew. Jack says Freddie was right. Very, very right. His assessment that he's playing for second place, not first anymore. See flop come down ace high, so Rom, best hand.
Heads up.
After this run out, we're going to see Rom's hand continues to stay best. Soko continuing to bluff at it again on the river. Going to get the bad news when Rom puts in the call. And yet again, Rom chipping up. Continues to extend his chip stack. Just keeps gaining more and more. He was almost out multiple times earlier in the night, but now it's almost as if nothing could stop him. Let's see if anybody can find a way to slow him down.
There's people out there too.
Oh yeah, I know, but I did not know that they were. Yeah, I was like, no way.
Seems like everybody's settling in, trying not to be the final table bubble. We've been without an elimination for quite some time. Now Michael opens it up with the ace tray of diamonds. Over to Dale in the small. 10-7 suited, very tempting, but at the same time, you got such a short stack. Which way does Dale want to go with it? He is going to try to hit the piece on this flop. Soko getting in there as well. And off the short stack also.
I have 16.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Puts in the call, and we're going to be three ways. 9, 6, 4, 2 clubs on board. Massive flop for Dale. He's got a straight and flush draw with his 10-7 of clubs. Michael did not see bet. Fortunate for him, as he would have faced resistance. When Dale turns a flush, he's going to lead right out. Just a question of whether Soko wants to put in the call with his queen of clubs or not. Looks like he does. We see him assembling, calling chips, puts it in. Michael gets out of the way. Now River, 7 of hearts. Club does not come for Soko. Dale, the best hand. He's definitely going to put in a bet here. Hope to get paid. See Dale count it all out. Inevitably, he's going to bet and Soko's going to fold, I would assume.
Win.
And sure enough, that's what happens. Dale fires it in. Soko mucks his cards. The game moves on. Yeah, as everybody YouTube chat was saying, 10 players remaining, 1 away from the final. All of that is confirmed. Just 1 player away from getting down to the final table. Everybody right now with $835 locked up. First place, a little over 8,300. Everybody's got their eyes set on, along with that trophy and ring in the middle of this table. Day started around 3 p.m. with 229. It's the total number of entries. Now just 10 left.
Have bumblebees left? Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Like,
Michael, one of the chip leaders, open things up, takes it down without too much of a problem.
So I gotta get more. When it's final table, I don't want everyone to look down on me like I'm a little sad.
Cook it great again.
Yeah. 16.
Definitely seems like nobody wants to be eliminated. Let's see if Soko can find a hand to avoid it. He's now
I should have used
crippled
these for my blind.
on the dealer button.
Freaking only give you the orange.
Less than 5 big blinds in his stack. Got to find a hand and find it fast.
De-incentivize you to raise it though.
All oranges? It looks like a bigger stack, honestly, whenever you have so many oranges.
Action's going to start on Rami. Does announce a raise. Bumping it up to 41,000. So Ko's putting in that call with the Queen 9. This is going to leave him with very little behind. This could be the hand. We see it go down to 9 players if Soko is eliminated. Instead, he's going to outflop, hitting the queen, and he's going nowhere. Rami c-bets, Soko calls. It's going to be tough for Rami to catch up. Needs to go runner. Soko's queen is pretty solid, and it stays the best hand on the turn. Rami drawing dead, so we're gonna see the short stack double up yet again. We're gonna see chips sent Soko's way, getting some life. Not going down without a fight, that's for sure.
Someone's got to get this guy on TV. I need the heat lamps.
You heard the outer table a little upset that there hasn't been a player eliminated over here yet. Almost had it there.
Are you talking about the hand that I'm thinking about? Or
Now we got Soko all in yet again. A little bit better this time. Ace-6, around a 10 big blind stack. Pretty easy open shove. And nobody has anything worth calling. Gain a little bit of life. And at the same time, blinds are going up. We're up to 10,000, 20,000. Pressure is on.
Huh? Break it. You say break? Oh, I thought you said break.
I'd be willing to bet that we get a final table break. We'll give that break. As long as someone busts in the tournament in the next 28 minutes. 10, 20, 20.
20,000 big with a 20,000 ante.
20,000 to go.
Stacks shrink a little bit in terms of relativity.
Raise 40 in the 3.
Freddie, the ace queen, gonna bump it up. Making it 40,000 to go with the min click. Continues to fold around. Dale looking down at Jack 8. Looks like he's gonna defend though, putting in the call. So Freddie v. Dale.
Heads up. Check. 9. Bet 20,000 in the 3. Fold.
Flop came out. Freddie put out a c-bet after flopping top 2 pair.
You didn't have ace-4?
Gets no action. Dale flopped nothing. Has to let it go. Now Roberto asking about breaking before the final table. Yeah, if we go down to the final 9, might be a slight break. As the players were just pointing out, this is the last level before going to their break. So a lot of times they will just sync up. Like, hey, we'll regroup for the final and take your break now, rather than taking a break to set it up, then another break as scheduled. Usually just kind of sync the 2 up at the same time, since it'll be easy to do so, assuming somebody is eliminated in the next 20 or so minutes. If not, somehow all 10 remain in 25-ish minutes, they would just take their break as scheduled. And then when it regroups for the final, kind of do it quickly and resume play. More than likely, we'll be going down to the final before then. Well, we have a chance to have that happen here as Michael open with 4s. Dale wakes up with ace-king and rips it. Dale with a 10 big blind stack. Might be pretty mandatory for Michael to put in a call for that amount, since he already did open. Or rather, Michael limped in, so it's 9 more big blinds to call. Given the fact it's about a 10 big blind shove, we could easily see a call here from Dale. We'd be off to a coin flip. Instead, he's going to let it go. Dale doesn't have to sweat the coin flip. Drags the pot in. Continue to play on here. 10-handed in this event. Featured table here, 5-handed. Table right there behind us. You can kind of see in the background. 5-handed as well. Final table obviously will be played at 9-handed. So just 1 elimination away. Now Michael with ace-queen suited. Going to put in a 40,000 chip raise. First act under the gun. So far, nobody with a hand worth playing until it gets to Freddie.
And a call.
Who is going to put in a call with the Jack-9 suited out of the big blind.
They're too difficult for me.
These two have tangled quite a bit.
Yeah, that's all. I'm just yellow and
Yeah.
you can feel
Freaking crazy. Check.
10 high flop. No pair for either player. Freddie with a gut shot straight draw. Michael, the pre-flop aggressor, is going to put out a C-bet.
Only you made it 30. I really wasn't going to call 30. Then I heard the 5.
Freddie letting go of his gut shot straight draw on Jack high.
Hold on. Let me do it. Maybe this is how you get the big set.
20 and 20, yeah.
Continuing on.
If I trade all my pumpkins, I get 1 bumblebee.
That's fair.
About right.
With play starting today around 3 p.m. in this event, we're now coming up with 9 hours of play so far, with a final table still looming.
Raise 51,000.
Interested to see what that does to different players. Who gets affected by maybe getting a little bit on the tired side. Maybe a little bit more gamble, a little more anxiety to get it over with.
Fold 3.
Some of them already starting to look a little bit more tired than others.
51.
51 total.
31.
Yep.
And a call.
All right, so after Rami opened it up with ace-4, Michael, an ace-4 of his own in the big blind. Rami's is suited, so it's much prettier looking at this juncture.
Heads up.
Both hit the 4 on the flop when it comes queen 8-4. Michael with the backdoor flush draw holding the ace of diamonds now.
63.
Checks to Rami, puts out a C-bet. Goes with 63, about half pot size. Michael with just bottom pair, gonna fold, so Rami starting to exert his dominance on this table. He's got the chips to do so. Seems like he's got a pretty good feel for the action here too. It's a lethal combination.
$20,000 is the bet. Fold 9. Call 2. Fold 3.
All right, we're gonna see Soko limp in with the pocket 4s. Michael happy to complete the small blind with the king 9 of clubs, putting in a call. Rami with 7-6. Gonna check his option out of the big. So 3 ways we're gonna go. So flop comes down 10-8 tray. Soko's 4s are still in the lead. Boy wants to step out, checks around to a 10 on the turn. Completes the rainbow.
28,000 in the 8.
Rami with a gut shot straight draw. Gonna fire out. SoCo with the 4s. Gonna put in the call. After Michael lets it go, we're gonna go off to the river. Comes down a jack of clubs. Rami still sitting with 7 high. SoCo with just 4s here. Might not be able to stand too much pressure.
22,000.
Rami does apply that pressure. And it works as SoCo lets go. Folds all the way around to Rami in the small. Jack 6 suited. Goes ahead and just limps in. Dale checking his option with Jack 7.
Heads up.
Well, Rami hits the 6, fires out a bet. Gonna take it down. Things continuing to go well for him here on the featured table. Obviously, he's got his sights set a little bit higher. Seems like he's had a pretty good plan on how to navigate it.
20,000 to go. Raise 40 in the 3. Fold. Fold 9. A call.
So it looks like Freddie initially opened things up with the ace-10. SoCo going to be the only caller out of the big blind defending. 6 deuce.
80,000 and a fold.
Freddie's C-bet going to be good enough to just take it down after the flop came out. Everybody's kind of bend but don't break so far, especially SoCo. We've seen him get short a couple of times. Keeps hanging around, keeps lingering on. We'll see if he can hold on, find a double up. As he tries to make
20,000
his run to the final table. Been tough sledding for him so far. See Rom kind of eyeing up how short SoCo is, decides not to maybe try and steal the blinds here. Dale off a 10 big blind stack of his own. Jack 8 suited. He's going to bump things up.
We raise to 45,000, fold 2, and a fold around.
That's going to get the job done. He's chipping up little by little.
There we go.
He's down to the
I'm gonna have to
bubbles.
raise this one on pure principle to get some silvers.
Your man of
I don't know, man. I might use.
verbal is binding, you know that.
That's true. That's true.
In this game, verbal is binding, sir.
Fold.
First 2 to act fold. SoCo folds. Now it's just around to the blinds. Freddie v. Michael.
And a check.
After Freddie limps, Michael's going to check.
Get some of these ready.
So off to a 9-8-5 rainbow flop.
There's 2 silvers.
Michael throws out a bet. He's going to take it down with his middle pair and straight draw.
Yeah,
After Freddie lets go of his king high.
It's all my fault. Wait, you're small blind now. You gotta get rid of them.
Nope, I got some of these. I got some pumpkins. Stack my
Easy for dealer.
10,000 or 20,000 to go. Fold 9, fold 2, fold 3.
Just the 2 of us.
Call.
Michael just completing out of the small blind with his ace-4, electing not to bump it up with an ace in his hand.
Heads up.
Rami happy to check back as 9-7. Take it to a 10-5 tray flop. So Michael with the wheel draw. Rami at just 9 high. Doesn't stop Rami from betting when check 2. Michael pretty quickly puts in the call. We'll go off to a turn. Comes down 4 of hearts, so pair of 4s now for Michael. Rami does have a straight draw. Michael's going to check it over. Rami's going to keep on the pressure.
And again, cited earlier, Rom having chips in front of him, that's a dangerous thing.
And we've seen why last couple of orbits he's really been applying pressure well. Just keeps chipping up, pushing his opponents off of some hands. You can see it here. Michael doesn't quite believe it, but also doesn't have a strong enough hand to withstand it. Sure enough, Michael, after some reluctance, has to let it go. Rami just continues to chip up.
And we are
navigating the short-handed table real well.
Absolutely, and we are still at 10 players here. We are still waiting for one more elimination before we can get final table action going. There will be about a 10-minute break in between there whenever we do get to that point. Bless you, Ronan. You're sneezing. But yeah, once we do hit the final 9, we will be taking the break in just a minute. Remember, we are on a 20-minute delay, so if you are in the room watching in real time,
you're ahead of us.
You're ahead of us. So let's not do anything spoiler-related, please.
Yeah, I don't want to get spoiled either. The way we actually do the commentary, we sit kind of pretty much locked in a closet watching the same stream as you guys.
Yeah,
so
we're watching the delayed feed with you guys. So
I
yeah,
honestly don't know when people get eliminated.
Correct. Yep. We know when you guys know watching the delay. So let's not do any spoilers. I think I just heard seat open behind us. So I think we have now just got to 9. Yeah. Yeah. So I think that was I think that was the table behind us. They must have had that elimination.
But yeah, no, I mean you're good, Cube. You don't have to, not really your bad as much as we're just hanging out, watching along with you guys.
All right, so yep, it is it right there. So yeah, we are officially now at our final 9. We are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with final table action as we have now finally got to the final 9. So appreciate you guys hanging out with us, being with us. Again, be back in 10 minutes. Thanks for watching here on Best Bet Live.
Summer isn't about the Ritz crackers. It's about the backyard barbecues and the Ritz crackers.
And you? What would you do for love? Miss Dior, the new parfum, Dior.
with 10,000 small, 20,000 big, 20,000 ante. We will still take a break though when this level ends because we will have to do a color up to get the pumpkins off the table. So just so you guys know. All right, guys. So we are back now. Officially, the final table is set. We are 9-handed. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching.
Sorry if we gave any spoilers away, apparently. GT Jack correctly pointing out spoiler was in our own display photos. Apparently.
Yeah.
Sometimes we misplay a hand or two. You know,
it happens. But here are the payouts now, as we are now officially down to our final 9 here on the table. Now, again, we are resuming level before we do a color up. So it is going to be about 15 minutes, and then we will have to take a break, as we will have to take the pumpkins off the table. But here we are getting after it. First hand back. Quick look at the chip counts. As you see, Jackson, the overall chip leader.
Jackson, he's back. Saw him briefly at the feature table. Came back with a vengeance in the chip lead, huh?
Yep, absolutely.
Soko, the tiniest of the stacks. 2 big blinds for him. He's right there in the 9th seat next to the dealer. So we'll see if he can find a hand worth playing. As it gets around him, Marcus's button. Michael initially limped in. Marcus is going to rip it with his ace. Marcus on a 15 big blind chip stack.
Now Marcus, by the way, from Switzerland, from what I understand. Whoa. All in with the 300K here.
First hand, huh?
BKB. King Queen and a decision in the big blind. He's got a very similar chip stack, almost the exact same amount as Marcus.
Drink the Corona, buddy.
So call would be for his tournament life as well.
Yeah, he's gonna let it go.
Tightest hold I make the rest of the night. Hell, man, hell no. Yeah, I did. King, queen. Oh. You almost got it. You almost just got dealt with it. I know you had 8s. I know you had 8s.
Oh, I can't.
But you could have.
He didn't have 8s.
Ain't talking else though.
I know.
Bro, I saw you had aces. I didn't have time to play. I was busy winning money.
Again, appreciate you guys being with us this entire time as we are now at final table. And uh-oh.
Action Jack.
Yep, Jacks for Jackson.
McJacketies.
Yep. And again, he is your overall chip leader at this table with 1.2 mil in front of him. Ooh, traveling ace-7. He's got 20 bigs left. So he is going to let it go. Rominator 8-7.
So we saw Rominator really put on some pressure here on the featured table when they were shorthanded playing down to the final.
I think it's safe to say
spun it up quick and furious.
I think it's safe to say Rominator might be the most dangerous player at this table. Now Marcus, King Jack suited into cutoff.
And obviously hard for us to know what the action was like on that outer table. Had Marcus, Action Jackson, BKB on it. Don't know if they were clashing hard or playing more ABC. So here Marcus announced a 3-bet, makes it 95K to go. Everybody else clears out, back over to Jackson. He's got a pair of hymns in the hole. Let's see what he wants to do.
Taking a look over at Marcus's stack. And he is going to hit the all-in button. Again, we are now down to our final 9. And Marcus is going to let it go.
I've just never seen people give away 300,000 before, you know, stuff like that. It's just wild.
I mean, Marcus didn't really think twice about it. And we got the peanut gallery behind us that's rooting on Jackson.
The Action Jackson fan club.
Woke up with a premium.
Yeah, nice 6'5" suited.
9 players left here. Dave started with 229
Yeah, we'll tell you. Don't
total entries. Event kicked off around 3 p.m. Now we're a little past midnight, so 9 hours into the event. Obviously still a little bit to go with this entire final table still alive as things stand right now.
And then I'll be like,
Hey bro, can you call somebody for drinks? Possibly.
I feel like that was a move for the camera. I don't know.
Folding around. Gets over to the short stack Soko. He's going to rip it all in with pocket 10s.
Yep.
I haven't looked yet.
43,000.
Pretty easy for all in if you ask me.
And then Jackson puts in the call.
Yeah, one
King
big
Deuce,
blind
yeah.
for the call. I mean, you can see right there, 22,000 to call, 100,000 in the middle.
10-10.
Good.
He's looking to suck out.
Yep. 10s are still in the lead.
Still holding on to the river.
10s are good. So Sokol does collect a few blinds there.
Yep, doubling himself up. Still not out of the woods yet as he's only at 5 bigs. Did just get through the blinds. That shove was from the cutoff, so he's got a couple of hands, so he has to worry about posting up his big blind ante again.
Oh my God.
Technically, he dropped a rock out of his pocket. There wasn't even really no real money.
You can still drop out of the tournament any point in time.
Well, now everyone sees the kind of cards he plays.
Blind hands.
Yeah, I mean.
Just call him all night and you'll win, guys.
Action Jackson fan club has turned on him.
This is the quickest support the needle I've heard.
It's a $200 tournament.
We had to stake it 90% for this $200 buy-in. He's got 10% action, so
I can only win like 1K.
We'll see, yes, investors.
All right, well, Action Jackson, ace-10 suited.
Yeah, it's blind versus blind here.
Oh, boy.
He's got so many chips, he'd be pushing around.
Yeah, all in and traveling. Pocket 8s in the big blind.
Pretty happy to get it all in here most of the time. Jackson could be doing this with a pretty wide range. A lot of weaker aces that you're ahead of.
She does put in the call.
Yeah, if Jackson had any suited wheel ace, it'd be going in like that as well. So, good call. In general there by Trevlin. Let's see if she can win this flip. And
Oof. Nope, 10 on the flop there, and she needs an 8 and only an 8. It's not going to happen. And Jackson has eliminated Trevlin. Trevlin is still going to take home
$835 for her 9th place finish.
Yeah, and
she played rather well on the feature table earlier as well during her short stint there.
that she did. So, yep, that is the 9th place prize for Trevlin, $835. 8th place money, $1,053.
Oh yeah, I'm only gonna get 10% of 5,000 because I can't win heads up. If you give me heads up, it's over. I lose. So don't chop with me.
All right, let's go.
also he has to pay the taxes of it too, so he gets like $50.
Definitely a wild, fun table, it seems like.
Yeah, it's livened up for sure.
Come a long way from some of that more tense final table bubble quietness we were hearing. This is going the opposite direction. Everybody a little bit happy to be here at this point.
Oh, BKB going to go all in with King Jack offsuit.
Yeah,
and now Rem also,
about 12 bigs.
Rem also with King Jack offsuit.
Yeah, a lot harder to call with it than shove with it.
Me too, buddy. I'm happy you're here with me as well.
How much
Jackson's costing me money. Jackson's gonna win like as much as
Total of 14 big
How is
blinds.
he costing you money? It's not him.
287.
287.
I was already punting, and I was like,
Pretty
you know what?
close.
Let's have fun, at least when we're punting.
Same time, a reminder, Soko over there with about 5 big blinds. You might lean towards thinking this is a little bit stronger with a short stack still in play and the pay jump starting to increase.
bet $4 on the turn.
He does let it go. And then Brandon does show.
I'll show you though, man.
No, I have the same hand. Yeah, that's what to call there. Yeah, to call there.
Yeah, no doubt. Go full.
Oh, no, this is one fine.
I can fold one. King, queen, I would have snapped you.
Snap call, yeah, I'll figure it.
I found one thing.
King, queen, I can
Find my jacket and my, thank you so much. We're lost.
Yeah, we are now down to 8 players. Again, it is, this level, there's about 10 minutes left in this level.
Woo! Great hand, sir. I'm paying them way too much for
Hey,
derailment.
listen, however much he's paying, y'all double it if you just keep me whiskey going.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you have a preference? Or are you just not picking?
SoCo all in.
Yep, King 10 offsuit. And oh no, Brandon,
Monster,
BKB.
monster King Queen.
He is also all in.
Thought he might just flat call with that many players behind, but ISO shove it is. Either way, it does clear out everybody else, and
I like King Queen.
he's off
Hey, y'all got that jack yet?
to a run out with the best hand. SoCo looking to spike a 10. Not on that flop.
Oh, Queen comes. Now Jack. Doesn't happen. SoCo does get eliminated. And BKB
It's a normal thing.
takes the stack and improves his chip count quite a bit.
SoCo going to take home a little over $1,000 for his 8th place finish. Now down to 7 players.
Everybody better get one.
Rumble mints for me.
Does the rail get a drink?
So there's the payouts there, and then there is the chip counts now. Marcus now is the short stack, 13 bigs. Jackson, 85 bigs. Rom, 46 bigs. And BKB has now 24 bigs. He's got the 4th highest chip stack at the table.
Tall or short?
Yep, slowly but surely BKB trying to creep up to hitting Rami level.
Okay. You say captain, so tall?
Short.
Oh, short. Sorry.
Jackson and Rami are kind of stepping away from the rest of the crowd as we started this final. BKB doing his best to play catch up.
Wow, ace queen. He's getting some premium hands right now.
Yeah, all in again.
She asked him I needed a
Maybe he's ripping it there, hoping players think he's a little bit weaker since he just showed an all in with King Queen.
I'll drink your water. Ace 9.
I might need it. Oh, you do need it. We need
But
you
everybody
to
lets it go.
for our steak agreement, okay? You have to come through.
Jackson, you're buying dinner again.
So at least now with SoCo out of there, there's no micro stack that anybody's got to keep their eye on. Everybody can kind of play to chip up at this point instead of wait out the micro stack to get eliminated. And wow, BKB with another monster hand.
What is
Pocket
going
jacks
on?
under the
Wow.
gun.
He is getting all the premiums at the moment.
Hey, come on, Mark.
And he's all in again.
Just going to keep on doing it.
Yep.
And I mean, after how many in a row we've seen, this might start looking weak to players.
Yeah.
Rami didn't fall for it. He quickly folded ace 10.
Now Marcus. Oh, pocket 10s.
I mean, 11 big blinds.
Yeah, he's
Easy
got to
all
put in
in
the
call
call,
for
yeah.
Marcus. Nothing he can do there, but put in the chips pretty happily with pocket 10s, 10 big blinds deep.
Yep.
So 10s for Marcus if he can spike one.
8-8 deuce. 5 on a turn, a 10, and only a 10 can do it, and it's not going to happen. Wow, everyone getting eliminated right now.
I've seen 3 eliminations already.
Man, and BKB now, 41 bigs for him.
Yeah, but he's in there with Rami now, 40 big blind mark.
Blood's in the water. And I ain't stopping with just them either. Targets on all y'all, baby. I mean,
He's been begging for the lights all
That's
night.
it.
He's got
Give
it,
me the light.
and he's busting the table.
Let me shine, baby. Let me shine.
Shine and
Always
camouflage.
from
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
something.
I can hear him, but I just can't see him.
Yeah. John Cena.
One out, right? Ace 10. It's down to 1 out.
Nice.
He's not the small boy.
Yeah, 6 players remain. Everybody's got 17-43 locked up at this point. That was a fast flurry of 3 eliminations. Kick things off on this final table after a long final table bubble. They sat 10-handed for about 30-40 minutes. Suddenly just snapped down to 6. Well, we get back into action with Jackson raising up a king 5 suited. Letting it go around to BKB. He's going to defend his big blind with the 8-6 offsuit.
Yeah, if you don't mind pushing the orange down, we are going to...
2 of the bigger chip stacks heading off to the ace 10-7 flop.
Heads up, check.
BKB checking it over with his gut shot straight draw. Jackson throwing out the C-bet on an ace-high board. He did pre-flop raise from early position. A lot of aces in range. BKB calls with that straight draw.
Check.
Another ace falls on the turn. BKB checks it over. Let's see if Jackson wants to continue telling his story. So he's going to slow down, check it back with his king high. Now BKB, 8 high. Only way you can win is with a bluff.
8 high.
Instead he checks it. And Jackson's going to take this down with king high.
All right, so it looks like we are going to be taking the color up break here. So it's going to be about a 10-minute break, but there is a look at the payouts as of now. 3 eliminations already. This has been a pretty quick final table so far with already 3 eliminations. But be back in 10 minutes, guys, as we are going to take the orange chips off the table and back with more final table action of the Ambassador Bounty event here, part of the Run Good Poker Series here on Best Bet Live.
Yeah. Oh, that's a
It's okay. I mean,
I guess it's
30,
tournament.
barely.
Yeah, because 100 was the same.
Yeah.
When it was
All right, welcome back. So we are back at it here.
You might have said by mistake.
So I think the blind levels are actually 15, 25, 25
$60,000
are the blind levels right now.
They've been skipping a lot of levels today.
Yeah,
It's
a
$200 tournament. So
It's like
It's for fun.
It's a free for all. That's what it is.
Yeah,
a free
it
for
seems
all.
like it. My stack just got to 6
Oh, well. Do we have to play this hand like this?
Yeah,
or no?
we already have
I mean, I
action
guess-
with 30 as the blind. Yeah, we have a raise already. So
It doesn't matter. It's not that big of a
I
deal.
think everything kind of stayed how
I would have opened to like 55.
It's a min.
like,
Yeah, it's a min click no matter what
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is.
yeah.
It's the same thing. I don't care. It doesn't matter
So
to me.
fold one, call the 2.
I don't think anyone was folding 10K variants anyways. Like,
Heads up, guys. Check. $35.
lead 8 or fold.
$75. Got a fold.
Nice steal.
I was gonna bet that turn cover.
There's diamonds out. I can't
you
risk
wanted me
you
to
checking.
or
I
not?
can't risk you checking.
It's starting. It's starting.
So
But yeah, here we are. We are down to our final 6 guys, and here's the way the payouts look.
Yeah.
$8,347 up top for first place. The next elimination will be taking home $1,743. And here are the chip counts as of now. Whoop,
gone.
A little quick one. We'll show them again real quick. All right, and the blind levels are back to where they're supposed to be. Yeah, Jackson right now is your chip leader.
Monster.
Dale is your short stack right now at the moment.
Pretty clumped down low. Jackson far and away a chip lead. I'm sure he'll try to put it to use. Especially since he's got the pressure of his rail sweating him, as we heard when we got down to the final. Trying to bring it home for his boys.
Yeah, and it's been a pretty festive table so far. Definitely a lot more vocal. And here's BKB, Queen 7 on the button. Gonna let it go.
You see Rami originally opened it under the gun with the King Queen.
65. That's it.
That's it.
I call. 2 and 3. C. Call.
Jackson going to defend his big. He is the only caller. He's in here with 8, 7 of diamonds. Easy to defend with suited connectors.
All right, Jack 4 ace flop here. So the king high for Raminator still good.
And obviously under the gun open. Going to c-bet an ace high board, especially given the fact he's got a Broadway draw to go with it. C-bet's going to be good enough to take it down.
That's good.
Jackson's got to let go of his 8-7. So Rami, BKB battling it out there for second and third in chips.
Thanks, man.
Trying to chip their way up to contend with Jackson.
Yeah, I gotta make
At least have enough to maybe get it to heads up and then go ahead and take this bad boy over.
But it was funny, like before the color up break that we had to do, we saw 3 eliminations right out of the gate. So
it's all about, I think it was about 15, 20 minutes worth of play, and
yeah,
3 players got knocked out. Surprised to see it happen that fast.
And it also seems like it's a pretty action tournament table. Like it's been pretty aggressive so far, especially when you had BKB going all in 3 straight hands in a row.
And it really seemed like the vibe was all of these players want to climb up there and win first. They're not trying to ladder from 8th to 7th, 7th to 6th, nothing like that.
Right. Well, and also considering the ladders are like pretty condensed with each other.
Yeah, they're starting to get sizable now. Right now, everybody's got that 1743 locked up, and that's a little over $500 pay jump to 5th. Then it becomes like 800 to 4th.
So it does start adding up a little bit here and there.
Small tournament, good hand.
No, I mean, we said we can show the hand this tournament. Main event, you're not going to show the hand.
That's a
I'm
fair
saying.
point.
Oh,
I show my hand every time.
no, we're talking
Main
some,
event.
no, I mean, you can
circus
show them
act,
too.
Whatever, you know.
The catch is when, yeah, you're right. You can show there too. But I'm saying here, anybody can show.
Fold 1,
That is
fold 2, fold 3.
So folding all the way around to blind versus blind. Rami ships it with ace jack. Fred says 4 high and lets it go. Makes sense. I mean, for Rami, just go ahead and ship it in there with just about any ace, especially a strong one against a 10 blind, big blind stack.
Remy? Grammy. Nice to meet you.
So Freddie, Dale there. Going to be the small and big blind. They are 2 of the shorter stacks in play right now. So potential for them to clash if it gets around to the 2 of them.
5,000 to go.
It's a big if, though, the way the action's been flying so far on this table.
That it has.
Well, Jackson with king 10. So he's very likely to open it up here. That's what he does.
55.
A little over a min click, making it 55 to go. Rami looking down at an ace. Ace deuce just going to fold. Especially given the fact there's 2 short stacks in the blinds.
On Freddie with ace 10, yep, all in.
Rip. Yeah, getting in so good here. If Jackson puts in the call, we are going to see Dale get out of the way with the 6-4, that's for sure.
And a call.
Now about a 10 big blind stack. Obviously, Jackson's going to call, try to eliminate opponent. Freddie in great shape. Looking to hold it in against Jackson's king 10. Got a 3-1 advantage. Let's see if it can hold.
Whoa, open.
Jackson
gutter.
looking for a jack now.
Yeah, gutter.
It's a clean turn.
Boom!
Oh, the jack does come on the river. That eliminates Freddie.
Yeah, action Jackson hits the jack.
Ugh.
On the river.
This kind of luck box, this is what you're doing out
Just
here?
chips up even more to extend his lead at this point.
Wow. And yeah, nothing Freddie could do about that one. He made the correct play. Just unfortunately, that jack on a river just messed it up for him. So Freddie is going to be taking home 6th place money. 1,743 is the payout for him.
Get it in bed.
5th place payout will be 2,286.
Don't screw up, heads up, please.
And then here is the update with the chip counts.
Dale all alone down there as the shorty.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deficit
Raise
for Dale right there.
I'll see, friend.
Congrats though to Freddie. Well done, nicely played by him today.
GG's indeed. And if anybody has anything they want to make fun of him about, you can find him over at 455 Park Avenue, Orange Park location, where he'll be working a couple of nights later this week.
He is returning to work now?
Feel free to needle him as you see fit. Gotcha. Within reason.
Right.
No paperwork, please.
But he is returning to work. That's cool. And he did recently just come off Tommy Campbell surgery, aka gallbladder surgery. So
yeah, fully recovered.
He's broke.
Able to play, able to work.
Hey,
He'll get back at it.
It's okay.
Hey, good playing with you. Congrats.
So here we are, 5 players left. Again, it's the $200 Rungood Ambassador event, part of the Rungood series here at Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. This event started around 3 p.m. here on the East Coast, so a little over 9.5 hours ago. So a total of 229 entries, and now only 5 remain.
King 6-6 flop here.
Brick sauce for both. Jackson opening under the gun pre-flop. Going to put out the C-bet. Michael's just going to let it go. Jackson just keeps on chipping up. Hovering around 80 big blinds. Whew. Nearly double Rami's chip stack, who's 2nd right now.
Wow.
A crazy disparity. And then they got a little, and then Rami's got a good chunk of wiggle room on the next 2 players. So see how this one shakes up as we continue 5-handed here.
Hold 5.
So Rami lets it go under the gun. Dale
Hold 7.
The short stack has to let go of his 8-7. KB folding his button, so it'll be blind versus blind. Michael just folding Jack Trey. Nobody wants to really clash with Jackson. Doesn't seem like anybody's got one over on him. Roberto says he thinks he's going to start bullying the players now. And I think aside from Rami, nobody's really stood up to him much at all.
Are you talking shit on that?
They're talking mad shit. Mad shit.
I actually think that's the right play.
I said that right away. We said it was the right play. That's why I said it. I was saying you're such a pro for checking it down. You are not getting it down.
Of course, the gallery, the rail, still having some fun.
All right, Dale, that short stack. First stack is ace-10, gonna raise it up.
Yeah, ace-10 under the gun.
Fold 1. Fold 2.
Bumps up to 65.
All in the 5.
Raminator all in, and Dale is going to make the call. So off to the races again here with Dale and Raminator. Ace-9 versus ace-10.
Mom's going to be looking for the 9. Dale looking to hold to get a big double up.
Queen Jack Trey flop. A 10 on the turn for Dale. And Dale's going to hold. Dale's going to get a little double up, get some life to him.
Yeah, 18 big blinds gets him much closer to BKB and Michael over there in the mid-20s, so just really closed that gap with that double up. Starting to become anybody's game. Obviously, it's a hit to Rami's stack as he was trying to play catch up to Jackson. Obviously, still a fair bit of wiggle room for Rami as he's still over 30 blinds. Obviously, a win there would have gotten him up closer to 50. He would have been running away with this thing with Jackson, trying to get it down to just them two heads up for
I couldn't say
the trophy and ring.
What do you do with Jack twist heads up?
Otherwise, I don't play like that. I mean, I have a hand too. It's not that I don't have a hand.
I like this guy.
Hand there. It's 9-5
Sipping
hand.
up.
Sipping on some Jack. Straight
Raise
up.
50,000.
This is Jack.
Call.
Jack the
So
Ripper.
Jackson open it from the button with an ace. Rami's going to defend out the small blind with 10-7 suited, putting in the call. Gets over to Dale. Fresh off that double up. He's going to put in a call closing the action. Getting about 6-1. 3 ways we're going to go. Flop comes down. Rami's going to check it over to Dale. He's also going to check. Jackson doesn't want to c-bet on this board. Checks it back with his ace high. 10 on the turn is going to give Dale an open-ended straight draw. Rami, a pair of 10s, and Jackson a Broadway draw. All 3 players check it once more to a 6 of clubs on the river. So Rami's 10, actually the best hand. Let's see if anyone wants to bluff at it, though. Dale going to be the one to fire out a bet. Throws out 75K, and Rami pretty quickly picks off the bluff, putting in the call.
He's one of my friends.
Rami just kind of zoned in right now.
What did he say?
Picked off that bluff without too much hesitation with third pair.
Oh, that's a handball thing.
I know you've been here before.
Hey, if I was you, I would have brought a little more of a supporter group of guys, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like they want to watch you lose, to be honest.
No,
They're here
They
for
genuinely
anyone to beat you.
No, they genuinely want me to lose.
They're ready to see your demise.
This is a real thing.
Oh, I know.
They really would rather have
They're
me
gonna
lose.
cheers everyone when you go out. Like,
If we're being honest, like, we don't want him to lose. We want him to finish second. Specifically second. Like,
third,
that's like the
good
ultimate
job.
need.
Good job,
You want
buddy.
me to be the one true player.
Yes.
All right, well,
Like, I'm cheering for him until he gets heads up. And then whoever
Wiggle
he
needles
is,
a little bit. We go 3 ways in a raised pot.
Have you guys ever blown 101?
Yeah, 125,000.
It's going up. It's going to go up every day. 17 million to 1 chip fee.
Call.
Michael put out a c-bet. Rami continuing to call, both with the same wheel draw. Comes with a 5 on the turn with 2 clubs. Michael free rolling, the flush draw to go with the wheel.
Like it's a quarter of a big blind, I'm pretty sure.
We could see a huge pot.
Bet 150,000.
He like found a 500
It would
chip
be
and he was supposed to
disastrous
color
for
up Alex.
Rami.
I guess it's in play. I'm the favorite, baby. Let's go.
Raise all in and a
like
5
asked Jackson
and a
to
call.
chop
Turn 'em up.
All in and
Like,
call.
he's like, I'm the favorite.
Huge spot for Michael if he can hit a club.
Come on, club, baby.
Just a complete free roll. Club would swing and
You have
the
it too. You're
chips
supposed to
over.
be giving me a whole stack right there.
Rami needs to fade a club on this river.
Hey!
Oh my gosh, Michael hits that club river card, and now he's got a massive amount of chips.
405.
Gets him to 1.35 million here. Table go dead silent after that. That is a huge, huge swing. Huge hit to Rami's stack.
It is what it is.
Absolutely brutal run out.
Damn, y'all both had it.
No, we turned it.
Oh, that what it was?
Yeah,
That is
we
gonna
turned it.
shift.
Yeah, we both hit
Turned it.
Momentum. Really swings things
Straight draw, one
kind of in a nice way for Jackson there. Took a huge amount of chips from being on his left in Rami's stack and moved them to his right. So now he gets position on the other big stack at this table.
3. Raise 65.
And we've seen Rami come all the way back from a short stack on the featured table earlier today. Let's see if he can do it again. See if he can regroup from that brutal, devastating river club. See, open things up.
1.95. You know, let's talk to the crowd.
And Dale, flat call Queen Jack. BKB electing just a call with eights. Doesn't 3-bet him. Thought a 3-bet shove may be incoming.
Let's do it.
And after he calls, Michael getting a great price to call.
Oh
And
my
it's
God,
4 ways to the flop. 10-9-4. Dale open-ended. Rami with a pair of 9s. Michael with the 4s. BKB, meanwhile, still holding that pair of 8s.
100,000.
Rami continuing. As the pre-flop raiser puts out a nice continuation bet here of 100K. About 1/3 pot. Don't see how Dale's not going to go with it here with his open and straight draw and 2 overs. Sure enough, there it is, all in from Dale. That should clear BKB and Michael out of here. Given how much strength Rami has shown.
What a hand.
Not sure what BKB is contemplating now.
Quite ready to dance with the devil yet.
Thought his shove was coming pre-flop.
I know he has. I just don't know.
The way this flop came out, the action given.
You got what, roughly 3?
Fold.
Is it like 240 here?
And Rami getting the countdown just to make sure it's not grossly more than he believes. And puts in the call.
Big draw.
Big draw? I folded 8s.
Yep, there it is. Open ended. I knew it.
I was still beat. I folded pocket 8.
Queen Jack 9-7.
Yep, I knew that.
Here we're gonna go. Basically a coin flip. Rami versus Dale. 6 falls on the turn. Trey on the river. Queen Jack does not get there in any way, and we're gonna see Dale getting knocked out in 5th place. Rami accumulates a lot of chips back that he just lost not too long ago with his pair of 9s holding.
Guys, let's fuck around and find out.
And Dale being knocked out in 5th place, taking home $22.86 for his troubles. GG's to him. Now all 4 players have a little over 3,000 locked up.
Are you gonna cry?
I'll literally never hear the end of it. I mean, for the rest of my life.
He said I'll never.
It would be deserved. too.
Michael raising it up out of the small blind. Got about 3x. Ace-5 suited. Jackson wakes up with Ace-6 suited. These are the 2 chip leaders right now. Jackson leading the way and holding position.
And a call.
Being in the big blind, puts in the call of his suited ace. Pretty anticlimactic 9-4 deuce flop. Michael with the wheel draw. backdoor clubs. Jackson just backdoor hearts. Michael throws out the C-bet. Might see Jackson stick around for a street here, holding ace high. Yeah, this is a blind versus blind formation. But Jackson's going to let it go. Haven't seen Michael get out of line up till now. No reason to believe that he's getting a little crazy and messing around against the chip leader. Javier saying that this final table's been fast. It sure has. I know our final table bubble dragged on for quite some time. They're making up for it in fast fashion here. And now, no exception yet again. BKB rips it all in. Almost a 20 big blind shove with his pocket tens.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
We're going to see Michael let go of the king suited. Jackson throwing away his garbage. Rami's pretty quick call. What's he got?
Tens versus ace 7.
Ace 7 for Rami. So BKB could find a huge double up to almost $1 million in chips if his tens hold. Rami looking for an ace.
He does catch it.
Is. And hearts to boot. And Hart has him drawing dead. BKB on the river. So we're going to see BKB now eliminated. This table is going fast AF.
Yeah.
BKB is the quietest we've ever seen him in live stream history with him on it. Getting sucked out on and being eliminated in 4th place. Taking home $3,037 for his finish. He obviously had his sights set on a higher payday and had a good chance there, but wow, look at these chip counts now after all of that action. Suddenly leveled out 72, 55, 54. Nobody short. All of them with a ton of chips to play with.
Yeah, it looks
due to
like
the fast eliminations. It's crazy.
Yeah, so Dale was the one that was eliminated in 5th place, right? And then BKB in 4th place. So Freddie took home the 6th place prize.
Yep.
So yeah, I think it accidentally removed him out of there and moved everyone up. So
check.
Oops. Well, it's okay to forget Freddie. So we might see some, it's going to be very interesting seeing some deep stacked 3-handed play.
And I think it's also 3 players that like to mix it up, obviously. So I'm kind of curious to see how much the dynamics are going to change with these 3 players being in it.
It's not going to change as Rami having the best hand. Is
Yep.
Jackson drawing dead. As he contemplates firing again. Does shut it down, checking it back. As the original pre-flop razor and c-bet flop. River King. I would imagine, given the fact that it went check on the turn, Rami might lead out here, trying to extract some value should Jackson have an 8 or a king in his hand. Instead, Jackson turbo mucks his 10 high when Rami bets.
Yeah, Rami wasn't even finished putting the chips out on the table. Looks like we're going to take some of those grays off and replace those with some bumblebees.
I don't think they expected all the chips to get consolidated so fast. That was much quicker than normal.
Mike, I'm Jackson.
Jackson, nice to meet you, Jack.
Someone said we look like cousins over there.
Oh, really? You didn't tell him, right? That we're working together?
I was keeping a secret, dog, and I'm giving it away.
Could be the movie Step Brothers.
Did they just become best friends?
65.
Yup.
Call. C2.
What's your name?
Rami. Rami.
Remy?
Yeah, what's your name?
Mike.
Rami.
Mike Jackson.
He'd open it from the button.
The 3
Queen
legends
deuce.
that live
You call him Jack and then Jackson.
Well, nice to meet you, Will.
You guys meet my cousin? Jackson.
4 king 7 flop.
Check. 2.
So Michael does hit a 4 on his flop.
85.
Yep, checked it over. Rami puts out the C-bet.
85 and a call.
Michael puts in the call. Queen on the turn.
Wow, and that's the card Rami needed.
Check.
Does go check. And the river looks like a 4. So Michael ends up getting trips.
105. Call.
And puts out the value bet. Gets immediately called by Rami.
Dang, should have bet
4
more. You
of
snapped that
diamonds
out.
river.
I should have bet 200.
Gave it to Michael.
Oh, sorry. I gave you the one back. I need the one again. Sorry.
Wow.
Huge blows there. Again, still anybody's race. I mean, it's very tight.
What did I just hear? I don't think Did you actually just say that out loud?
He just said that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. They're gonna hear it. One of them is watching.
15, 25, 25.
Jesus Christ.
Fold 2.
Mark is drunk, I'm sorry.
It wasn't actually inappropriate. Fold.
It's a very inside joke.
Yeah, nobody's gonna understand.
Your laugh is cracking me up. I feel like you're gasping for air over there. Someone give him fucking CPR.
Yeah. Breathe, Mark.
I just hope the mic picked it up.
I really hope the mic picked it up.
Oh, don't worry. I can attest that the mic is picking up.
They're standing right under the mic.
Yeah, you guys are right under it. Yeah. Yeah.
Just keep on spilling the secrets, boys.
Yep. I mean, there is... there's 82 people watching. Do want to thank everyone that's liked and subscribed to the channel as well. Definitely appreciate you guys supporting. Wow, trips from Michael here. Man, trips have been running well for Mike right now. Now for Rom, he's drawing dead. Cannot improve at all.
Bet, hundo. And a call. That's it.
7 on the river. Club's complete. It may not be a card Michael likes to see because of the fact the flush does complete, but...
Check.
Can't be scared of a backdoor flush three-handed too.
No. It's more unlikely in three-handed, yeah.
Definitely gonna bet for value with 3 6s.
That's 300,000 here.
Yeah, it goes like 3/4 pot. Looks a little bluffy in Rami's eyes. So we might see him look it up with ace high. See him mulling it over. Trying to think, would Michael check back this flop with a 6 or a king in his hand? It's hard to imagine that he'd be going for this thin of value with a jack or a 7.
And Rom is the, remember, he is the lone bounty that's left too. Does let it go.
Yeah, came to the right conclusion. Definitely was holding the calling chips that he was shuffling in his right hand, so thought they might be going in there.
Players. We make them drag it out Mean Girl style. The fastest 9 to 3 in the history of final tables. 15, 25, 25.
It was pretty fast.
Now anything could happen. It might be a long one.
Yeah.
Indeed.
5:30, they're like, we have to fucking, or we have to freaking leave.
Raise 75.
Can I get, do you have course light?
You're in the bottles.
I think we're in best bet after dark hours right now, so I think we're okay.
I mean, it is past kids' bedtimes on the West Coast at this point. So
Yes.
I think it's safe.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Actually, I like.
I mean, we mark our streams as being not for kids anyway, so.
Just duke it out.
Heads up. With those hands.
9 tray king, rainbow board.
Get the safe hands.
Check.
Fire nice. Oh, you're the one who was drinking those. I was like, I haven't heard of.
Check.
Yeah, what idiot is ordering this drink?
No, I just haven't heard anyone like order that.
125.
Hey,
Someone who hates money.
hey, you know what?
Something you don't want to be called out by Carla.
My preference, but I'll be right back, guys.
Thanks for the sideline report, Carla. Back to you guys on the felt.
And then it's
Glad we got that report of who the idiot was ordering those drinks.
I didn't mind the 30K level. On this side, 30 is good.
that was just so weird. 15:30, it was.
But it finishes fast, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
No difference, but still very different.
25 out and go.
Great.
Michael with king queen on the button.
80,000.
Very happy to raise it up.
Fold.
Jackson gonna fold the jack 5 suited.
Heads up.
Rami going to defend with the 9-5. That is all Michael. King, queen, tray. Top 2 pair, rainbow board.
Wow.
He is just going to check it back, play a little coy.
15,000, 30, 30. 15, 30, 30.
All right, Ben letting them know after this hand, the blinds will raise to 15, 30, 30.
150 and a full.
15,000 small, 30,000 big, 30,000 ante.
It's
So
gonna be a tricky one.
blinds are moving up.
Guy who plays every hand, yeah, I gotta be tricky against him, right? You love every hand, so yeah.
I only like hands.
He knows that too. He knows that too. The guy who plays every hand, you gotta be like that. Against him,
30 and
right?
30.
You gotta play every hand against him too. So you gotta return the favor, right? Right, just.
I got good odds to win if I do every. I know. It's just the 3 of us now. We can all we can all fudge around. Because you have to bleep me out. If you guys.
Again, it's not the live stream rules. It's tournament TDA in America rule. Call
50 on top.
raise 70 or 80 total.
Now we're playing for a little pot. We can't play for the free.
Frequent foes, Rami and Michael.
They like stopped announcing what was
So
winning.
5 for Jack. Is that what that is?
Bet 80.
It's definitely a jack high flop, so Michael's going to be in the lead.
Yep, 5-4 Jack, and
nailed it.
Michael will take that down.
So Michael's been chipping up.
Queen 10?
Might even have taken over the chip lead at this point, and sure enough, he has.
Yeah.
64 bigs, Jackson 53, and
Flop change.
Rami kind of trickling down. Still 35 big blinds, though. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Most tournaments at this stage, that's a brag-worthy stack. So
Yeah, and by the way, the payouts were a little off here. It looks like Freddie accidentally got removed. So it's Trevelyan, Soulcole, Marcus that took 9th, 8th, 7. Freddie took home the 6th place prize, and then Dale and VKP. So that's the way the payouts look. Not sure why Freddie disappeared, but Jackson has aces.
All I can beat is aces right now, Jackson. If you have anything other than aces, you may be ahead.
Heads up.
Wow. Top set.
he's got too much of this board.
Yep.
Michael's got nothing.
Still nothing.
Yeah, not playing catch up on the turn at all. So it's going to be hard for Jackson to get paid. Let's see if he can find a way to.
Yeah.
So far, Michael hasn't stepped into the trap whatsoever.
Now Jackson's going to have to throw out a bet here.
100,000.
And did I hear raise? Okay.
All right, so instead of stepping into the trap,
he just jumped right into it.
He went ahead and a little hip hoppity in.
Yeah, head first.
Luckily for him, he went with such a small size because he only clicked it up to 225.
Huh.
Thought it might be a rigor raise, but we're going to see Jackson call. He is in position, so there's a chance Michael fires at it on the river.
And that does complete diamonds. Jackson is holding the ace of diamonds. So now Michael.
Here he comes.
Yep.
Assembling a bluff here.
275.
Well, and that'll be 275 that Michael will never see again. Jackson just debating whether he wants to raise for value or just call. He doesn't think he can get called by worse. Given the fact he's holding the ace of diamonds, there's no way he's letting this one go. There's no chance of his opponent having a pair of aces with the nut flush draw, for example. It's just the, if I raise here, can a worse hand call me question. Wish we could buy a lifeline, pull the audience, since it's his rail over there.
Right. He's definitely trying to figure out like what he wants to put in here.
There's the raise.
Yep.
Michael plays it. Michael was playing it on the turn as if he had a strong hand.
So
like
yeah.
2-pair, or possibly even an underset. So I think that's what Jackson's trying to target with this raise. Obviously, if Michael comes over the top with a flush, you know, a big raise.
And now Michael trying to get a read on Jackson here. You heard him say, really?
It's posture.
Yeah.
It's not trying to get a read whatsoever.
Nice sense. I had it.
You hit flush?
Flush, but it's actually a bad river.
As Roberto says, he's going for value.
Had a good hand
For
already.
sure.
If I had
It's
a
just a
flush,
matter
there's
of
no sin.
how big to go,
three
what
high
can you get
flush,
looked
and
up
I'm
by.
all over the place.
I did not have a flush.
Thing, especially three-handed.
Yeah.
Definitely got to go for all the value you can at this stage.
You really had aces? Really? Oh, wow.
You had like
Wow.
3 aces.
That's funny. As I say, if you have aces, wow.
I had aces.
Great hand, dude. Great fucking hand. Nope, bad time for me to try to make a move.
I gave you 275 extra on the rate.
I had ace.
Okay, sure. Nut peddler.
Good hand. Good hand.
Ready to go.
I was guessing your hand. I guess queen.
Good hand.
Same difference.
I think I was chip lead there for a second.
Nice hand, Jackson.
And Jackson with another suited ace in the small blind. I think we saw him have exactly ace-6 of hearts not too long ago. Just limps in.
Hey, Jackson, what do you do if he rips it back on the river?
The diamond?
Just fucking cries on the table.
Gotcha.
Jackson checked over his ace high. Rami bets with a pair of sevens. I see Jackson call with his ace. The turn brings king of clubs. Neither player holding a single club. Might slow Rami down. Sure enough, does check it back. Now, 7 of clubs on the river, so 4 clubs on board. Rami's trips are best. Just see if Jackson wants to represent having a club in his hand or not. That's what he does. He goes with a pretty sizable bet too, near full pot of 150. We see a ran quick call too. Picks off that bluff without a club.
That's what I was trying to get the fold.
No, I have 4 clubs. I can't fold. But good. And I think my hand is good.
Rami with a very nice call. Very quick and decisive there too.
I'm being genuine.
Tried to sneak in there, didn't I? Man, one day I'm gonna
Even Jackson says, whew, nice call.
Well against me. This guy.
Yeah, you know poker, it comes and goes.
Yeah, true. Anybody's game.
It's kind of scary, honestly. Every single hand means so much.
Yeah. At this stage in the game, of
Well,
course.
absolutely, yeah.
It's a given.
All right, action on Jackson to start. 5 trade, just gonna let it go from the button. Rami gonna limp in there with the 9-6. Michael checking his option with the queen 10. While Rami flops open-ended with that 9-6. Michael with just queen high, action went check to an ace on the turn. Continues to check through to a king on the river. So queen high is still best for Michael. Rami gonna bluff with his 9 high. Only way to win the pot here is to bluff, knowing 9 high is no good. See Michael put in the fold. Rami chipping up. Berto, referencing the last hand, said 6 snap. Yeah, that snap call was pretty impressive that it was so fast.
I'm trying to trap you there.
Yeah, Jackson, we're not sure.
You know that.
I'm
You
sure.
knew, you knew when I bet the river.
I'm sure my hand was not good.
Let's go, Raminator. Let's go, buddy.
Raminator!
All right, see, I got support.
Hey, once your head's up, we're all team you.
Oh, you're ramming it? Oh, that's Ramrod. He's team Ramrod over here. Ramrod.
It's 15, right?
Yeah.
I confused it. Look, I'm folding my button to your voice. I haven't done it much.
Oh, monster for Michael. Ace queen in the small blind.
I kind of want a burger tonight, so
Raising it up into Jackson's Jack 9. He's going to defend the big blind, puts in the call.
Jackson, if you get third, do you have to buy food, or if it's only?
I have to buy food no matter what.
Jackson's buying food regardless of his place.
Makes sense. Check.
Went off to a 10-6 tray flop. Neither player with a pair. Michael just going to check his ace high over. Jackson going to start betting now. Michael's giving up the betting lead. See the quick call. Now king on the turn. So both players with a straight draw. Michael looking for the jack. Jackson looking for the queen. See if Jackson wants to keep firing on this King of Spades turn. He does.
I don't remember what it tastes like. I'm probably decent.
Michael making the call pretty swiftly there. $500,000 in the middle to a 5 of spades river. So both players brick out. Michael checks it over. Jackson, does he find the third barrel here?
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
So many draws bricked out. The front door diamonds missed. Vast majority of the straight draws did not come in.
Wait till the tournament's over and then. Yeah, if you get interrupted,
There we go. Jackson assembles a bet. Goes out a little 1/3 pot, 150,000.
Faded the snap. I feel good now.
Michael trying to figure out his nut no pair is good right now.
Honestly.
Dude, this shit doesn't even.
Man, I really don't think you have a thing out here.
Michael holding no blockers to diamonds or any of the flopped straight draws that are available. Does end up putting in the call.
Hero!
It's a good call, the ace high. Gets a drag in this pot.
Kind of good, kind of good.
Thank you, love. Of course.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Kind of a bad river to bluff.
No, still doing okay.
That's a weird river to bluff because
I
I
have
was
to
like,
bluff small to try to get you to fold that hand.
yeah.
No, it's
Michael.
I almost said, well, I
A
was like,
little excited with himself for that call.
You really can't get.
I was gonna bet
Has had a
big
lot
on,
of
like,
pots go away from him recently, so always nice to drag in one, especially when a nice call with ace high. Not a comfortable spot to be in, and to come to the right conclusion. Puts a little pep back in his step. And these players are maybe a little bit on the tired side as well. So I need a little bit of jolt. Help wake you back up. They've been playing since 3 p.m. here on the East Coast. Now we're right around 1:30 a.m. It's been quite a long day.
You're not supposed to do that. When's the last time we were all in a pot together, guys? When does that even happen?
I don't think it has.
Now, fun piece for everybody. Rominator and Michael both looking for a 5 to make a straight. Michael's would be better.
A little bit more.
But they think, both think they want that. Rominator's got backward diamonds to go with it. Jackson, meanwhile, sitting here with the best hand in a pair of deuces. Continues to check through as we go to the river.
Check.
And in the end, Jackson's deuces stay best.
Check.
Just a question of whether Michael wants to bluff on this river since he's holding the nut low in terms of showdown. It's back. Jackson's deuce is going to drag this one in.
That, but I was like, I just felt like everyone was trapping everyone there.
You can see there the chip count's so close.
If I had a draw hand, I had a draw hand.
Trapped them.
If my shot
That one's for the camera. Why are you killing my blueberry?
30.
All three players pretty close in chip stack. Average right around 50 big blinds. A lot of play left. Any one of them could be the next one eliminated.
Days were good.
Anybody's game at this point.
Back hurts, my kneecaps hurt.
Jackson opening it up with an ace.
Look, I got your rail is my
Tommy
rail.
looking down, King Jack putting in the call. Michael getting a good price with a 9-5 puts in the call.
Okay, brother, what's your name?
Had a call 3 players.
Comes down Jack high for Rom. Jackson does flop a piece in the pair of 4s. They check it, reflow over to Jackson, who was the pre-flop raiser. Fires out a continuation bet. 80K, Robbie puts in the call. Michael getting out of there. It'll be just these two heads up to an ace on the turns. Jackson now with the best hand in form of 2 pair, aces up. Checks over to him. Let's see what bet size he wants to use here.
Shut up.
No.
Looks like he's sizing up a tiny bit. Keeps it about the same in terms of relative bet size, betting 175,000. Rom puts in the call. River, 7 of clubs. Interesting to see if Rom puts out a blocker bet, it looks like. Goes very weird here, betting out a little 30K blocker bet. Thought he may check and try to pick off a bluff. Thought he might put out a, 1/3 pot size bet. Possibly dictate the river price. Instead, he goes very unorthodox, throwing out a micro bet of 30,000. Let's see what Jackson wants to do.
All in.
Goes with a massive all in, going for the maximum here. Don't think Rominator expected this kind of reaction. If he thinks that he induced it, goes bluff hunting. Maybe tempted to put in a call, thinking his weird line created a weird reaction out of Jackson.
Man. Lets it go.
Man, doesn't level himself. Obviously, the players are deep enough that
No set.
doesn't have to.
No, actually.
No spade version of it, maybe?
That's a small hit to Rom stack. Puts him down to 30 big blinds. Again, still plenty of chips to keep maneuvering himself. Just separating himself into third place a little bit compared to the other two. After Rom gets out of there, it's going to be blind versus blind. Michael limping in with the queen 5. Jackson 9-deuce offsuit. Just going to go ahead and check this one back. Off to the flop we go of 10-8-7.
Check.
Jackson open-ended. Michael just queen high. Goes check, check, and now queen on the turn. Gives Michael top pair, and he's going to bet out with it. Throwing out 50K to about 100K. So half pot size bet. Jackson calls this open-ender. Does not get there before clubs comes on the river. Michael continues with that half pot size, betting 100K. Just a question of whether Jackson wants to try to represent a club flush draw, given the fact that he missed a straight draw. Does not. Decides to just go ahead and put in the fold.
I could have called something realistic.
What a sim. What a sim, Bedman.
You know, they're not real friends unless they're really just bullies in disguise.
They're not talking about me this time.
Yeah.
Actually.
At this time.
They will be, yeah, don't worry.
That's a monster right there. I'm gonna lay it down though.
Fold's a monster?
Yeah. I don't like to play aces when it's just 3 people. It's not fair for them, you know what I mean? Yeah, see if it pays off.
So Jackson's going to put in a raise here with the 10-8.
You sent it to our group chat, so yeah. Or maybe, I don't know. I'm too lazy to look. I'm trying to find.
He's just going to fold the king 6, so raise gets the job done for Jackson there. Once again, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us into the wee hours of the night. We wrap up this $200 buy-in Rungood Ambassador event. Final 3 players left here.
Oh, okay, that's more fun.
8,300 to change up top.
That's still fun.
Started the day with 229 entries, and now only 3 remain.
Cool.
So we see Rami limp from the small blind. Michael checking his option from the big. Michael flopping the best of it with his pair of kings. Rami's pair of trays. Checks over to Michael. He is going to throw out a bet. Rami's going to put in the call.
40. 40, my bad.
The 8 of diamonds now on the turn. Diamond draws out there.
Check. 75.
Michael will continue to bet for value with his pair of kings.
And a call.
Rami again putting in the call. Jack on the river.
Check.
Rami checks it. Does Michael want to go for some value with his king? If so, what's the price?
Check. I have a king.
Just checking it back.
Had me a little worried there. I was like,
No, of course, that's a very card. Yeah. I'm going for 2 pair, right? A 3 also.
Yeah, 229 entries today for this Ambassador Bounty event, $200 buy-in. We are now down to our final 3.
Yep, man, I'm not good at that, am I? You think I would realize where the blinds are, but I'm just like, oh, what's going on?
So there's another pot. And against Rami there. Starting his hand now with only 24 bigs. The other 2 players starting to walk away in terms of chip stack.
That's the first pre-flop takedown.
See
in a
Rami
while.
raise
Good job.
one,
That's
take
a
it.
medal right
He's
there.
going to
I've
continue
never
to try
seen
and
it.
I've been folding when I was
keep himself in there, put some pressure on to accumulate some chips back.
I folded like 7 times to him. And no hand you fold.
At the beginning of the night, I was getting at this final one. I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, this time I'm playing for stack. I want to double up. Like, if somebody push back, I need a hand where I can go all in. Most times.
Michael with Ace King.
Monster.
75.
Puts in the raise to 75,000. Deuces for Jackson.
Can't imagine he's folding. Also, this open size of 75, a little bit larger than we have seen, so that's why Jackson didn't think too long before putting in the call. No reason to 3-bet.
Tray 7 king, so Michael hits his king. A tray for Robinator.
Check.
They do check it over to Michael, the pre-flop raiser.
80 check.
Throws out a C-bet of 80,000. About 1/3 pot size bet. Rom's going to put in the call with that tray.
10 on the turn. Spade draws out there now.
Yeah, and Rami holding the 6 tray of spades. Given his chip stack, there's a chance he goes for a check raise now.
175.
And you see Rami with a little over 600,000 behind. Could be tempted to go for it. At minimum, he's putting in a call. Call it is. He's going to be looking for a 6, a spade, or a tray, and it doesn't come when it comes down to queen of diamonds.
Queen, yep.
And does check it. You saw him give it a little bit of thought. Maybe very aware of the type of hand Michael could be holding. And you hear Michael say that was a bad card on the river.
Yeah.
My flush also with spades.
Yeah.
Like if he has king,
that
10, king, queen here, I mean, there's so many.
Anything beat you, but I have so many outs on the turn. Any spade I win.
Now Rami.
Heads up, you know.
Much shorter now.
Listen.
Thank you.
And his 2 opponents sitting on about 15 big blinds. So they're 60
Oh,
and
you had
70.
the end was a pair. Oh, even if I bet, you don't call, right?
No,
Pair.
of course. How can I call there?
I didn't see
I need
it.
2 pair or a flush. I had 2 spades.
2 more piles from me, but.
Yeah, that was just a bad river card.
Man, it was a bad river card for Rami to even bluff that too.
Yeah.
Michael could easily have king, queen himself. There we go, and then Rami.
Ooh, king 5.
Yep,
Yep,
open and
all
shove
in.
from the small blind. 15 big blinds deep, 3-handed. Shoves the king.
Yep, call.
Oh, we don't know what he's got yet, but Michael did put in the call.
Oh, king, queen.
He's got him dominated. Rami going to be looking for a 5.
King 5.
Michael just looking for a clean run out.
I forgot about that.
All right, guys.
If Michael can hold, it'll be him and Action Jackson heads up.
Ace 10, 8.
Yeah, clean start.
King comes.
Yeah, some chop outs now.
Some chop outs. Doesn't happen.
Queen ain't one of them, that's for sure. And
Likewise. All right, buddy.
we're going to see Rami eliminated here in third place, taking home 4,085 for his finish. Obviously, he wanted to win the whole thing outright.
And that was also the last bounty that was eliminated there as well, with Ram being eliminated.
Say quite the ambassador showing from Ram. We watched him on the feature table make a heck of a comeback, chip up and cruise to this final.
Yep.
Put on a clinic if you go back a couple of hours of how to chip up in the middle stages. But GG's to him as he's going to be out of here in third place. And now we're down to just Michael and Action Jackson with the rail.
Yeah, with the rail.
Heads up for the ring.
Yep, so we are going to take a small break as we will get things set up for heads up action. And we will be back with more of our Ambassador Bounty event here on Best Bet Live. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. We will run this out until there is a champion. Until then, be back in 10. All right, we're able to get back going pretty quickly here. Thought we were going to take about a 10-minute break, but it ended up being like a 5-minute break. But we are back at it now, getting things going. Heads up action between Jackson and Michael as we are down to our final 2 players of this tournament.
60. Oh, it's over.
All right, so here we go. A deuce on a turn.
Check.
6 on a river, so king, or actually, no, actually that completed straight for Michael. Michael goes runner for a straight. He bets 10,000. Jackson's going to let it go.
I'll shut it down.
Oh, shit.
Dude, I was like, raise.
Just the nuts?
Just the nuts. Nothing big.
3-4.
So there we go. That's how we start in heads-up action between these 2 players. All right, so the 2 players did agree to kind of change the payout a little bit. So first place now got a little bit of a pay increase. 8,911 for first place. Second place is going to be 5,000 even. So that's the way the payouts are going to be after everything's all said and done. So that's a quick adjustment that was done as far as the payouts go. That's what the players discussed, and they agreed to it.
You know, though, no matter what, it's a good day. Like, worst case right here, you leave with 5K, it's a good day. Both of us are going to have a great day. Well, how many bolts did you do? 1. Wow, good job. I ended up doing 2 altogether, so I ended up rebuying.
I wasn't even planning to play after the devastation yesterday. I was like, oh, let's get back on the line.
I don't know if I would call
No, I'm happy to play.
second place devastation. Yeah.
It's not.
I just can't even. I can't pretend to have a good hand there.
I had a pair of these chill.
Your pair is so good. Like your pair is fucking light years, bro. Light years.
So this is going to be an interesting heads-up battle.
Like, what the fuck?
And these guys are pretty deep as well still, considering their chip counts and where we're at blind level.
That's what my niece taught me about frozen.
Once there we go. Well, now we'll show the chip counts. Well, let's try it again. There we go. Michael, 93 bigs for him, 57 for Jackson. So Michael does have a little over a million.
Favorite hand. The old Jack 10.
Mike take down another one.
Jack 9 was your favorite.
Oh no. Jack 10 all day.
The rail still doing the rail things.
I don't know. Jack 9 seems to be one of the favorites.
I think he likes Jack 9 a lot.
You had a lot of equity that hand.
A lot.
Jack High? Yeah, it was good.
Jack
That was a well played hand, wasn't it? I turned a gunner.
Oh, we're not talking about you, Jackson.
No. We're talking straight to my.
Oh, you know what? That's a good question, Daryl. I don't know what Ram's bounty was. I'll find that out in a second here.
My girl's gonna watch it and be like, what the? Who the fuck are all those people showing up this late at night?
Check.
Is it a Tuesday or
Check.
Only Tuesday. Long ways to go.
Check.
Check. I blame you guys for my loss.
I might as well check the nuts. I got king high.
That's correct. His king high is
the
good.
nuts.
He's going to take this
Oh,
one
wait.
again.
He's soft playing.
Yeah, there you go.
Floor, is that allowed?
Guys, I can't do my cousin like that. I got.
They do a bomb pot.
Someone put the straddle on.
Is it 40-40 now?
Yep.
Ooh, that's big. All right. Here we go. 40-40.
I'm pretty sure.
I've never won one of those cool. Have you ever won one of those ring things?
Yeah, I know he has it. Trust me.
Those are pretty cool. Trust me, bro. He's never seen one. God.
Raise 90. Heads up.
Loser.
Check.
Check. Check, check.
Well, Michael hits his straight draw on the turn.
75.
Gonna fire out 75K, and Jackson's gonna let it go. So things staying Michael's way so far. And yeah, Daryl, you're saying they're having too much fun. They definitely are having a lot of fun. This whole event's been a pretty fun one from start to finish. Saw the same thing happen last year. Ambassador Bounty just has a fun tone to it.
So Rom's Bounty was a Poker Go subscription, which happens to also be the second subscription that Mike acquired today.
He's got 2 years.
He's got 2 years of Poker Go subscription action.
122.
There we go.
120 total.
Speaking of Action Jackson getting
It's so crazy how the
With
dynamic
7
of
deuce.
two
All right.
Oh, yeah.
compared to 2 players like that. It is wild how much that would change.
And he does catch a deuce on this flop. Unfortunately, so does Michael, and Michael has him significantly outkicked.
same time. He did raise pre-flop, and now it's an ace-high board. So imagine Michael's going to proceed a little carefully.
Now turn on turn does complete clubs. Michael is holding the jack of clubs.
Check. 80. Call.
Yeah, 8 on the river.
See if Jackson fires a bullet. Does not. Michael, the best hand.
Check.
Checking it back.
Deuce. Tell me I'm getting it. Tell me I'm getting it. Oh, there we go.
The rail goes wild.
Good hand, Michael.
I think the way to tell who they're rooting for is just whoever has the chip lead. You know,
Yeah.
They were Jackson's friends
Lose a couple hands just
all the way until they had the heads up when Michael had the chip lead. Suddenly now they're rooting for Michael. Although, for consistency's sake, they did say they prayed Jackson got second place.
Yes, they did.
So
They actually, yes.
might be sticking to their word.
That was pretty funny.
I know you have, Mark.
Jackson's got an ace here on the button, gonna open it up. Michael putting in the call.
7-4 off. Found out this is actually Ronan's favorite hand, this 7-4 offsuit. Does catch a 7 on this flop.
Things continuing to trend Michael's way.
Check, check.
Jackson wisely not c-betting though.
Queen on the turn does complete spades.
Check, check.
Continue to check around. Now queen pairs the board.
75.
Michael gonna get value here.
7.
Jackson's gonna put in the call at the ace high.
And Michael continuing to get chips.
He's on a runaway freight train.
Yep.
Pretty sure he's won every pot we've seen so far.
Yeah, ever since he got the heads up, yeah.
So Jackson gonna be in need of picking up a pot or two. Try to close that gap back down. Tell it's getting a little real as his friends are not needling him so much now that he's a little bit shorter stacked. It's over a 3-1 chip disparity. Well, there we go. Jackson all in. Michael's got to let go of his 7-6 that he opened with.
All I had was queens. I'm sure you had me beat. You had me murdered. Good ball. That's what I do. That's what I
Queens
do.
folded once pre-flop on stream today.
That we did.
I don't think we're going to see it again now that their heads up either.
Are they reserving him for like a lecture?
Kind of.
Are you like flirting with the dealer right now, Mark? I'm so confused. To go. I'm so sorry for my friend.
Raise 90.
Lord.
Give my boy the nuts.
I can't.
Anyway, there we go. Back-to-back pots going Jackson's way.
Yep.
It's swinging back a little bit.
Never seen it before.
Still about a 3-1 chip difference between them two.
All the dealers know who you are, Mark. I mean, you're also tipping more than everyone else.
Led off to a nice lead. We'll see if he can hold on to it.
had a fellow well tell you you're tipping too much to a dealer, that's when you're tipping a lot.
Raised to 105.
100.
All right, Michael. Opening it up, first act here.
105 with 10-5 offsuit. Jackson puts in the call with Jack 7. He does catch a 7 on this flop.
And Michael flops a pair of 5s. So Jackson top pair, Michael middle pair. Michael throws out the continuation bet. Jackson presumably going nowhere. Just thinking over which course of action he wants to take. And call and raise. Got 2 diamonds and a lot of straight draw possibilities. That's why we see Jackson just go big. If Michael's got a draw, he wants to charge it.
Beer put down.
Okay. Time to think. Interesting spot. Michael holding the 5 of diamonds. Knows that Jackson's not doing this with like a combo draw.
Why'd you do so much?
Pair and flush draw, for example.
You definitely don't have a straight if you did so much.
Here, Michael immediately asking why he put out so much.
I got a pair here.
Good.
It's not the best pair, which makes me think like, I don't know, I feel like I'm good. Called 100,000. That'd be a sick level if you just flatted right there with like 9s or some shit.
Yeah, Daryl says he may call thinking Jackson has a drawing type hand. I think that's why it's interesting. Michael holding the 5 of diamonds.
This is such a weird spot. I've seen you bluff 3
blocking the
times
pair
so
plus
far.
flush draw. So
Only
if
2
it's
that you
a flush
showed.
draw of some kind, he'd be ahead.
500, 6, 7, 8. How much do you have altogether? 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's like a mill, isn't it? Ugh. $1,020,000. Only
deep
do
in
this
the
here with the
tank.
flush draw. You push with the flush draw for sure. 2 overs and a flush draw, right?
That's what I was thinking about.
2 overs, flush draw, no pair. Not a fucking chance you got a 5. Nope, this is the diamond, so you don't have a 5. Oh
There
my
it is,
god,
yeah.
yes, fucking 2 overs and a flush draw. Do you get those? Ugh.
It's going to be huge.
Apple. Good
Oh,
bet.
wow,
Good
Michael
bet.
doesn't go.
That's about the only bet that would make me get the fuck out of it.
He
Good
almost,
bet. That's a good
almost
bet.
talked his way all the way there to a
I know
call.
you had a draw. I'm gonna watch that video later and be like, son of a bitch! I could have ended it right there.
That's not going to be the case.
Nah, it won't be the case.
Be like, whew,
8, 9
thank
of
goodness.
diamonds or something
Yeah,
like that, then you have
It'll be
flush draw.
quite the opposite.
Let's go!
Good hand, buddy. 40-40. 40-40.
I thought he was
Yeah, I
getting
feel
there
like you
to
had
a
too
call
many outs
also,
there.
Daryl,
You
the way he
would've
was talking.
fucked me up with 1 pair.
Jackson did a really good job of making it look like he had a draw. Almost got paid off by doing so. So they made it look like a draw. Michael holding that 5 of diamonds just
Raise 90.
threw a wrench in there.
90.
Almost made him call it. But back at it we go. Jackson raised it up from the button. Connects with the flop, hitting a pair of 5s.
Yep.
Michael with ace high.
75.
May defend the C-bet. Does not, just lets it go. Lucky for him, he does so. Jackson had the better hand.
Again, guys, just a reminder, don't forget, we will be back to live stream action on Friday with some cash game action. 5-10 no limit hold'em will get going around 6:15 Friday night. Should be a lot of fun.
Raised 80.
Ooh, I like fun.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I believe it'll be Jacob and Kirk that will be dealing that game. And then, Mike, are you commentating with me that night?
I think so.
I think so, okay.
I'm a little fuzzy on what day it is at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
I know we're in the middle of the Rungood series.
Right.
I'll check my trusty calendar
It is-
whenever I wake up in the morning.
It is early Wednesday morning. Well, I got to be back here at noon tomorrow. Or later today, I should say. Oh, second ace, so it's unlikely
75.
that someone has an ace here. Now Michael bets 75,000. Jacob, what's up, man? Good to see you. You're still up, man? Wow.
Check.
9 on the river. That gives Michael the pair of
That's
nines.
nuts. I got a 9.
Yep, now he checks it back. He's going to take this pot down.
I don't know how that happened. I think this metal dinged the bottom of my thing. No, it didn't break. It just like foamed it up really, really hard.
Michael just tapped himself, huh?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. Definitely sounded like a personal problem.
Good.
90. Raise.
Jackson raising it up. Looks like he's pretty much raising any two from the button. Happy to take his post-flop edge in position.
7 trade flop here.
See Michael check it over, and Jackson's going to fire out the C-bet. Michael lets it go. Jackson takes it down. I think there's something worth noting there. Jackson opening ultra wide from the button, throwing out small C-bets.
You know what sucks is that it's kind of end up coming down to like a cooler hand, like a pre-flop jacks versus queens, or queens versus tens, or some bullshit like that.
See if they wake up with queens and jacks this hand. Instead, Michael looks down at a suited king, king 8 of clubs, raises it up to 100K, and Jackson just lets it go. So here we go. I was talking about last time. Let's see if Jackson continues opening from his button. Saw him go with a small C-bet size that last time around. Maybe he really thinks he can get away with C-betting. Michael's folding a little too light. Let's see if Michael maybe picks up on that dynamic. Well, it's not a light button open this time. Ace tray of hearts, pretty good hand, heads up and hold.
Oh wow, pocket kings from Michael.
Yeah, and he's obviously gonna raise it back. He goes with 200, and now just talking about the fact Jackson's been opening every button. So if he thinks that Michael thinks he's opening every button light, he's gonna continue here for sure. Just whether in the form of a call or a 4-bet. If he thinks Michael's doing this a little bit lighter, he might go with 4-bet. If he thinks maybe Michael hasn't picked up on that yet, he's playing it straight up. Gonna put in the call. Call it is. Off to the flop we go, and what a spicy flop that's gonna be. Queen 10, 4, 2 hearts. Michael with the overpair, Jackson with the nut flush draw. Michael continues for 200, a little less than half pot. Same sizing, he made it pre-flop. Jackson could easily jam here.
Raise all in.
There it is,
all in and a call coming. So here we are off to the races.
You can see there, equity's running about 60-40. Jackson looking for an ace or a heart. Michael looking to hold.
How it is. It's gonna be chip stack right here. Woo. No heart,
All right,
please. No heart.
Here we go.
Okay, keep it black. Keep it black. Black is right. Good.
All right,
8 of clubs.
Turn, and
oh, the ace comes on the river. Oh my goodness.
God. What? Oh my God. One second, I'm gonna go in the garbage and throw up real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, oh, that's gross. An ace comes on the river, and Jackson
$1,130,000.
gets the double up.
just like that, he's going to take a 2-1 chip lead after having nearly a 3-1 deficit.
Good hand, Jackson. God, there's
I mean, cooler. Like,
no, I already know, dude. I'm not mad at that at all. I already know that those are the type of hands that I expect to happen. Ooh, good hand. Good hand. One card away from the dub. One card away.
Don't keep thinking about it.
Oh man, now I can't.
Playing, dog.
I think we're really almost even now.
I was getting your
No, you're probably up a little bit.
He's up. He's 2-1.
What a hand that was. Oh my god. Sheesh. Sheesh.
All right, back in action.
Yeah, right.
I mean, Michael spiraled up and right back down, and we're back at it.
I mean, what can you do in that spot? You know, I mean, that's just what poker is.
That's part of the heads-up dynamic too. There is no mental break in the play. You know, when you're at a full table and you take a cooler,
60.
you can kind of fold a couple of hands, mentally reconnect yourself. But here is
Just do it that way.
just sit right back down and keep going.
It's on the table, whoever's rail they're on.
The table's binding.
Jackson actually gave a little bit of some honest advice there when Michael said he was just one card away, and you heard Jackson say, "You just got to let it go." And
Yeah, don't think about
I
it.
think we've railed both of them at
That's
this
true.
Whoa!
So maybe they both have to go. Chop it up, boys.
Dealer wins.
Dealer wins.
40 and 40, Mike.
40-40, gotcha.
Yeah, again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. We are heads up here, playing to a winner between these two guys, Jackson and Michael.
Yeah, just saw chip stacks kind of flip-flop between the two of them. See if Michael can try to flip it back his way or not. A lot of wiggle room for play left.
8-6 deuce. So, pair of 8s for Jackson.
Happy to see bet flopping top pair. Michael with ace high, 2 overs, going to put in the call, and wow, Jackson
trips.
Locking up this hand with 3 of a kind 8s. Two different flush draws now on board. Right around half pot. Jackson continues 225 into 400. Pretty quick call out of Michael here with his ace high.
Queen on the river does complete the clubs.
Yeah. So there's one flush to come in. You definitely prefer the backdoor flush coming in against you. If you're in Jackson's shoes, bet out flop. More likely he's got spades than clubs somehow. So hard not to go for some value here. Just a matter of what could you get out of him. If he's holding a 6, for example.
150,000.
He's going moderately big here, 550 into 800-ish. Looks pretty strong. See if Michael thinks maybe it's going a little bluffy. Looks him up with ace high. It would knock out a huge chunk of his chip stack if he puts in the call here.
Really do hero calls.
Does not, lets it go. Good for him, he does.
Says no hero calls right now.
That river bet was more than a third of his chip stack.
Yeah.
For real.
No, I believe him.
I had an 8.
8's way good.
Yeah.
Way good.
We are keeping it going.
We ain't leaving.
9 time soon.
Yeah, Michael just folds his button with the 8-4. Jackson had a very nice hand that he didn't really get to see a flop with in King 10 of hearts, but we'll take the free chips. Appreciate the kind words to Joseph Ney, thanking us for staying up late. Well, not every day I get to stay up past my bedtime, but
yeah,
the boss said I was allowed to today. All of my bosses, I should say.
All of them.
Got to answer to a few.
Yeah.
It's 200.
All right, Queen 10 versus King Queen.
Michael did 3-bet. Jackson puts in the call.
Ace, Jack, 7. 2 hearts. So both of them with Broadway draws.
225.
Michael does go half pot, betting 225 into 440. Jackson can easily peel one here. Let's see what the turn brings. At the same time, we have not seen Michael 3-bet light once pre-flop in this heads-up matchup. Jackson does elect to put in the call. He's going to hope to spike the king.
So that's a 9 that comes on the turn.
Which makes him open-ended.
Yeah, it gives him a few more outs to work with. King and the 8.
Michael checks it over. Does Jackson want to rip the bluff here? Michael has about a pot size bet behind. You could take your free equity in the form of a check or apply max pressure.
You don't think it's free equity?
Yeah, easy to believe, you know, from his perspective, that Michael may be putting the check there to call a shove. While going back to that 3-bet pre-flop.
300.
Here we see Michael fire out what he believes is a bluff on the river. We can see he's got the best hand. Jackson quickly lets go of that queen 10 that did not connect. Michael picking up a good chunk of chips there. Jackson would have rivered the straight. Could have been much closer to over with. Instead, now it's only about a 2-to-1 chip lead for Jackson.
Man, burn those.
So these two play on.
40, 40.
Final 2 players out of the 229 total entries. Kicked off 11 hours ago here at Best Bet Live in this Rungood series.
Also, again, reminder, don't forget, Thursday it starts the main event. $1,200 buy-in, $300K guarantee. 3 day ones, which are taking place Thursday, Friday, Saturday, all 3 days at noon. Final day on Sunday the 24th, and we will have that final table for you Sunday night. Wow, Michael just flopped to flush.
This is going to be a big pot. Flush for Michael.
Oh, I just noticed the wheel. Oh, no.
Both players are trying to figure out how to get all the chips in the middle right now in
wow,
their heads.
What a flop.
So Jackson puts out the continuation bet, half pot size. That's exactly how we've seen multiple hands start out. Jackson raised pre, Michael just called, Jackson c-bets. Here is the check raise. Small check raise by Michael.
Yeah, men clicked it right back to him.
Jackson thinks that Michael has maybe an ace in the form of ace king, ace queen, ace jack with a club. Somehow has 2 pair with ace trace deuce. There we go.
Now 3 bets at the 600.
Jackson's putting Michael in a strong hand, and he's trying to get all the chips in before a scare card slows the action down. But if he thinks Michael has a 2 pair here, he's trying to pile the money in. Doesn't want a fourth club to fall and kill his action in that scenario. And there it is, all in a call. Yeah, so sick indeed. So off the run out, where Michael's got it locked up with the flush. And just like that, the chips flipped right back. Now Michael's got the 2-to-1 chip lead. This has been a heads-up matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, so many hands there that Michael could have that Jackson has beat that he wants to get it all in against. Flop 2 pair, flop sets.
Flop a straight, flop a flush.
No absolute cooler heads up.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
I normally don't even drink when I play, but I was like, nah. I was like, Jackson's drinking. I gotta drink some too.
Nice hand, Michael.
Thank you. That is really a cooler. That's exactly what I thought. Like, that's a cool. I would flip the seats. I'm doing the exact same thing because I could easily have ace king with the king of clubs.
Jackson flopped the straight, Michael flopped the flush.
Michael's listening to our commentary.
Yeah.
Starting to name all the hands.
Yeah.
but completely true.
I mean, that's a cooler 9-handed. Like,
Yeah, that was a pretty gross one.
Yeah. Michael could so easily have king queen offsuit with the king of clubs as well. There's so many hands that you need to charge, try to get it in. Instead, he had a made flush. We're going to see him now take the 2-1 chip lead and try to keep the pressure on and close this bad boy out.
To the main. Jackson.
Need 20 from you.
20?
And then you're first.
I'm first.
Cooler so gross, his friends can't even make fun of him there. That's just a rough one for Jackson.
All in.
See if he can recompose himself, get right back at it. First hand back does go all in with pocket tens, taking it down. Go ahead and move along to the next one.
Hey.
Couple of coolers for each player now.
40 to
So
go.
Jackson on the fortunate end of the ace tray of hearts.
Oh, yeah.
I know
Sorry.
Versus Michael's
No,
pocket
you're way good.
kings.
You're way good. Sorry.
And they got it all in on a flop.
Raise 90,000.
Here we go. Jackson opening the button. Michael defending his big. Seen this sequence of events happen time and time again. This time comes queen 10-9, so Jackson does flop top pair. Michael has a gut shot straight draw holding the 8. This is the dummy end of the straight should a jack come out. We're going to see Michael put in the call to Jackson's C-bet. Turn falls 10 of diamonds. Jackson still with the best hand.
Check, check.
Decides just to check it back. Now river pairs the board yet again with a 9. Michael looks like he's going to bluff at it.
50. And a call.
Good call. 8 high.
Jackson picks it off. Putting in the call with the queen. Good for the confidence, good for the chip stack. Taking off the bluff there. Closes that gap to about a 3-2 chip differential now. Battle is going to continue on as these guys stay close.
He's about to
chips.
level up any minute now. He's going to level up for sure.
You did say you needed to study that stuff after last night. Just getting some practice.
Race.
100.
Michael opening things with an ace on the button. Jackson, king 9 suited. Could see a 3-bet, could see a call. Option is all his here. But we're not going to see it as a fold, that's for sure.
Raise all in. Call. Turn him
All in and a call. Holy cow. King 9 suited versus ace 4 offsuit. Michael's ace high holds. He is going to be the winner of this event. If Jackson can connect with his king 9, he's going to find a huge double up. And there's a 9 and 2 spades on board. Jackson with a huge flop.
Good hand. How much you got?
And fades the river as well. Jackson finds the full double. He's going to have an overwhelming chip lead now.
Let's go!
And there's the crowd going wild.
1,080,000.
Mark, keep your clothes green.
So 90 big blinds to 23 big blinds now. This is going to be the biggest lead I think we've seen so far for one player in this heads-up battle.
Good hand. 9
And it's going to be Jackson's.
I was like, this is it.
40-40.
So can Michael try to find the comeback once again? We've seen him do it once. We've seen Jackson do it once.
25, 50, 50.
On this one?
This one. Yeah, it's this one.
This one? 50, 50?
25, 50, 50.
50, 50.
Pull this gray back for me.
Here we go. Can Jackson close this thing out? We've seen him very quiet and stoic ever since that nasty hand a little while ago. Haven't heard him really even say
Raise 115.
much of anything. Just trying to stay zoned in, I think, at this point. trying to find his way to take home that trophy and ring in the middle of the table.
Check.
He does flop an open-ended straight draw. So we saw him open the button and Michael defend.
Bet. 85 and a
C-bet comes in and he's going to take it down. He's going to keep the pressure on and chip away at Michael's chip stack. Seen Jackson do that pretty much every hand. Open the button, fire C-bet just about every time as well. Been printing chips and doing so for the most of the time. The only times he's faced opposition, he's actually had some pretty big hands in those spots too. Michael hasn't had the benefit of seeing how light his opens are because showdowns actually look strong.
Raise to 125.
Michael's turn to open the button. Raises it up with a 10-8. Jackson going to defend with the 10-9. Similar hands going off to the flop, which comes down king 7-7.
Check.
Checks over to Michael. He's going to put out the C-bet. C-bet's good. Gonna take it down from Michael. So he's clinging to some life. Still sitting here with 18 bigs. So Michael gonna continue to try to stick around, stay alive, make that comeback. Jackson, meanwhile, gonna try to keep the pressure on and close this bad boy out as he raises it up with the king 10.
Action Jackson.
Michael defends.
King 5 offsuit. So battle with some king high hands. And does catch a 10, does Jackson. And Michael catches a 5.
Yeah, both flop the pair.
Yeah.
We've seen Jackson open and C-bet every time on the button. No reason to think Michael's going to just fold to one bet here on the flop. Could find himself in a little bit of trouble. Cannot find a 5 on the turn. Comes down 8 of diamonds. Jackson still far and away the best hand. Does keep betting when it checks over to him.
225.
225 is a half pot size bet. It's also a third of Michael's stack, so dragging that pot.
Not a break or anything.
Oh, so it looks like the chip counts may be off a little bit. So Ronan's just asking to kind of verify the chip counts a little bit, just so we can have the correct stats. I do recall there might have been a hand earlier that got awarded to the wrong person.
In the computer.
In the computer.
Not in real life.
Not in real life, but in the computer. So that's what they're double checking right now.
It definitely would be interesting to see if Michael has a little bit more big blinds than it shows, because it was showing him down to about 12 bigs.
Yeah, this just says 685. 2.1.
Damn, Jackson has the lead on me, is that what you're saying? You came over here just to rub it in?
Very, very close.
Son of a bitch.
Nah, if something doesn't look right, obviously we want to make sure it's right in the computer.
I'm 20 or 25? 25.
So I believe they're going to be updated here, right?
Yes, they will be updated. So there's the actual count. So Michael has
ton of chips.
2.155 in front of him, and Jackson. Okay, so yeah, they're definitely even.
What?
Yeah. So yeah, I think, like I said, I think there was a hand where in the computer it rewarded the wrong player.
My brain just
the
broke.
pot. So yeah, but good catch by Ronan to see that the chip counts were off.
So
And,
they're actually pretty close in chip stacks.
Yes.
It's not a massive chip lead one way.
Right. So
So everything I've been saying for the last like 10 minutes is completely pointless. That's what you're telling me, country.
I mean,
I'm sitting here like, man, if Michael's gonna have to make this comeback,
I mean,
Jackson's about to finish him off.
Whenever we're heads
and
up
they're
all
even.
in so far,
I mean,
I'm ahead, but you end up getting that.
I mean, he did mount a comeback after we counted the chips.
It doesn't take away from Jackson's initial comeback.
Right. Yes.
Right, 150?
150?
115.
15? Oh, come on.
Jackson opens it up. Michael's going to put
Dang,
in
should've
the
raised,
call.
maybe. I thought it was 150.
All right, let's go ahead and see a flop here. Ace, 7, 8. So Michael does catch a 7.
Jackson going to c-bet, though. Because every time he could. Yeah, all the Action Jackson fans are a little disappointed with this big blind update in chat.
Listen,
Talk
better.
About you just slow rolled like the 98 people watching. Or whatever, like just.
I mean, listen. It's 2:30 in the morning. You know, things happen. I'm just glad that it was caught and fixed before it got any further.
7.
So Action went check on the river. Michael held on with that 7. Did his best, and based on the current chip counts,
which is the accurate
asterisk, Michael retaking the chip lead with that pot.
Yep, but they are still pretty even as far as the chip counts go.
Either one of these bad boys could take it down, that's for sure.
All right, 9-6 from Michael.
See if he wants to open his button. Side's just a flap. Mixing in a call from the button
now
here.
to call than it is to raise. Isn't that insane?
Ace
like
deuce.
now it's wild.
Looks like one of the
to
face
raise.
cards is not picking up in the sensor, so King, Jack, 4.
50, you're right. You gotta be 50. You gotta be
Oh,
50.
I'm sorry.
Just throw me some more.
Yep, the blinds are up, so it's now 25,000 small, 50,000 big, 50,000 ante.
Check.
Aww.
For Roberto's.
Aww. All right.
Sorry, Roberto. And I was going to do it this year, too.
Yeah, no, my name was definitely not in the hat, but okay.
4. I think I got you now, Jackson. All right, now we can go all in. Whew, I was worried there for a minute. Now we can ship stacks. This is gonna be the one too.
So this is going to be the one.
Imagine
you heard it
one
here
of us
first.
goes all in blind. Imagine how much of a mind fuck that would be. That'd be fun.
All right, Jackson, 10-8 offsuit.
Yep, as he's done every button, opens it up. Michael calls ace 4.
Yeah, they are super even on their chip counts.
Queen at 4 deuce, so 4 is best for Michael right now. See if Jackson wants to see about this flop, as he has done most of the time.
Definitely is.
He goes with the small continuation of 75K. Michael maybe picking up on that a little bit, puts in a little check raise and gets to take it down. Thank you, Roberto. Appreciate it. Obviously, any of us would go commentate the WSOP. I just don't think we're going to get the invite.
No.
So instead, we'll just hang out with you guys here.
Yeah. Plus, I don't mind doing the best bet after dark with you guys, which is what we're doing right now. With some late night tournament action heads up here.
Yeah, I'll do the Rungood series every time it rolls through.
Absolutely. After the players discussed it, $8,911 up top for first place, $5,000 for second. That is what they did agree to.
So a little over 8,900 for whoever wins this thing. Plus, I mean, this has been a heck of a heads-up matchup.
Yeah.
Whoever takes it down should definitely take pride in chipping this bad boy.
By the way, a lot of hands have been dealt tonight. I saw 243 hands on our live stream.
I see a 3-bet. Ace 5 out of Jackson. Michael called.
7-6 tray.
Neither player with a pair. Jackson did 3-bet. Let's see if he wants to continue firing. He is first to act here.
225.
Goes about 1/3 pot size bet. 225. Michael's going to let go of the king high. So Jackson, he takes the chip lead by a few chips. Basically dead even here. Anybody's game. Both over 40 big blinds deep in this heads-up matchup. Both players in general should be pretty happy with their heads-up play. I mean, this hasn't been a one-man show, and it hasn't gone all one player's way. It's been a battle.
My phone's like that.
I'm also like really hard to watch my phone.
Deuce, queen, ace. So unfortunately, no one really hit anything here.
Jackson opened the button, fires out a C-bet. Stop me if you've heard that before.
Right. Joseph, couldn't tell you.
Raise it 200.
Couldn't tell you.
I could tell you, but then I have to kill you.
Yeah. They just asked about it, and that's what they decided.
I'll find out for you, Joseph. You ask me next time you see me.
Yep. Now a 5 on the turn.
Well, we were having a little discussion there. We saw Michael put in a little check raise on that flop. He's getting crafty.
And he does take this down.
Yeah, maybe he's picking up on the aggression that Jackson's been doing. We've seen that same kind of line taken a few times. So maybe Michael's saying, okay, I know you're doing that with any 2 cards. It doesn't have to be an ace. So let me go ahead and represent a big hand. And he gets the job done. You see Michael limp in from the button. Jackson with pocket 4s.
Ooh, pocket
Big
pair.
blind.
Yep.
Looks like he's going to be putting in the raise with it. Michael.
I have my 9th favorite hand now.
Going to put in the call, defending with the 7-6.
You're pretty fucked here, I'm not going to lie to you.
And
no, he's not. No, he's not.
It's the Jackson 4, huh?
Yep.
So quads for Jackson. Michael open-ended. And Michael's going to bet when Jackson checks it over. Beautiful spot for Jackson to slow play. And if Michael can catch up, improving his hand to a straight, it could be disastrous. And, well, step 1 is improving to a pair.
Yep. Now to him thinking he's got 2 pair with 7s and 4s.
Oh, plus the open-ended straight draw.
Yeah.
Puts out a bet. He thinks he's value betting potentially. Jackson, cool as a cucumber, sitting there with quad 4s.
What's that? Oh, you have to collect it?
Goes ahead and puts in the smooth call again.
Yep. No, no reason to do anything out of line here.
Sorry. My bad.
You got this secured.
Deuce on the river.
Yeah, blank card.
Lucky
but
for Michael, it wasn't a tray. And lucky for Michael, he doesn't go for value.
Monster. Quads, heads
Michael's
up.
very lucky to not connect.
Dude, if I hit my straight there, oh my god.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Michael escapes
Me?
death.
Oh yeah, I was
Yeah.
Now I got top pair. I was,
Any
top
7
two.
tray rate on that river would have been it.
Yeah, it would have been. That would have been a wrap.
We would have all been packing up and
That's like,
heading
what the hell
home
is
for
he
the
calling
night.
me right there? Probably, I got top
Wow.
2 and he's calling. Yes.
Michael was able to tell the bad beat story of all time.
That would have
The river
been
was a
for
7
sure.
especially.
Oh yes, for sure. Wow,
Nobody
wow,
would believe
wow.
him if it wasn't filmed. Jackson passes on opening a button.
I was really,
I mean,
I was really ripping
getting
it.
quads
Right,
and
that's where I
heads
was
up.
ripping it.
Wow.
0 calls.
I don't know how to get quads in the year 2023 or 2024. How did I do it?
Man, we are so close. It's insane. But you're ahead by. I think it's so close.
Still is pretty close between the two.
He's ahead by a little, right?
I have like less than 100K.
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to. We probably know where we sit at.
Oh, Michael King Jack suited ace-4 for Jackson.
And Michael did raise the button. Jackson puts in the call.
And the ace in the window.
Ace 9-8. Jackson with the best hand. Gonna check. 4 on the turn.
Not 2 pair. Jackson's just connected on everything right now.
And after there was a flop checking through, we're gonna see Jackson bet the turn and just take it down. So Michael's holding no spades, no straight draw. Just lets go of his king high. Jackson with a little bit of a lead right now. Nothing massive, but a lead nonetheless. About 10 big blinds, 50 to 40. As we head into this hand. Jackson with an ace, raising the button.
As he's done this entire heads up here.
And Michael defending with 8-4.
We are at the flop.
Yeah,
I think one of the face cards is not reading. It might be the king of hearts that's not reading.
Action went check.
Yeah.
Michael with the best hand and the pair of 8s.
Jackson will let it go. Michael does take it down. Yeah, 48 bigs compared to 43 bigs right now.
Yeah, very tight race. They're not so short that there's automatic all-ins or anything pre-flop. Nice to see them continue to battle it out. They're not so deep that it can't really end. They're not so short that they're forced to just rip it in light. It's actually, at least from my vantage point, pretty fun to watch, given their chip stacks. We actually see Michael limp the button. Jackson looks down at king queen, so he's going to raise it up from the big blind. Michael's going to put in the call if this suited queen 6.
All right, let's go ahead and see a flop.
It's queen high.
Yeah, both do hit their queen.
Yeah, both flopping top pair on a rainbow board. We're going to see chips get into the middle. See Jackson start out with a continuation bet. Michael's going to raise it up a little bit. We've seen him use these small raises before. No exception now.
Yeah, Jackson's still not going to go anywhere here. Has Michael pretty well dominated. Does put in the call, so here we are to the turn.
See a couple of different spicy turn cards.
That is it.
That's one of them.
Wow, Michael turning 2 pair.
Jackson happy to check it over to Michael after that raise on the flop.
Yeah, betting 300,000 here is Michael.
Obviously 6 isn't the best card to see, but you could so easily be ahead here. Michael could have queen jack, queen 10, queen 9. A lot of queens that you have outkicked. If you thought he had something like 6-7 that he would check raise small on the flop.
Yeah, and there is the all-in from Jackson.
Michael's going to give it a little bit of thought.
Yeah.
Not a snap call. It can be hard to get away. There it is. There is the
Yeah,
call,
there
though.
is the call. And he's got this pretty good right now. Queen 6. Has to fade a king to stay alive, does Michael. Oh, and the king does come.
Are you kidding?
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
Michael said it was going to come down to a cooler tonight, and there it is.
Wow.
Epic proportions.
Oh.
King on the river, 3 outer.
The 3 outer is hit for Jackson.
Man.
What an epic heads-up matchup this was.
I've got you.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're going to
So-
get full chip counts. It's going to be real close
It's
here.
really, really close. They're going to double check.
Dude, you get
make
very,
sure
very,
that
very
Michael
lucky.
does not have anything left.
Good hand. Very
for
good
sure.
hand.
What an epic
Good hand.
heads-up
I can't
matchup.
even
Both
be
these
mad.
guys
Good hand.
just went back and forth, back and forth.
Actually.
What a sick river.
Michael said earlier in the heads-up matchup he felt like it was going to come down to something gross like that, one way or the other. We actually saw quite a few back and forth blows in the form of coolers.
Yeah.
All culminating in that one right there.
Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, so they are going to double check it, just make sure that it is in fact a wrap here.
Good job.
You're right. Yeah. It was weird.
Wonderful to see both of them kind of shaking each other's hands, talking about how good of a finale that was too.
Yep. So Theo double checking, making sure it is correct.
Yep. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Yep. All right. So
That
Theo
does it.
did verify it. It is official. That is it. Wow. What?
Action Jackson.
Yeah.
Catching the 3-outer to take home the trophy and the ring and his entire rail out to dinner, I think, after shipping this bad boy.
Yep, so there are the updated payouts. Trevelyan, Solko, and Marcus moved them down a spot. So Trevelyan takes home 9th place money, Solko 8th place money, Marcus 7th place money. Freddie is the one that actually takes home the 1,743 for 6th. And then Dale, BKB, Ram, and then Michael 2nd place. But your champion is Jackson with that 1st place prize. Congratulations to him. But that is going to be it for tonight. We're going to wrap it up. We are getting out of here. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. We'll be back at it Friday night, 5:10 No Limit Hold'em action. We'll get going around 6:15 that night. Until then, keep it locked. Best Bet Live. Like and subscribe on our YouTube channel. Also hit us up on the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the information when it comes to promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, and much more. So for our dealers tonight, Theo and Ronan, and for Mike Kruger, card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park, my name is Ryan, also known as Country. We'll see you guys next time. Take care. Be easy. Thanks for watching.